Horse Ride is an annual multi-day trail ride that brings riders from across Australia. This small town here, Kilkevin, dates back to the 1840s, when pastoralists first moved into the region, and then by the 1860s, Kilkevin had a gold rush discovery which turned the town into a more lively, active area. Do you notice that I can now say the name correctly? Kilkevin, not Kilkevin or Kilkevian. Kilkevan, Kilkevin, Kilkevin, or Kilkevian. It's not that one. Although the gold boom faded, Kilkevin settled into a quieter rhythm, preserving its heritage, and especially with the Kilkevin Great Horse Ride. And here's Kilkevin's memorial dedicated to the men and women who served in the Boer War, the World War I, World War II, the Korean, Malaysian and Vietnam campaigns. "40 years since the first ride began." 40 years. It doesn't seem that long ago, really, does it? 1986. What were you doing in 1986? Here's a little bit of information about Kilkevin's heritage. Kilkevin takes its name from the 116,000 acre selection which was named by John Daniel McTaggart after the family estate in Scotland. While Gympie nearby is recognised as the first gold rush town, Kilkevin actually discovered gold before Gympie. The discovery was made in 1852, but a rush did not follow because McTaggart, the owner, concealed the details. Some riders who took part in the Great Horse Ride in the early years no doubt now watch their children and grandchildren complete the ride. Now it's Saturday morning and it's about, actually what is the time? It's 9 o'clock and there are some markets starting at 10 o'clock which I'm going to have a look at, and at 4 o'clock today these streets will be full with horses. The horses on the ride start at Widgie and go through farmland through to Kilkevin. So they are due to arrive sometime this afternoon and get ready for the Great Horse Parade. Kilkevin, and this year, today, it's the 40th anniversary of the Great Horse Ride. Can I have a flat white, please? We're in for another hot day. It's only 23 degrees right now. It feels like about 30. Just outside of Kilkevin is the Equestrian Centre, which is where all the participants of the Great Horse Ride this year are camping tonight. I was speaking to a few people around the campsite here, and I believe there's a few small loop rides on today which they are returning from soon. Got nothing to eat. As gold and pastoral industries grew in the late 1800s, these horse-drawn coaches carried mail, passengers and supplies linking Kilkevin to larger centres like Gympie. This looks like the horses that they will be using to head off the Cobb & Co coach. The arrival of Cobb & Co services brought reliability and communication to an otherwise isolated district, helping the town develop. 5 horses were used to handle the rough, unsealed roads, typically arranged as 2 wheelers, 2 leaders and a cock horse, otherwise known as an odd horse. Horse teams were swapped every 20 to 25 kilometres to keep a strong, steady pace across rural routes. I think this event gets up to 1,000 horses, or is that people? Oh look, the Cobb & Co coach has just been saddled up by the look of it. In 1988, the Queensland opening of the National Trail was incorporated into the ride, and the legendary late R.M. Williams was involved in this ride. Reginald was an Australian bushman and entrepreneur who rose from being a swagman to a millionaire. He was born at Ballally North near Jamestown in the mid-north of South Australia, 200 kilometres north of Adelaide CBD, into a pioneering settler family working and training horses. Williams had many adventures in the Australian outback as a bushman and became known for creating the Australian style of bushwear clothing and footwear, recognised now worldwide, and the company that now bears his name. Now a little bit more about the ride. It's about a 30-kilometre stretch which starts at Widgie and also covers various other trails. It is meant for experienced riders and horses, taking them through bushland and creek crossings to the township for a final parade. And back in the day, I have been known to do a bit of horse riding myself. In about 20 minutes, the horses will be marching up this main street.
Your final notice, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you're here while the road is closed and the parade goes ahead. Well, Council Mayor of Keeping is in the Cobb & Co coach. Go Keeping horse ride, well done.
Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this video. Please remember to like and subscribe. Life with Sheryl Gray, and I'll see you in the next one.
And the people who look after us, ladies and gentlemen, the SES. Give them big applause, please.
I'm standing at a place called the Otamaitai Pa Historic Reserve. Please remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Now in the background there you'll see Mount Maunganui, which is sadly now more famous than it was for the recent landslips.
People trapped after a massive landslide at a campground on New Zealand's North Island. 2 people are dead and 6 are still missing after a slip crashed into a popular holiday spot at Mount Maunganui yesterday morning.
I'm standing at a place called the Otamaitai Pa Historic Reserve. Otamaitai means the place of sleeping tides. The carved posts that greet you here represent the tauhanga, the high priest, Kinanui and his sons, who lived at the Otamaitai and other fortified pa in the Tauranga district in the 16th century. Much of what occurred during the early historic period in Tauranga revolved around Otamaitai pa and its chief Tupaia. It was here that the chiefs rejected the treaty. Oh my God! Okay, that the chiefs rejected the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840. By the 1830s, missionaries and British officials sought greater control. Concerned about lawlessness and unregulated settlement, Britain's presence grew steadily. The Treaty of Waitangi in 1840 was signed to establish British governance while protecting Māori authority. Different understandings of sovereignty soon caused friction as settler numbers increased. Māori was largely excluded from the new political system, deepening resentment. Conflict over land and sovereignty weakened many Māori communities. This period marked a shift in power towards the colonial government. When Europeans first arrived in the Tauranga district in the 1820s and 30s, Otamaitai was a strongly fortified pa with many inhabitants. By the 1860s, the Waikato tribes had formed an alliance, the King Movement, to protect their land from the government. Tauranga tribes lent support to their Waikato allies. This led to the military operation in Tauranga in January 1864 and the battles of Pokihinahina, Gate Pa April 1864 and Te Ranga in June 1864. So Otamaitai lay within the 15,000 acres of land that was confiscated by the government after the battles. So this historic reserve here preserves the easternmost part of the Otamaitai pa, which retains its original ditches and banks. It is interesting here to note the European settlers attempted to squash out the Māori language known as Te Reo Māori. Māori still outnumbered settlers, and Te Reo was widely spoken. Apparently, some early missionaries even promoted literacy in Māori. As settler political control strengthened, the balance shifted. Around 1867, the Native Schools Act was introduced. This is a key turning point. The goal was assimilation into European society. When Europeans first arrived in the Tauranga district in the 1820s and 30s, Otamaitai was a strongly fortified pa with many inhabitants. So this carved entrance here represents 7 ancestors of the Tauranga people. I'm going to have to read the plaque for this because I have to focus on pronouncing these names. Tane Nuri Airangi, the greater son of the sky father who separated Rangi Nui and Papa Tuanuku, thus creating the heavens above and the earth below. His actions created light and darkness. He's also known by several other names. Tani Mahuta, now that I've heard of, god of the forest. Rongma Tane, god of peace. Puhi Ariki, chosen one. He's the eldest brother of Tangaroa, Tāwhirimatia, Tūmata Uenga and Rua Moko. There are many Māori goddesses: Papa Tuanuku, Mahuika, Hinimaua, Hene Pokohurangi, Hine Ahooni, Arohirohi, Hine Nue Te Pou, Dame Whina Cooper, Miri Te Tai Mangakahia, Te Puya Herangi, Te Rangi Te Poera, Keni Te Kiri Karamu, Dame Te Atai Rangi Kahu, Dame Kiri Te Kanawa, the pa. Following the earlier journeys of their ancestors Maui and Kupe, the Takitimi Waka arrived in Tauranga in the 14th century. Other waka from the Great Migration also called at Tauranga en route to their final destinations. When the Anglican missionaries sailed into the Tauranga harbour in 1826, they considered Otamaitai to be the capital of Tauranga. This impressive locality was hotly contested by Ngā Tirangi, by Ngā Tirangi, blah 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 blah, Ngāi Tarangi, Ngāti Ranganui. When the missionaries and traders arrived in the early 19th century, oh, there's too many Maori names there, look at that. Otamoto was threatened by the musket-armed Ngāpuhi from the Bay of Islands in 1820, and then again in 1832. The 1832 siege was New Zealand's largest artillery battle, with more artillery fire than in the bombardment of Gate Pa, which was 32 years later. So Otamaitai Pa's location offered easy access to resources including fresh water, abundant kaimoana and fertile gardening soils. The beach was also an ideal landing place for the waka. Nowhere have I seen such a great number of fine canoes. When Europeans arrived, Tauranga tangata were already well used to trading with other parts of New Zealand. Most of Tauranga's produce was destined for the Bay of Islands, where it was in demand for visiting whaling ships. In time, Māori bought and built their own vessels in order to carry their goods to the market in the growing town of Auckland. By the mid-1800s, the foreshore in front of the Otamaitai Pa was a hub of European activity. Tapu Tatoki. That tree behind me is the Tapu Tatoki, which is said to be about 300 years old. Until the late 19th century, the tree was used as a marker for fishing canoes to guide their return from the ocean through the harbour entrance. Māori fishermen also used Māori fishermen also used Karawa Island and the place where Thompson's Track crosses the Kaimai Ranges to find their position. A meeting held beneath the Tatoki tree on 22nd of September 1845 brought an end to 10 years of warfare between some hapu of Tauranga and Rotorua and Makatu. A large stone from Mayo was placed on the spot, over which the chiefs made their peace by each placing a foot on it, shaking hands, pressing noses and smoking the pipe of peace. So this here, Fairview Farm, was the social centre of the Otamaitai from the 1880s. The Mathesons held dances in the large front room of their house, built on the highest part of the pa here. This concrete foundation here, these two pillar points here, that is obviously these two here, and over here is the right hand side of the house, where you can see there was obviously a couple of posts and the steps. So reminders of the past were found all over the property here. Alistair was keen to discover more about the Māori history of the pa, and when he moved off the property in 2004, he asked that the old family home be demolished and an archaeological excavation take place. The site turned out to be very complex, with many layers of history preserved beneath the house. Archaeologists found pieces of clay pipe, a cartridge, cufflinks, and a copper trade coin in New Plymouth in 1866. So I'm guessing these white gates here was once the driveway of that property. Well, there was once a canoe in there, a waka. So the Te Awanui waka has been removed from its shelter to undergo conservation treatment. So the Te Awanui was carved from a 300-year-old kauri tree in 1973. The waka measures 46 feet in length, and Te Awanui is the original name of the Tauranga harbour. Taumata Kahawai. This is the old name for the extensive part at the northern tip of the Te Papa Peninsula. The joining of two waters, a traditional way of representing the relationship between the spiritual and secular worlds. Two figures joined feet to feet, as on this carving, is used here to portray the merging of two cultures which became partners at the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi in February 1840. The treaty partnership was undermined by lawmakers for many years. The Crown unreservedly apologises for not having honoured its obligations to the hapu of Ngāti Ranganui under the Treaty of Waitangi and profoundly regrets its failure to appropriately acknowledge the mana and rangatiratanga of Ngāti Ranganui for many generations. The Monmouth Redoubt. This redoubt was erected in 1864 by British troops, including the 43rd Monmouth Light Infantry, after whom it was named. During these troubled times, all European women and children in the settlement were accommodated at the mission station with a view to their protection by the military, and had to sleep every night fully dressed and with emergency rations of biscuits and a bottle of water within reach. And that it was impossible to restrain the natives. The women and children must take immediate shelter, and spent the remainder of the night on the floor of the soldiers' block house, which stood where this memorial is erected. So this is the outside of those Monmouth walls. And that is the Tauranga Bridge. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of Tauranga's history. Please remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you next time. It's only taken me about 23 years to come and visit this place, the Elms Mission House. Please remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This historic Tauranga post office was built in 1906. The first post office here was destroyed by fire in 1902. The site originally belonged to the Church Missionary Society, and during the New Zealand Wars it was used as a hospital. Welcome to the former Te Papa Mission Station. In the 1830s, Māori and missionary met on the site to share the skills and knowledge brought from England. Until the mid-1860s, it was necessary to live off the land as much as possible. The nearest shops were in Auckland, which were more than a day's sea voyage away. So Reverend Brown purchased this property here, 30 acres around the mission station in 1838. The purchase money did not exceed £20. Construction of the mission house here began in 1843 to replace this Raupo hut in which the Brown family lived since 1838. Kauri logs were rafted down from Mercury Bay for the main structures and joinery. The logs were sawn on site over 2 large pits on the front lawn. The house was finally completed in 1847 at a total cost of £300. The house was renamed the Elms after Brown's second wife, Christina, purchased it from the Church Missionary Society in 1873. Woman of the Elms. The woman of the mission station in the mid-1800s showed great fortitude and adaptability. Charlotte Brown, Mary Stack and Anne Wilson bore heavy responsibilities. So the library here was completed in 1839, so it's one of the oldest surviving mission buildings on the property.
So this is the oldest library in New Zealand, and this is where he would have written his sermons. He would have met with the British military and the Maori chiefs from the villages all around the harbour.
So this centre here served as a centre for faith, education and cultural exchange between the Māori and the European, playing a central role in early Tauranga community. Charlotte Brown ran one of Tauranga's first schools at the Elms, teaching reading, writing and Christian lessons to Māori children and adults. Māori from the surrounding area visited freely, engaging in lessons, cultural exchanges and discussions, making the mission here an important hub for learning and connection. During the New Zealand Wars, the Elms served as a refuge and hospital for wounded soldiers after the Battle of Gate Pa in 1864. The house witnessed the tensions of colonial expansion, but remained a place where local and Māori missionaries interacted. Today, the Elms is recognised as one of the oldest European buildings in New Zealand, with original timber, joinery and domestic features still intact. So this cairn here marks the site of the Rush Hut, which was the first house built on the site. It was used from 1838 to 1847 by Reverend Brown and his family. And when on the completion of the mission house, it was demolished. These Victorian-style gardens once supplied food and medicinal plants, and now, of course, provides a peaceful space for visitors. And it is a beautiful space. Now, apparently the Elms, which is named after the elm tree, The elm tree is not a native New Zealand tree. It's brought out from England as the settlers here wanted to make the place feel more like their home in England, of course. Hiya. This plaque traces the family lineage from the Browns through the generations, beginning with the Reverend Alfred Brown, his daughter Celia, the Reverend's second wife Christina, his first wife sadly died, and continues to Christina's sister Euphemia, Euphemia's daughter Edith, Christina's niece. Euphemia's daughter Alice became a life tenant. Edith never married, so her nephew Duff became a life tenant from 1949. Apparently Duff, the last on the timeline here, realised when he aged that if we didn't preserve this area here, it would end up as commercial offices or apartments. And that, I believe, is when he worked on providing a trust, which is now still operating, to keep this place here and preserved. Daily life at the Elms, Te Papa, in the 1830s revolved around the Church Missionary Society, working alongside local Māori communities. Much of the time was spent running the mission school, translating scripture, teaching, reading and writing, and learning te reo Māori. Pua whaka kautahitanga, meaning the post of unity, stands as a symbol of remembrance and reconciliation. It acknowledges the conflict and loss during the Tauranga campaign of 1864, while representing the coming together of Māori and Pakeha and understanding shared history. Alfred and Charlotte Brown forged a long-lasting relationship with their Tauranga tangata, driven by their concern for the spiritual and material well-being of their flock. It's only taken me 23 years. I'm originally from New Zealand, and I lived in Tauranga for 23 years before coming to live in Australia. Finally, I've made the effort to come and have a look at this place. These carvings honour Charlotte and Alfred Brown, key members of the mission families in the 1830s who helped run the household, support the school and build connections with local Māori. These carvings sit alongside Māori pua, showing how European and Māori histories come together at this site. The bell and belfry. Reverend Brown arranged to buy a bronze bell from its London maker for its use at the Matamata mission station. Oh, this tree here is the memorial kauri for Alice Maxwell, who passed away 24th of July 1949. She lived here at the Elms for 62 years. Her nephews Grant and Duff planted these 2 karri trees, one each side of the gate, in her memory. So there's one there. And the other one, you can see a wheelbarrow in here, which is Duff's wheelbarrow here. Duff is the last Maxwell in the lineage of the Elms here, and he was responsible for planting all the trees on the library lawn, as well as the memorial car near the chapel. Now there's a cemetery around here somewhere, so I'm going to go and have a look at this. Now this place has an interesting history. It's from the Waikato. In 1968, John Menzies and his sister Mavis, that was my grandmother's name, from Otrahonga, donated this house, whare, to Duff Maxwell, the last inheritor and owner of the Elms. The walls are made from totara slabs, the outer offcuts from large milled trees. And the Pahutakawa the Pahutakawa tree looks stunning in summer and at Christmas time. The Pahutakawa tree in Tauranga, often called New Zealand's Christmas tree, bursts with red flowers each summer. Its name, Pahutakawa, means dark, tangled tree, reflecting its gnarled branches and Māori connections to ancestors. So this here, even though we're about to leave the Elms Mission House area, was originally the entrance. Before any roads existed, most travellers arrived by ship or canoe. So Reverend Brown built his house facing the sea. Of course, this is what it looks like today, but back then you would have seen the sea from here. Although the gates have been repaired over the years, they stand where Brown built them in 1838. Perhaps more important than the gates themselves are the Norfolk Island pines, Brown planted on either side of the entrance way. These trees, known as the Archdeacon Sentinel, stood together until 2005, but sadly, one tree was damaged by lightning years ago and had to be cut down. Now, even though the cemetery is down that way somewhere, we have to go this way.
Oh, there's it there.
A mission station was established nearby in the 1830s. Sadly, the missionaries soon needed a burial ground when Anne, the wife of missionary John Wilson, died in 1838. 7 years later, the Reverend Brown and his wife Charlotte buried their son Marsh beside Anne. Well, that's sad. The community that grew around the mission also began to use the cemetery. When missionaries in the Bay of Islands sailed to Tauranga for provisions in the 1820s, they found a thriving pa at the northern tip of the Te Papa Peninsula. But in 1828, all that changed when the pa was sacked and many of the inhabitants killed by a Ngāti Maru war party. Check out the size of this tree and the low-lying branches. There's a few plaques of some young men here killed in some of those earlier war years. Always makes me sad looking at these. Accidentally killed at Pukehina aged 30 years, killed in action at Gate Par, 1864. Died of wounds received at Pukehina, 1864. Killed in action, he was 40 years old. 24 years old. He was in the 43rd Light Infantry, killed in action at Tauranga, 1864. Thank you again for watching. Please remember, like and subscribe, it does help this channel to grow. And I'll see you next time in Australia. Kilkevin, home of the Great Horse Ride. And I'm here today to witness the 40th anniversary of the Great Horse Ride. This guy here, Fabian Webb, is responsible for Kilkevin's Great Horse Ride. And this beautiful horse that he's riding was his daughter's horse, Smokey. And Dan Davey, who crafted the statue, was a world champion blacksmith. The Great Horse Ride began with a simple and powerful idea of bringing people together. His vision turned a local gathering into a lasting tradition. What started as a small, modest event with a small group of riders quickly gained momentum. In 1986, gosh, that's going back a while, this local guy here, Fabian, a local grazier and councillor, promoted recreational riding along the National Trail which runs from Cooktown to Victoria. Fabian's vision was to get people of all ages and riding ability from all walks of life to get involved with a recreational ride through the scenic country around Kilkevin. As a passionate horseman, he launched the ride to celebrate local bush heritage inspired by the development of the National Trail. Life with Sheryl Gray. Please remember to like and subscribe, it is helping this channel to grow. It turns out that Fabian Webb and his brothers also started the Gympie Music Muster. Kilkevin is one of the few towns actually situated on the National Trail, and this was the inspiration for establishing the annual Kilkevin Horse Ride in 1986. In the rising hills of Kilkevin, the sound of hooves has echoed for a few decades. The Kilkevin Great Horse Ride is an annual multi-day trail ride that brings riders from across Australia. This small town here, Kilkevin, dates back to the 1840s, when pastoralists first moved into the region, and then by the 1860s, Kilkevin had a gold rush discovery which turned the town into a more lively, active area. Do you notice that I can now say the name correctly? Kilkevin, not Kilkevin or Kilkevian. Kilkevan, Kilkevin, Kilkevin, or Kilkevian. It's not that one. Although the gold boom faded, Kilkevin settled into a quieter rhythm, preserving its heritage and especially with the Kilkevin Great Horse Ride. And here's Kilkevin's memorial dedicated to the men and women who served in the Boer War, the World War I, World War II, the Korean, Malaysian and Vietnam campaigns. "40 years since the first ride began." 40 years. It doesn't seem that long ago, really, does it? 1986. What were you doing in 1986? Here's a little bit of information about Kilkevin's heritage. Kilkevin takes its name from the 116,000 acre selection which was named by John Daniel McTaggart after the family estate in Scotland. While Gympie nearby is recognised as the first gold rush town, Kilkevin actually discovered gold before Gympie. The discovery was made in 1852, but a rush did not follow because McTaggart, the owner, concealed the details. Some riders who took part in the Great Horse Ride in their early years no doubt now watch their children and grandchildren complete the ride. Now it's Saturday morning and it's about, actually what is the time? It's 9 o'clock and there are some markets starting at 10 o'clock which I'm going to have a look at, and at 4 o'clock today these streets will be full with horses. The horses on the ride start at Widgie and go through farmland through to Kilkevin. So they are due to arrive sometime this afternoon and get ready for the Great Horse Parade. Kilkevin, and this year, today, it's the 40th anniversary of the Great Horse Ride. Can I have a flat white, please? We're in for another hot day. It's only 23 degrees right now. It feels like about 30. Just outside of Kilkevin is the Equestrian Centre, which is where all the participants of the Great Horse Ride this year are camping tonight. I was speaking to a few people around the campsite here, and I believe there's a few small loop rides on today which they are returning from soon. Got nothing to eat. As gold and pastoral industries grew in the late 1800s, these horse-drawn coaches carried mail, passengers and supplies linking Kilkevin to larger centres like Gympie. This looks like the horses that they will be using to head off the Cobb & Co coach. The arrival of Cobb & Co services brought reliability and communication to an otherwise isolated district, helping the town develop. 5 horses were used to handle the rough, unsealed roads, typically arranged as 2 wheelers, 2 leaders and a cock horse, otherwise known as an odd horse. Horse teams were swapped every 20 to 25 kilometres to keep a strong, steady pace across rural routes. I think this event gets up to 1,000 horses, or is that people? Oh look, the Cobb & Co coach has just been saddled up by the look of it. In 1988, the Queensland opening of the National Trail was incorporated into the ride, and the legendary late R.M. Williams was involved in this ride. Reginald was an Australian bushman and entrepreneur who rose from being a swagman to a millionaire. He was born at Ballally North near Jamestown in the mid-north of South Australia, 200 kilometres north of Adelaide CBD, into a pioneering settler family working and training horses. Williams had many adventures in the Australian outback as a bushman and became known for creating the Australian style of bushwear clothing and footwear, recognised now worldwide, and the company that now bears his name. Now a little bit more about the ride. It's about a 30 kilometre stretch which starts at Widgie and also covers various other trails. It is meant for experienced riders and horses, taking them through bushland and creek crossings to the township for a final parade. And back in the day, I have been known to do a bit of horse riding myself. In about 20 minutes, the horses will be marching up this main street.
Your final notice, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you're here while the road is closed and the parade goes ahead. Well, Council Mayor of Kilkeepan is in the Queensland coach. Kilkeepan horse ride, well done.
Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this video. Please remember to like and subscribe. Life with Sheryl Gray, and I'll see you in the next one.
And the people who look after us, ladies and gentlemen, the SES. Give them big applause, please.
This Traveston video is part of my 14-day video challenge. Before you start watching, please remember to like and subscribe the video and the channel. It is helping this channel to grow. To this station, yeah, on the train once or twice. I've obviously gone past it. I have researched it before, that's why I knew it was here. And it's there's a bit of history here as well. There's something quietly cinematic about the Traveston train station. A small station stitched to a much larger area of steel, trains and ambition. When I say steel, I mean the Traveston powder magazine, which was built in the late 1800s around the arrival of the railway in 1888. The magazine safely stored explosives for mining and construction, supporting the Gympie goldfields, local rail and quarry work. Traveston's railway tracks date back to the late 1800s, when the North Coast line north of Brisbane was extended and Traveston was the stop just before Gympie. At the time, of course, Gympie was booming from the gold rush discovery, and the train network here became the main artery, or the main line, for that growth around the area. Traveston railway station became a local or a major stop on the line for timber cutters, the local farmers and travellers. Hello. Hello. I have been on it, but I've decided to come by and just film it rather than try and catch it and wait 8 hours somewhere and come back. Yeah, but it's still 8 hours before I can get back, right?
No, about 40 minutes to get back here.
Okay. I might do that next time. All right.
So if you get the early train going that way, it'll be this one coming back.
Awesome. Thank you.
No worries.
Traveston wasn't a grand station. It played a practical role in the neighbourhood though. Well, that was an interesting discussion. I've driven to Traveston railway station because there doesn't appear to be a lot of frequent links, I guess, or stopovers. So I thought if I caught the train from Gympie, which is the northernmost part of the Sunshine Coast line, and came to Traveston, I thought I had to wait 8 hours or so to return. But they reckon that if I caught a 12 o'clock train, I would only have about an hour and then I could go back. Maybe that's a video for another day where I actually catch a train to Traveston. Whew, there might be shade with the station, but it's quite warm in here. The surrounding area here produced dairy, crops and timber, and the trains were an essential part to get those goods to market. Whew. The freight wagons carried cream, livestock and logs. The passenger trains connected the local communities, and the station would have acted as a social hub for a local rural area. Wow, and here I was thinking I have some shade in there. It's flipping hot in there. Whew. It's actually more of a breeze out here. Over the years, as cars evolved and became more common, small stations like this became less and less important. Passenger services would have declined, the station would have been used less often, and the network became less important. And eventually the station saw fewer stops, freight operations reduced, and Traveston shifted from a busy rural stop to a quieter point on the line. Like many country stations though, Traveston station didn't exactly disappear. It did become used a lot less often though. In fact, Traveston station here has about 4 travellers per week that use the train station. That's per week, not per day. So that would add up to about 200 passengers per year. That's a whole lot less than a busy city bus station would process. I have chosen a hot day to film this. Oh, here comes another train. It's a goods engine, I think. Apparently there are only about 500 people that live in Traveston, but it's quite cool. They have kept a little station here to be used, even though it's not very often. There's a bit of wildlife here as well. There is actually quite a few dead toads around here. I wonder what that's all about. As you can see, the station is still used today. It sits on the North Coast Line, is the second to last stop on the Sunshine Coast Line run by TransLink. Oh, there's a breeze there. I might just stand right here. Ah, I know what that cold air is. They have to keep these machines cool because I guess they're computers, right? And they're running. And you have to be able to tap on and tap off. Now, there was a serious tragedy on this train line back in 1925. Somewhere on this track between Traveston here and Curran, the next station down, there was a passenger train that derailed. A serious accident at the time when the stations were still reliant on manual handling and signalling. I guess human error caused a mishap with the timing of the trains at the time. Reports from the time describe a collision involving a passenger service and another train on a single line section where a breakdown in communication or signalling allowed both to enter the same stretch of track. The impact, of course, resulted in fatalities and injuries, sending shockwaves through the small communities at the time. That wouldn't have been very nice. A news article stated that a relief train went to the scene from Brisbane and a hospital train was sent from Gympie. The article went on to explain that the remainder of the train after the derailment stayed on the permanent way. The elevated carriage, however, overbalanced too far to maintain its equilibrium. The article finishes saying that the matter is the most serious in the history of Queensland railways and that an inquiry will be held. I guess incidents like this, though, push for change and improved safety on the lines, which would have progressed the train system at the time. In the early 1900s, steam trains powered by coal-burning locomotives travelled through Traveston with engines like B15, C16 and PB15 classes, hauling both passenger and freight services, carrying locals between towns like Brisbane and Gympie, while also transporting cream, livestock and supplies along the North Coast Line. Thank you so much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoyed it. Remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you soon in the next one. I have come to Imbil today looking for a bridge. It's not that one though. Bert Smith Memorial Park. There's a bit of information here about Herbert George, otherwise known as Bert, who was not much older than the town of Imbil itself when he invested in a local fruit farm after returning from the war in 1945. Ollie Dwyer, Timberman's Walkway. Oh, there's actually a plaque there. Can you actually see it? Officially opened by the Honourable Henry somebody. There's a bit of information here about the scrub fellas. Cedar cutters worked around Imbil long before any settlement or township existed. These workers were first-class axemen and were able to work from a springboard. Oh yeah, look at that. I guess the difference between scrub fellas and timber cutters is that when there was no merchantable timber that remained, scrub fellas cleared the remaining scrub. So here's some information about the timber cutters. Timber cutters worked for a contractor, usually the bullock driver. Some worked in pairs and many worked alone. Tools used were a crosscut saw, axe, barking maul and wedges, brush hook and wallaby jack. The men usually camped away from home, and the bullock drivers. After the timber cutter had a good supply of logs, the bullockies moved in. Bullock teams snigged the logs to stockpile areas where some logs were rolled into the creek and sent to Maryborough via the Mary River. As haulage distances to the Imbil railhead and mills increased, motor lorries were preferred and bullock teams were phased out by the end of World War II. And there's my background sound. The whipper-slippering has to be done, doesn't it? And the memorial clock, which is erected in memory of those from the Mary Valley that all fell in service to their country, lest we forget. There's still a few logs being transported through this town. Now I've come out to Imbil for a drive, but more importantly I've come to find another old railway bridge, and that's it in the distance over there. First of all though, the part of the rail trail goes this way, so I'm going to walk up here first and then walk back down towards the railway bridge, Imbil's railway bridge. And the first thing you'll notice is the old train turntable. This old turntable at Imbil was once used to spin steam locomotives around for the return journey. Instead of reversing long distances, the engines were turned to face the right direction before heading back down the Mary Valley line. Oh yeah. Viewing platform. Your support is very much appreciated. Please remember to like and subscribe to the channel. It is helping this channel to grow. It looks like that flag's seen better days. Wonder what that was for. You can see the old railway tracks through here. Now, I'm not a rail expert, but I'm guessing that's how they switch trains around. This is part of the rail trail at Imbil. It's only about 5 kilometres long, I believe. To be exact, it's 4.7 kilometres one way, and it starts at Imbil and goes through to Bruloo. Return trip, of course, because usually you've got to come back, right, is about 10 kilometres. Makes sense. Like most rural towns around Queensland, these small towns, I guess, formed and took shape because of the railway that ran through the area, carrying goods, timber cutters, logs, and people and travellers, oops, my head, and travellers from Brisbane and upwards. I've got black stuff all over my white shirt. The Mary Valley railway line here reached Imbil in about 1915. And before that, the area was settled as timber cutting and agriculture. Funny how from a different angle you see different things. Over there on the hill are some really old letters and I can't quite make out what they are. Is it MMHR maybe? Turn it the other way, right? Ah, it's MVHR, not MMHR. And MV stands for Mary Valley Heritage Railway. Now that makes a lot more sense. I don't know if you can get a good look of that train, of that engine behind me. Oh yeah, that looks like it's quite a good shot. So that steam engine apparently is a C-17 class. And often this engine was nicknamed the pride of the railway. Cool spiderweb. These C-17 steam engines were real workhorses back in the day. Built in the early 1900s, these steam engines were used to transport everything from freight to passengers along the Mary Valley railway line. I know nothing about trains except to travel on them and working out timetables, so I thought you guys might like a few close-ups of this old beauty. Tickets, anybody? This old timber building here is part of the Mary Valley railway line, or was, and was built in the early 1900s. I believe it dates back to around 1914, 1915. It is quite typical of the timber rail buildings that popped up around rural places like Imbil. Who's this dude? A wooden statue of somebody. The timber cutter. So this guy represents the timber cutters of the area. And over here, I see there's a little plaque, Imbil Railway Bridge, crosses the Yabba Creek near the town of Imbil on the Mary Valley branch line. The line was constructed between 1911 and 1915. There are heaps of those logging trucks going through here today. There's a nice cafe down there. They do good coffee. Now I know I won't be able to walk across this. I wouldn't mind getting a bit closer to it though somehow. This is quite a steep hill. I think I might have to go back here first. I think I will be ladylike and walk up to the end here first and then walk all the way back. There's an empty logging truck. Oh yeah, it looks like it's easy to get closer to under the bridge from down this way, that's for sure. Middlesbrough, England. That must have been where the steel beams came from. Dorman, Long and Co. Do you notice the silence? Well, for some reason my camera stopped recording audio at about this stage, so I'm going to continue with voiceover. Now, the Imbil Railway Bridge is a high-level steel and concrete bridge. Its total length 393 feet. Its maximum span is 60 feet, or known as 18.3 metres, and the bridge has 5 steel 8-panel half-through Pratt trusses and is supported by 2 concrete abutments and 9 concrete piers. The bridge retains its rails and timber sleepers. The half-through Pratt truss, or also known as Pony Truss Bridge, completed in January 1915, is one of only 6 of its kind remaining in Queensland. I found another old bridge. Thank you so much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoyed it. Please remember to like and subscribe. It is helping this channel to grow. And I'll see you in the next one. The smelter's been built from the local bluestone. The sand is from Fraser Island, and it only operated for about 2 years. Thank you for being here. Come along with me, subscribe, and be out and about with Sheryl each week. Today I'm heading to a forgotten industrial relic, hidden at the end of the road here, a little off the beaten track and in the bush. Most people drive past this area without ever knowing what's tucked away at the end of this track. You probably wonder where I'm going to today. There's an awful lot of creek crossings, isn't there? These creeks carve straight across the road like nature built its own obstacles. I don't know how many crossings I'll cross today. I do know what's waiting at the end is worth the wait. This track looks like an ordinary country road. It doesn't end where you think it does. Keep watching. Every creek we cross gets us one step closer to something built 150 years ago, and one of the last places you'd expect. If you follow this old access road far enough, you'll find something most people have forgotten even exists. There's an awful lot of creek crossings, isn't there? It wouldn't take much water or rain to make that flood, would it? This track keeps twisting, dropping through creek after creek. It almost feels like the bush is testing you. Jeez. I'm following the remains of an old route. This road once carried something very different to a four-wheel drive. Here it is. Wow, it's so quiet up here. You can't even hear any birds. Oh, in the distance you can. There's one. Now you might be wondering where I am. Well, maybe you aren't, but anyway, I'm at a place called Mount Clara, and that chimney up there is the Mount Clara smelter. It was built in 1873. On this quiet ridge around the Kilkeven area, or is it pronounced Kilkevian? I never know how to say that, is the Mount Smlara, the Mount Clara ore. Now this was used to mine copper, not gold. Now gold was found in this region back in the late 1800s, but it was copper here that was mined on this hill with this smelter. The geology of this area is both complex and old. Its age is only exceeded by its complexity. The green maps at Mount Clara is a massive serpentinite group, Devonian in age, around 400 million years old. Lots of mineralisation. It's bordered to the east and south by some Triassic volcanics, around 200 million years old. These volcanic intrusions would have cooked and altered all of these earlier rocks. Lots of faults and intrusions and places for hot oxidative hydrothermal fluids to alter the rocks and concentrate minerals, copper and gold, in this area into veins and payable ores. Slag drawn off here. In 1873, the miners built that smelter behind me in what's called bluestone. And if you look closely, you can see the blue stone. And apparently the mortar around these bricks was carried from Fraser Island. The smelter's been built from the local bluestone. The sand is from Fraser Island and it only operated for about 2 years. The copper ore was dug from nearby hills over from Mount Kura, hauled across this rugged terrain and roasted in the reverberatory furnaces. Now the slag that remains here, glassy, dark, blocky heaps, archaeologists and historians can tell us from this what was mined and when, what metal was produced, what process was used, how hot the furnace got, roughly how much ore was processed, where the smelter and work areas also once stood. Matty ore tapped here? I think that says matte. Oh, matte. Matte, M-A-T-T-E. Looks like Matty. Here I am taking footage through the fence and I just found a great big hole. I am tempted to climb through that. I wonder if I could. Hearth, hearth. Look at the blue in that rock. This looks like it's copper, which was initially found in the copper and gold veins and later chalcopyrite bearing rocks. Just as well I've got long legs. Now to get out of here again. The mining commenced in Mount Clara in 1872. The Mount Clara shelter here was built in 1873. The ore was taken to the Mount Kura smelter for treatment after this date, when the Mount Clara holdings was bought out by Mount Kura Copper Mining Company in 1874. The eventual closure of the mines was attributed to by rands in 1886 to the high cost of fuel for the smelters. Mount Clara smelter was among the earliest to be built in Queensland. The smelter remains were renovated in 1978 by the Kilkevin Shire Council. I can't read that because it's quite blurry. I think it says a firebox. The firebox over there is in particularly good condition, with various brick and stone walls of the smelter ranging in height from 170 centimetres to 120 centimetres. The internal avoid of the river, that's a big word. The internal avoid? It's almost like it's not correct English. The internal void, should it read? Of the reverberatory smelter can easily be seen. This is quite blurry. Iron staples are inserted into the base plinth of the smelter at regular intervals and seem to support points for the rail reinforcing bars which would have originally bound the smelter. The slag heap is small and contains large square mould slag blocks. Well, that explains it quite well, doesn't it? Well, that's a bit blurry to read. And no, it's not my eyesight. Maybe this is the slag. It's got a bubbly texture. And slag is apparently hard, heavy chunks, usually black, dark green or deep blue. Often has a glassy or bubbly texture and breaks like glass or ceramic. I hope I don't disturb any long wriggly things. That might be slag. Oh yeah. I think this is all slag, but hey, feel free to let me know if I'm wrong. Write something in the comments. Oh, there's a cool shot. Oh, look at that. Slag is basically the leftover non-metal material that comes out of a furnace when ore is smelted. It's basically the waste product from separating metal from rock. At Mount Clara here, the slag heaps are heritage indicators. They show where the furnaces were operating and how active the site once was. Slag can sometimes look like volcanic glass. It's man-made. Victorians even used blue-green copper slag as fake gemstones and jewellery. Well, there you go. So that's Mount Clara, what's left of a copper ore and mining site. Now nearby is a place called Goomeri. Oh, I keep saying Goomeri. So I'm going to go and have a drive now and have a look around Goomeri. Now I did come prepared this morning because I knew being up here I wouldn't be that close to a coffee shop, so I bought my own iced latte. Cold and refreshing. Did you count all the streams I crossed over? Oh, this one's the worst, the last one. Nothing that a proper four-wheel drive can't handle though. 1928, the town council approved several curbside fuel pumps in this area. These old pumps are relics from this time when the cafe and garage may have been connected. The Gumeri Bakery is a charming French-style patisserie and cafe in the heart of this small town. Known for its artisan breads, flaky pastries and excellent coffee, the bakery draws on classical French baking tradition. That's really yummy. Cold zucchini slice. Yes, I know the chocolate slice is rather large. I'm just going to take half of it home with me. Probably more than half. Well, that's the plan anyway. Yes, it's my second iced latte today. I think I deserve it though, don't you? This is huge and I can't actually break it or cut it. So I'm just going to have to bite and then put the rest away. Erected in honour of the brave men from Gumeri and district. The Lest We Forget Clock, built in 1939 as a memorial to servicemen and women of the district who fought in the 2 world wars. Looks kind of sad, doesn't he? Gumeri is quite a cute little place. Plenty of choice for coffee, antique shopping and stopping if you're travelling through. There's 2 main heritage buildings in the place. One of them is this Hall of Memory Hall. The Gumeri Hall of Memory is a war memorial hall built in 1926 to honour the local men who served in World War I, with dedication later extended to subsequent conflicts. And the other is the memorial clock in the centre of town. So just outside of Gumeri is Kinbombe Falls. Now, what I didn't say in Gumeri was that it was recently the centre of a reasonably sized earthquake. I think it was about 5.6 on the Richter scale, as they called it. And the house was making horrendous noise. I realised I was in the middle of an earthquake. I didn't expect to see, hear or feel one of those in Queensland. So back to Kinbombe and these 225 steps. Of course I'm going down them. I think it's also 34 degrees at the moment. Now at 34 degrees and I'm down this gully, it's quite warm. You can feel a cool breeze coming up from the water though. I'm puffing a little bit after climbing 225 steps, trying not to stop very much. Thank you for watching. Remember, your subscription helps the channel to grow. I appreciate it. See you next time. Mount Karura rises above the small hinterland town of Pomona. Standing about 439 metres above sea level, the mountain can be seen kilometres away from farms, forests and the valleys of the Sunshine Coast hinterland. What looks like an ancient mountain is actually the hardened lava core of an old volcano. And guess what I'm doing today? I'm climbing to the top. Morning.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
It's good.
Millions of years ago, lava cooled inside the volcanic vent, while the softer rock around it eroded after time. Morning. The walk to the top is about 1.2 kilometres return. So that means about, no, that's not right, one way, 1.2 kilometres one way, which means about 2.5 kilometres return trip. It might look easy to start with, but this is actually quite a challenging climb as we head close to the top. Most hikers take about or between 1 or 2 hours return, and that depends on the weather. Well, today it's perfectly blue skies and sunny, and I might puff a lot. I believe the sign down there said that the first part of the walk is 600 metres, and the last part, which is a steep rocky climb, is about 582 metres. Now apparently as we get nearer to the summit, and we've just started the walk, there's chains, steps to help assist the climb on the rockiest part. Ooh. During summer, the exposed rock can become extremely warm, making it slippery, while the rain can make the rock slippery as well. Today's weather though, perfect climbing conditions. Long before European settlement, the Kabi Kabi people were the first people of this land. The name Karura is believed to come from the meaning or the translation, a place of possums or place of many possums. Possums are viewed quite differently here in Australia compared to New Zealand. Possums here are native animals and they're treated as harmless and even cute. Ugh, they give me the creeps. Aren't they a pest?
Thanks guys, good morning.
Whew! And over there is, I don't know which mount that is. I reached up for the chain and there was nothing there. High fitness and rock scrambling skills required. Viewpoint 20 metres. Oh wow. So that is, I don't know, have to Google that. There's a pointy one over there. Where's my phone? Is there even any reception? SOS, no reception. So Kuran, Traviston is that way.
A bit difficult in 30 plus degrees.
I know.
What that noise is?
Oh my god. Oh. Wow, that could be interesting coming down. My legs are shaking. Holy. Oh wow, it's a cool view of that mountain now. Oh, God, everything's shaking. Arms, legs, good workout. Oh my God. Wow. Gosh, it's a bit steeper than Ben Braggie or the Irish Monument in Scotland.
This is actually double what the mount is. It's, steepness wise.
How many more metres to go, do you reckon? I don't even know if we're halfway up the steep climb yet. Don't pull me, just help me. Yep. This is really hard, actually. It's like moving those great big heavy long things in a cross workout. Holy fuck. Nearly there. I know I was talking about possums before. I'll get back to that when I get to the top. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, shivers. Whoa. Wow. I wish I recognised all those hills over there. There's a Bruce Highway down there. One of the guys mentioned on the climb up that once we get to the top is to keep walking across because it opens out into 3 60-degree views. I have to say my legs are shaking like crazy. My arms are shaking. That's what I call an anaerobic workout. Far out. That was quite hard. But very soon I'm going to stop for another drink of water, a banana and a trail mix snack. Boy, do I need it. You wouldn't want to climb this in the middle of summer. Apparently the heat heats the rocks so much that they become quite slippery. And of course in the winter the rain makes the rocks slippery as well. Jeepers, when it said chains, I didn't realise it would be that difficult. You certainly need them. Look at this. Ow, it's a bit sharp.
You give me my glasses and my phone.
So as I was saying before, the name Karura means, or it's kabi kabi for place of possums or plenty of possums. Now apparently in Australia they're not considered as pests. In New Zealand they are though. Possums here are native animals and are seen as cute. I don't really know why. In New Zealand though, possums are actually a pest and they are quite a big pest. Possums were introduced from Australia to New Zealand in the 1800s, I believe to create a fur trade. Sadly though, without natural predators, the possum population boomed into a problem rather than supporting the fur trade. Possums are destroying New Zealand's natural habitat and natural wildlife. It says here they feed on vegetation, birds' eggs and young chicks threatening some of New Zealand's rarest native birds, including the kiwi. Unlike Australia, where possums belong naturally in the ecosystem, New Zealand treats them as an invasive species that damages the environment. So that's why I think of them as pests, because in New Zealand, there is nothing that kills them. Whereas, unlike Australia, nearly all the wildlife can kill you, can't it? Snakes, crocodiles, dingoes, sharks. Now you can imagine the peak of Mount Karura in Pomona here in the early 1800s and 1900s when the area was being settled. It would have been a landmark for the local farmers and timber getters. It's amazing what a bit of nutrition can do to replenish the spirits and the energy. Oh, there you are.
And what's it called, Mount what?
Mount Karura.
Mount Kulula.
Mount Karura.
Karura.
So today Mount Karura remains one of the more prominent mountain peaks in the area here around Sunshine Coast and Sunshine Coast hinterland. Its steep volcanic cliffs, the difficult climb, and the views from the summit here continue to attract hikers, photographers, and people like me. The mountain has become a symbol for Pomona. The climb up Mount Karura is probably the most famous in the Sunshine Coast, due to the King of the Mountain hill races that started in, I think it was 1957 or 58. It was a race that was held annually, and it involved New Zealand and Australia as competitors. Local railway porter Bruce Samuels climbed Mount Karura to cure a hangover. Can you imagine climbing or walking this hill after a hangover? Oh, I couldn't think of anything more worse. The first organised race was held in June 1959 and again a year later, and the race then disappeared for a few years before being revived by the Pomona Lions Club in 1979. Apparently somebody found an old trophy in a shed, and that inspired somebody to start the King of the Mountain race again. It's quite a cool idea, really. Throughout the 1980s, the event expanded into quite a major community event with billy cart races and thong throwing. Thongs, don't you mean jandals? In 1984, ultra marathon runner Cliff Young visited Pomona as a guest starter. After firing the starting race pistol, the 62-year-old then decided to continue and run the race himself. The women's competition also became highly competitive. The race was disrupted for a few years during COVID, of course. By 2024 though, sadly erosion and environmental concerns led to the King of the Mountain race being cancelled, sadly closing a chapter on one of Australia's most famous running events. Hair in my mouth. And everything that goes up must come down, right? So here goes the downward descent. I think I might put a hair tie in. That's better. Hair out of my face. Hi there.
I like Spider-Man.
Jesus. She's just paused, waiting. Laces. Oh, well, the legs feel like jelly. Thank you so much for watching this video though. I do hope you enjoyed huffing and puffing and grunting with me up Mount Karura. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. One more hill to go. And now I think a Mother's Day coffee is definitely in order. Well, I perspired a bit more on that walk than I thought I would. I have to admit though, I thought it would be harder coming down. But it was actually easier coming down because I wasn't have to haul my body weight up those chains. So this is Charleville. So this is Charleville, and this house behind me is the Historic House Museum. The Historic House Museum was built in 1889 at a cost of £2,049. It was the town's first bank, Queensland's National Bank. In the back garden, have a look. Cobb & Co coach, trucks, steam engine and a bus which was converted from a 1924 truck that originally carted logs in southern Queensland. In memory of Gary Flash Gordon for his hard work and commitment. See that external cladding? Apparently that was how they built houses back in the day, the wooden houses anyway, with the external type joinery cladding. The guy Rob who runs this historic house or opens it, I've just phoned him and it looks like he's going to let us in a couple of days. So maybe we will get to see the inside of this place. The Fordson F tractor built in 1917. So after 1964 the Fordson name was dropped and all Ford tractors were simply badged as Fords in both the UK and the United States. Henry Ford named his early tractors Fordson to differentiate the brand after a group of entrepreneurs in the United States paid an employee named Ford for the use of his name. And you know what? It's about 39 degrees at the moment. But the thing about the heat here compared to Sunshine Coast hinterland is it's not so humid. Cast your eye across the road to the Warrego Chambers building. Now look up at the window on the left of the building and you should see a large white V just to the left of the Maiden Merwa sign and just bottom of the left hand side window. In 1945 every business in Charleville painted this symbol on their facades to celebrate V-Day, the end of World War II. This V is significant to Charleville's, Australia's and world history, of course. As some of you will know, Victory Day marked the surrender of Japan, which took place August 15th, 1945, thus ending World War II. Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of Great Britain at the time, famously used the V symbol used the V sign to symbolise victory during World War II. Look at that, 1990 flood level, which is basically the level of where that house is, that building. And here we go, 1990. Well, that one says there, but that one says the 1990 flood level was 162. 2,800 people were evacuated to the airport or showgrounds. The financial costs of flood damage to Charleville, wow, 45 million. The water coming down the Warrego from the Neve, reached Charleville within 6 hours instead of normal time of 18 hours. Gosh, look at the size of this building. Hotel Corones, 1929. It's so cool walking around these remote country towns, especially when there's nobody around. Hotel Corones, or is it Corones? This is the story behind one of outback Queensland's most famous tourist destinations, the Hotel Corones. In 1907, Harry and his young nephew Jimmy left their tiny fishing village in Greece with only a few words of English between them, with a plan to head for America. Was it fate that put them on a boat bound for Sydney, then a train to the heart of Queensland's outback? Charleville would be the unlikely stepping stone to fame and fortune. In its heyday, Harry's magnificent Hotel Corones, the Taj Mahal on the Warrego, played host to royalty, rock stars and everyone in between. Together he and Jimmy carved out a life in Charleville and Coolpie to rival any Hollywood blockbuster. Clearly the hotel didn't have a reputation for vegetarian food. You can see the beautiful wooden stairs there, made from silky oak. The room, doors and frames are also lined with silky oak timber panelling. You can see all the beautiful woodwork inside that building. LED-light windows and doors let in the natural light, showing the timber grain and reflecting the hotel's interwar 1920s interior design. The School of Arts, built in 1924, renovated by the Bajara Aboriginal Housing Company and now functioning as a hostel, except now it's for lease. Entering Charleville's historic house and museum, you head towards the original bank vault, once used to secure money and valuables. Oh, the old books, jeepers. The old ledger books. No money in here though. The preserved interior with cedar joinery and high ceilings offers a glimpse into Charleville's early commercial and civic life.
What vintage would that be?
1908. This is 26, this one here. There's a saying, you know, like if someone's talking too much or talking too loud, say, Rob, put a sock in it. Because this one here has got the sound coming out of here.
Oh, yes.
And if you put a sock in there, it quietens it down. That's where that saying come from.
When you come home again.
been very lucky to have a very personal tour of the inside of Charleville's historic house. And while I think about it, just remember to like and subscribe. It helps this channel to grow. Here's a bit more about Cobb & Co, the Cobb & Co timeline. 1853, the Cobb & Co forms in Melbourne, Victoria. In 1854, the first coach trip from Melbourne to Forest Creek Diggings, now Castlemaine, was made. 1856, Freeman Cobb sells interest and returns to America. 1866, Cobb & Co sets up in Queensland. The first coach trip was Brisbane to Ipswich. In 1876, the first of Cobb & Co's weekly coaches on the Roma Charleville arrives in town. 1881, the Cobb & Co partnership dissolved and a public company forms as Cobb & Co Limited, Queensland. In 1886, the coach building business moves to Charleville. 1893, the new purpose-built factory is constructed in Charleville. In 1897, the Charleville factory burns down. In 1898, Charleville factory is rebuilt. In 1911, the managing director, James Rutherford, dies aged 84 at Buckeye. He had been director for 46 years. In 1915, a catalogue is issued of all the vehicles built at Charleville. 1920, Charleville coach and buggy factory closes as the railway takes over the mail and passenger traffic. 1921, Cobb & Co loses all former mail contracts out of Charleville, Queensland. 1924, the last horse-drawn coach journey runs from Surat, Queensland to Uleba, which is where we stopped at before in another video. 1929, Cobb & Co ceases operation, voluntary liquidation. Currently, the St. Mary's Catholic School Hall now occupies the site of the earlier Cobb & Co factory. That's quite interesting. Oh wow, the accused box. Guilty until proven innocent. Not guilty. Charles Langley. Cause of death, accidental loss of blood caused by falling on the sharp point of a broken chain. Edmund B.C. Kennedy. So Edmund was the first to trace the upper reaches of the Warrego, discovered the Charleville district on the 3rd of November 1847, his route being a few miles eastward of the site of this town. In December 1848, whilst exploring in Cape York Peninsula, he was fatally speared by the natives. Wow. Jeez. So when you think about the flood levels that we saw in the markers in town, it would be above my head because it went over those, whatever you call those, the mounds in the distance there. It was over that, so that's over my head and we're looking at the river now. It just fascinates me. It always fascinates me that Mother Nature has so much water sometimes. So it's about 7:05 in the evening right now, still about 35 degrees. The sun's going to set in about 5 or 10 minutes, I believe. Thank you for watching, and remember, join the journey out and about with Sheryl. Like and subscribe, and we'll see you next time. And looking outside there, I think it's time to go for a run. Well, I don't go for a run, I call it interval jogging. I've done my work today. I've updated my YouTube channel with another video. Am I going for a run or a jog or a drive? This is obviously a dirt country road, and the reason I drive a few minutes up the road from where I live to run this or to jog it is because there's usually nobody on it. The first part of my jog, as I call it, interval jog, is the warm-up, which is walking. Also, what I like about jogging up this road is it's in the country. Cows are my observers. Now, I usually do what's called an interval jog, and by that I walk and run in intervals. The reason for that is, well, there's a few reasons, I guess. First of all, I believe that interval training, cardio training, is more effective in increasing fitness. Secondly, I'm not 20 anymore, so I don't want to run full on for half an hour. And thirdly, I don't know what the third reason is. Now, running is not really my favourite exercise. I do it though because it's cardio. And I think it's really important to always have cardio component to whatever we do, whether it's a walk, a run, a jog. Puffing. Puffing for a minimum of 20 minutes a day. So this road is now a little bit of a slight hill, so I'm starting to puff a little bit more as I keep up a brisk walk. Okay, that's the warm over part done. Now it's time to start running. Another reason I like to run on this dirt road is I believe that even though Australian soil is rock hard, it's better than running on cement or concrete. And now for a little bit of a downward slope. Whew. So that's pushed my heart rate up, and I'm puffing. And the good thing about the interval part of the jogging is when I walk, my heart rate lowers, and oh damn it, here's a car coming. Oh, I wasn't watching where I was going. What I could do is You take your heart rate somewhere in there. I can feel that. Obviously it's beating faster than resting pace. There is a formula though that you can use to check your heart rate at any stage that you're working out to see if you're in the fat burning zone, the aerobic zone, the cardio zone, or there's also an anaerobic zone. Nearly at the top of the hill. Whew. Hear that? Peace. Birds. Okay, that's enough walking. Let's run again. At least this part's shady. But it's good for women, osteoporosis, to do impact exercise. Now I don't mean full on high impact aerobics for a whole hour. Interval running like this, or little jumps on the spot, all helps. But sometimes it's just nice to switch off and enjoy what's around. Hear how quiet it is. Well, there's a fly buzzing around me. I'm probably about 3/4 of the way through my jog now. Do I look hot? I have to admit, it actually helps, believe it or not, talking to you, because it's almost like it's distracting me from the work I need to do. I guess it's just like having a friend jog with you, isn't it? I kind of push myself to where I'm puffing quite hard. I can feel my lungs just on the edge of working a bit harder, and then I back off. But I just always nudge towards that limit, which is what exercise is all about, really. Just pushing yourself gently, well, depending on what you do. Maybe the elite sportsmen push quite hard past their limits. But I notice that if I just nudge to my limits, my fitness improves, and so does my strength. Okay, enough talking, Sheryl. See that hill? I'm going to sprint to the top of that. It's a bit windy and I haven't got my lapel mic on, but what a view for the home run. Thank goodness for the breeze. I feel really good after that. It's amazing what exercise and genuinely puffing, genuinely getting the lungs to work. The next thing that's really important is to stretch. Bit wobbly on that leg. Oh my gosh, check out these ants here. Quintessentially Australia. Eye for massive, humongous insects. Insects. Australia have humongous insects. I've been exercising. I'm bright red and glowing. So here's the fascial release exercise. It's really good, it's quite effective. You can use a small gym weight or any can. All the way up and down your foot, 20 to 30 times. Thank you for watching this video. Please remember to hit that like button and that subscribe button, and I will see you next time. See ya from a hot and sweaty me. This video is one of the videos in my 14-day challenge to myself, where I make a video every day for 14 days. Whew, and I can tell you it is a bit of a challenge. Once I've done the filming, I get back to my laptop, and the first thing I do is I transfer the files to my editing program and I save a copy onto a hard drive. Right at the moment, I'm just about at the end of finishing and finalising a video that I have edited regarding what I do for fitness. Not everyone has the perfect gym. This is mine. And this particular instance is working out in my personal gym at home. The software package I use at the moment is Power Director. It's okay, it has its challenges. I will be on the lookout soon though for probably a refurbished Apple iMac, I think it's called, because I've heard from other creators that this is one of the best tools to use for creating content in a simple, easy way, which of course saves time. Before I get into sharing more with you about how I put my videos together, like and subscribe this video and the channel. It is helping the channel to grow. So the files, once uploaded, sit here in my software program looking something like this. Once I've uploaded my files to my laptop, I then pull them down one by one into the editing box. I watch every bit of footage I've got and I cut out the pieces that I want to keep, that are worth keeping, and I get rid of all the stuff that's just random stuff that you don't use. Not everyone has the perfect gym. This is mine. I do wear earmuffs because my content creation space is not closed off with the door. It's also my space where I can stretch out, sit on my Swiss ball, look out the window. I find this really difficult filming in this way, figuring out what I need on my screen, how I talk to the camera and convey that to you, because usually I just get outside and walk around with the camera and explain to you what I'm seeing. And to be quite honest, I'm feeling the pressure a bit, and I've got to get a 10-minute video done really quickly because I've got 14 of these to do. Well, I've got 11 more to go, 10 more to go in my 14-day challenge. And you'll see I have a preview of that there on my screen. I continue that process through all the footage I've taken until I've got to the end of everything I've got. And then it's a process of elimination. When I'm creating a video, what I'm thinking about is what my viewers, you, would like to see, but I want to make it interesting. Sometimes I'll upload my footage, and one I've recently done is my gym workout in my garage. So this again is working my glutes, which is really important to have strong glutes. How can I make this interesting? How can I do that? I'll research why an exercise is done, maybe what the anatomy is of that exercise, because if it were me, I'd be interested in what that exercise was working specifically. Background information, so when it came to my exercise video, how do I explain to you, my viewers, why a particular exercise might be good for us, for instance? So good old Google is my friend here. I look for pictures or clip art that suits the message that I'm trying to get across and look to download each one. Now, of course, sometimes there are copyright with them, so I'm careful in what I choose. Oh, wow. With my videos where I get out and about and I'm filming places and talking a little bit about the history of where I'm at. Now this grave here belonged to a Scottish traveller. I use Google a lot and just ask questions. I do sometimes get a bit caught up into my own research because I do find it incredibly fascinating, and I have to pull my mind back and think, righto, keep it short, what's simple, what's something the viewers might like to see, is it what I would like to see, and I pull out the information from there and create a kind of script, I guess. And some time ago, I purchased a standing sitting desk, and this was a great investment. So right now, I'm going to sit down after being standing for a bit. Part of the process of creating a video is finding or filming B footage. I do find that imagery adds interest and colour to a video, not just for creating, also for the watcher or the viewer. And yes, I do have to watch out that nothing is on the sides as it lowers. Right. Let's export that into a file and I can look at the finished product. Once I've finished compiling all my video footage into clips that I will use and it's in the right time frame of the video I want to create, I then look for music options to add depth or a different kind of feel to the video. I do try and use more natural sound ambience in the background. And I also use YouTube music on occasion. I have a few favourites saved that I use. I type in different search words because it's nice to have different options of music for each video. Gym exercise music all has an angry mood. Why do you have to be angry to exercise? That's why I have two choices, YouTube Studio and Epidemic Sound.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. What a hell of a view. I feel good, raised.
Once I've downloaded my music file, this gets pulled down to the line under the video clips, and I will cut that just there. I'll either move that along or take it completely out. Now it's time to export the finished video. And once I've exported the video file, I can then upload this to YouTube. Thank you so much for watching this video of me making a video. Please remember to like and subscribe. It is helping this channel to grow. I really appreciate it, and I will see you in the next one soon. Join me as I explore Maryborough, mural art and the Heritage Trail. I'm outside the Storybank, the birthplace of P.L. Travers, the author who created Mary Poppins. Looking in from the Kent Street side, this statue represents one of her stories, a song about a woman who sells breadcrumbs so they can feed the pigeons near St. Paul's Cathedral. The song's message is to show kindness to others and notice the small things in life. P.L. Travers was born Helen Lyndon Goff. Her family lived here until she was 3 years old. Over the road is the Royal Hotel, built in 1902. It was earlier known as the Victoria and later named the Bush Inn, which was established around 1848. From a humble start as a pioneer wool port in 1847 to a thriving centre of commerce, industry and immigration by the start of the 1900s, Maryborough has a long, proud and fascinating history.
Such a rich town, isn't it?
Inspecting nuisances. Inspecting nuisances. In the late 1900s, pigs, cows and goats would roam through the main streets. These Mary Poppins crossing signals are scattered throughout the CBD. And you'll see the light changes from a green Mary Poppins to a red Mary Poppins. During the late 1860s and 1870s, Maryborough developed rapidly as the port for the nearby gold rushes in the Gympie area. The new town hall was finally erected over the road from the original one, which was opened in 1879. Finally, some years later, this town hall replaced the original one and opened in 1908. This gun is a replica of the Maryborough time cannon, which has been firing weekly since the 21st of March in 1878. Hi. Good, thank you. Just looking for that map. I see it online, but the map of all the mural trail. Oh, cool. Yeah. That's number one. Yeah, that's number one. This replica piece cake was made and presented 29th of April 1919 to celebrate the end of World War I. Out the front of City Hall is the School of Arts. This mural art is Maryborough's crest and explains here what each element represents. Looking up Adelaide Street, there are a few buildings with a range of architecture styles, including what's called here Art Deco elements. This incredible mural art represents aviator, garage owner and Holden dealer Samuel Hecker. He was often in the news during the 1940s, flying his Miles Falcon aircraft regularly between Maryborough and Brisbane. Maryborough Anglican Parish is one of the oldest parishes in Queensland, with its beginnings traceable to 1847. This sculpture is a flywheel cut in half, which was originally fitted to a gas engine in the powerhouse of Walkers Limited. This church's bell tower houses 9 movable bells, which were cast at the Whitechapel Bell Foundry in England and shipped to Maryborough. The tower, however, was built locally. I found some more mural art. This one is adding hope to the journey. Mary Poppins is still here. Number 17, more than a bookstore. I'm going to have a look in here. This bookstore is huge. This area here is named after number 17 Cherry Tree Lane. Oh my gosh, Trixie Belden. I read all of her books when I was younger. Nancy Drew, Alfred Hitchcock. Vintage. I'm vintage now. Victor Borg. Oh my gosh, I remember my music teacher playing this in music class. This is so cool. I used to play the organ. This bookshop is worth a visit, especially if you love books. Well, obviously. There's supposed to be a couple of other murals behind this building. The lady wearing the hat and feathers celebrates the contribution and achievements ordinary people make to society. And this mural shows the first known ferry service to Granville. Passengers wanting to cross at night would ring bells attached to the piles either side of the river to attract the attention of the night operator. I actually had a plan when I came here this morning. I'm so fascinated by the art and the different heritage buildings around the place. I'm just wandering aimlessly looking for more. These mural artists are very clever. This shows milking time on the farm. I'm walking under the eaves of the Engineers Arms Hotel, which was built in 1889. The hotel got its name from the nearby Walker's Engineering Works, which opened in 1867 to supply the Gympie goldfields. Walking up March Street here, this looks like quite a substantial building. I guess it is. The gas company. Now this looks interesting. And further past that, I can see a colourful train engine. This is a 1620 Class Diesel electric locomotive. It was used as a support vehicle for the Mary Valley Rattler, a heritage railway that operates in Gympie. The locomotive is affectionately known as Gertie. Now, let's have a closer look at this gas company building. 1879, gas extracted from Howard coal first lit the mantles of Maryborough. Another street sculpture. Now that's a colourful building. It looks like candy stripes, doesn't it? Another one. The mural over the road shows a famous Granville brewer who arrived in Australia in 1871 from Poland. Gattaca's, or is it Gattaca's Lane? Gattaca's? I don't know. This building down here is thought to be the second oldest building in Maryborough, built in 1868. Built as a store, the construction of the building was good timing, as James Nash had just found gold at Gympie, sparking the gold rush with Maryborough as the closest port. Hey look, that's pretty cool. It looks like some kind of comic strip. And that looks like some kind of weird milking machine. New horsepower versus old horsepower. A Ferret Scout car, Mark II, a British fully armoured four-wheel drive reconnaissance vehicle. I was so hungry I almost forgot to explain what I got for lunch. Hummus dip. I found this yummy juice in the fridge with pink collagen flow, which I thought I would try. Piece of fruit and some sourdough crisps. All in all, my lunch cost me about $9.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Expecting someone else. Oddly enough, that is a true story.
She is expecting someone else, or you are?
Her.
Oh, that's funny. Lieutenant Duncan Chapman, the first Australian to step ashore at Gallipoli on the 25th of April 1915. These two boats behind him represent the first boat to land at Anzac Cove in Gallipoli. One of these boats carried Lieutenant Duncan Chapman. I'm on the other side of the City Hall now, and I'm going to walk up Lennox Street. That is one tall building. Can't even put that one onto the video screen. Oh, it's the Fly Tower part of the City Hall, used for theatre shows. Just up here is the Maryborough train station, the old station master's house. Oh, this is for sale. This house was built in 1878 as part of the railway complex. I think it was also previously a bed and breakfast. A quick spin around here to have a closer look at the Maryborough Steam Train Museum. I'm quite sure this is closed as it's a bit late in the day now. Maryborough's railway station dates back to 1878 and it served as the terminus of the line south to Gympie. It's an example of early railway architecture with cool Victorian style design. The core of the station building, constructed in 1880, is the oldest surviving timber station building at a major Queensland railway station. The station also has a concrete air raid shelter built during World War II. This shelter was constructed for the use of railway employees, train crews and passengers in the event of an airstrike. Step back in time to when Maryborough was the centre of a thriving railway industry. Away from the noise and bustle of the city now, I've come to Point Lookout. At this point, the pioneers of the old township of Maryborough from 1843 to 1856 kept watch to signal the arrival of supply ships. Looks like there's a walkway down there. Let's see if I can find that. I quite enjoy having a look at houses of character, and Queenslanders are definitely that. There's some beautiful Queenslander properties up the street. Wow, look at that one. That's very tidy. Wow. Look at this tree. How cool is that? Let's take a walk around Queen's Park now. This path takes us up so we get a better view of the Mary River. Look at that. The public pontoon. There's someone else making the most of this beautiful day today. This is where the Mary and steam train would usually leave from, down by the public pontoon and next to Mary Parklands. These steps will take us up to Mary River Parklands. Moonabula. The traditional owners had a few names for the Mary River. Bui, Numabala and Murabakula were a few other names. This is the bond store, and this ramp takes us down around the back. The core of this building dates back to 1864, and it still retains its original floors, handmade bricks and barrel rails. It appears to be the oldest surviving government bond store in Queensland. The store was designed to provide secure storage for goods that attracted attacks back in the day. Rum was also a common item stored here, and the building still has the original barrel rails used to transport the rum. Building ships at Walkers Limited. She suffered merciless attack from the air and went in constant hazard of mine and submarine, as well as possible attack from surface craft. I really enjoyed my day at Maryborough today. A town full of incredible history. Thank you for watching. See you soon. Charleville Airfield, Archery of the Outback. It's quite bright. So since 1919, Charleville's played a major part in Australia's aviation history. Just 16 years after the first powered flight by the Wright brothers in 1903, aviators and aviatrix have frequented Charleville and their magnificent flying machines, landing on a strip carved out of Mulga, which is now the site of the present airport. World War II was fought in Europe and the Pacific on land, sea and air from 1939 to 1945. Charleville became directly involved in the War of the Pacific at this time. The strategic location was the major reason that the airport was handed over to the United States forces as a staging base. Oh, wow. The reasons Charleville was selected were, in 1940 it was out of range from a naval bombardment and enemy bombers. The dry climate here helped to minimise corrosive deterioration. Charleville story, Qantas. Qantas was founded in Winton in 1920. The main source of income came from charter flights and barnstorming, which is also known as joy flights. In 1921, Qantas struggled financially. Barnstorming and charter flights alone were not enough. The board promoted the idea to the government of a regular subsidised air mail and passenger service from Charleville to Longreach and Cloncurry. The first Qantas air mail service left Charleville floor for Cloncurry and Longreach on 2nd of November 22 at 5:30 a.m. Wow, the early start was to ensure the first leg of the journey was completed before the midday heat. Qantas Heritage Trail commemorating the first passenger and airmail flight linking the railheads of Charleville, Longreach and Cloncurry. The first flight took 106 litres, which took off from Charleville, landing at Tambo, Blackall and Longreach. Travel distance 266 miles, 3 hours flying time. Now some of my male viewers might remember the Australian series called The Flying Doctors, and a beautiful hot New Zealand actress called Rebecca Gibney who played Claire Blake. Well, apart from a very popular series, the Royal Flying Doctors is a very important part of the Australian outback. The Charleville base is one of the longest serving Royal Flying Doctor bases in Australia. This one's been operating since 1943. The Royal Flying Doctor Service is an Australian icon. John Flynn had wanted a flying doctor base at Charleville since at least 1921, but setting it up had to await the formation of the Queensland section of the Australian Inland Mission. and then was delayed by trouble finding a doctor and by the war. The base was finally set up in 1943, where Dr. Alan Vickers was the first Charleville flying doctor. Dr. Alan Vickers was one of the flying doctor's greatest heroes. As a doctor, a manager, a publicist, and as Charleville's first flying doctor, Flynn recruited him for service in 1931.
Report heavy dust, 50 miles south of Illawarra.
Down to ASO. HSC to ASO.
As you know, I was bringing my wife down from confinement in the Nika hospital. We reached Illawarra. Roger. Well, it's Illawarra, clear. Patrol down. Yes, we are seeking you, Selwyn. Over. Emergency medical call from HCR to ASK.
The Royal Flying Doctor Service still relies heavily on the donations of the community. Just look at a $20 note and you'll see there's the face of John Flynn. Flynn was the mission superintendent for the next 39 years until his death in 1951. He was a born fundraiser, promoter, a magnificent photographer, an accomplished journalist, and a man with many practical skills and personal charisma.
Go ahead. Over. ASA to ASK.
With more and more people now living, working and travelling in Australia's remote areas, the work of the flying doctor is important as ever before. This is the Cosmos Centre Charleville, a key site for Australian astronomy. With the area's dark skies, clear weather, stable air and purpose-built facilities, it's a valuable centre for Australian astronomy. Well, tonight I'm going to go stargazing at the Cosmos Centre. Now, the only trick will be if there's cloud cover, we get to view it in the planetarium. Hopefully, if there's clear skies out there, I'll be doing some stargazing. Back in the day, just a few years ago, I studied the planets at school and enjoyed it quite a lot. Amongst other science subjects, I was actually quite good at this. Charleville's Cosmos Centre takes advantage of the dark outback skies to study and showcase astronomy with professional telescopes to explore space. Jupiter, the solar system's biggest planet, it's huge, a gas giant with raging storms and over 90 known moons. I have seen Jupiter through a telescope before. It's impressive. Pioneer and Voyager were unmanned space probes. They were sent to explore the outer planets, Jupiter, Saturn and beyond, and are still sending back data as they travel through space. This is Pete's telescope. Pete was an accomplished zoologist. Pete had a great passion for the night sky, and when he passed away, his partner gifted his telescope to the Charleville Cosmos Centre for all the stargazers to enjoy. He arrived in Charleville in 1984 to work with the Queensland Parks Wildlife Service. The sun is mostly made up of hydrogen, 74.9%, and helium, 23.8%. It has a surface temperature of 5,500 degrees. This massive amount of heat is generated by nuclear fusion, as it fuses the hydrogen into helium. It is believed it will be able to burn for the next 5 billion years without noticeable change. Well, that's a relief. It would take you approximately 19 years to reach the sun by plane, or 3,536 years to walk there. A day on Mars is just a bit longer than on Earth, lasting 24 hours, 37 minutes and 22 seconds.
Now it's going to grab everyone's attention and we gather up to sort of in front of our make sure you can see. Welcome to our Big Sky Observatory. I know it doesn't look like much of a big sky right now, being all covered up by a cloud, but we're going to bounce around and go and see some pretty cool stuff still. Obviously the moon is peeking through those clouds, so that's going to be one thing we're going to look at and provide sort of like a natural filter. We do use filters, or try to use filters in these telescopes, provided that we're looking at the moon. Let's learn a little bit about these little handy dandy machines. So these are a 14-inch research grade telescope, which means they can pretty much do just about anything that a regular telescope that you would find in maybe a facility in America somewhere, looking at stars or maybe studying the moon.
I'll help you.
Yeah,
There we go.
There we go. How cool is that?
Yeah, nice cool shot. You're getting some of that little bit of refraction, but there we go. That's a proper shot. And you can even see it pulsing in the...
Oh, you can too, yeah.
Which is really, really cool. So you're getting some of that refraction. And I'd really think that those shots, when you open it up on a computer, will be pretty amazing.
Yeah, awesome.
And we might find some other things to look at in that time. And he changes from being a little baby star into being a supermassive, gigantic black hole, or potentially a big cloud of gas and dust.
How cool is that?
Yeah, and if you were to have a really like little track marks of where
amazing.
Road is going, they're building infrastructure.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. We decided to drive a different route home so that we didn't go back the same way that we came. That involved driving from Charleville to Cunnamulla through Kneebine, St George to Goodywindy and then finishing in Warwick, where we stayed the night before heading home. Even though the drive was long, it was fascinating. There were several very artistic and different country letterboxes along the drive and some more beautiful red dirt roads. A good excuse to stop the car on several occasions, get out and take photos. Thank you for watching. Remember, like and subscribe, it helps the channel to grow, and I'll see you next time. Lawns. Combination of Queensland's heat and rain means the lawns need to be done again. And when you have a few acres of lawn, it's not just a 5-minute job. It's not my most favourite job in the world, but somebody has to do it. Let's get the gear on. An old pair of shoes, long pants to cover my legs from the sun. It's a high-vis top, but basically it's just a cheap long sleeve top to keep the sun off my arms, gloves to keep the sun off my hands, a mask so I don't breathe in the grass dust, safety goggles, earmuffs for obvious reasons, and a rather manky looking sun hat. The holes are so I can wear the sun hat with the earmuffs. When you have a few acres to mow, one of these is a necessity. Right, let's go. Oh, before I get started, remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and I'll get on with it. I blow the grass to the inside first. As you can tell, I've got quite a long driveway and it keeps the grass off the driveway. Boring, but when you have to spray all the weeds as well, any way of stopping the weeds from growing is worthwhile considering. Now what I need to do is some serious weed spraying. And there are some serious weeds. It's unbelievable how fast the weeds grow. With weed spraying, I do prefer not to weed spray when it's windy. There's a bit of a breeze today. But I know with the equipment I've got, and if I make sure the breeze is blowing away from me, I'm sure I'll be fine. Just in case you're wondering, those aren't my weeds. That's the farmer's property next to ours. What a nice outlook though, don't you think? Talking about weeds though, I also need to do some whippersnippering. Now this job, yeah, the whippersnippering can really get to my shoulders a bit. But when I have to, I will do it. Otherwise, sometimes I've been known to pay for a bit of help on that one. I did purchase a 25-litre weed spraying contraption, which sits on the lawnmower quite comfortably. It also helps me because I don't have to put this on my shoulders. Just need to connect this. Now apparently the black goes on first. Oops, the mower got a bit muddy the last time I used it. My partner might not be impressed. Okay. Apparently the best way to grow bamboo fast is number one, irrigation, water, and at times fertiliser. So metres and metres and metres of this Bunnings irrigation pipe runs across, I think it's over 200 plants that we planted on this property. And the idea for that was, even though we have lots of privacy here and our neighbours are quite a way away, it gives us even more privacy. Oh, the frigging ants here. Jeez. Oh, gosh, I get really nervous walking around this property sometimes, especially when the grass is a little bit longer than normal, because anything long and brown gives me a fright. But that was a tree stump, a tree twig, I mean. Irrigation. Well, there's lots of water. I don't know if you can see in the camera over there, but I'm sure that's a pelican in the distance. We do get the odd pelican that uses our dam as a stopover to wherever else they're going in Australia. But the other day there was about 8, I think. Quite cool, really. Irrigation, water, pump, solar panels, a tank, and we're set to go. Right now I've got to go down to the solar panels and plug a switch in which activates the pump to fill this tank. It does actually sound like it's about 3/4 full, but I might as well fill it up. It always takes a little bit of BFNI to switch that plug on, and now that's lit up the green lights, which should activate the pump. Right, so the tank's full. Now to switch it off again. And this part I always seem to struggle with. Oh look, that time it was easy. Lawns, tick. Weed spraying, tick. Irrigation, tick. Oh, there's one thing I haven't done, and that's the weed eating or the whippersnippering. Here goes. I really hope you enjoyed this video today, out and about with Sheryl, out and about with a slightly different meaning, out and about outside, and the things you have to do when managing an acreage property when your partner's away for a little while, and because you enjoy peace and quiet and space. All the work though is well worth the effort. Please remember to like this video, to subscribe to my channel. It helps this channel to grow, and I'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. A real gym. Just me. No perfection. Real grit. No staging. Perfect. Not everyone has the perfect gym. This is mine. And you can hear the birds on the ceiling. Silicone spray. Interesting how there's a treadmill on that, but I don't use a treadmill, I just go for a walk outside. One of those is really important. Oh, it's a nice breeze. Before I get into this workout, I would just like to ask if you wouldn't mind to please like and subscribe to my channel and this video. It's helping this channel to grow. The thing about a gym in a garage is it does get a bit dusty. Of course, that doesn't affect how you can do a very effective workout. Now, because I have a few shoulder complaints, I did engage a personal trainer. He's given me 3 workouts: upper body version, lower body version, and supplemental aesthetics work. So today I'm going to do the supplemental aesthetics workout. Now that starts off with a walk at about 5 minutes. Now, as you can tell, I don't have a treadmill, so the walk for me is a walk up the road for 5 minutes. What I also love about having my own home gym is that I don't have to drive anywhere. I don't pay a gym membership. You can get most equipment quite cheap on Facebook Marketplace, and that's basically where all my equipment has come from. There's only one new purchase I've made, and that is this bench incline, which has meant my personal trainer has been able to give me some more effective exercises to rehabilitate my shoulders. Do you like my bright green towel that I put over it? Now, the first exercise I've been given is what's called a fascial arch roll. It's not really an exercise, it's a fascial release, and it's designed to massage and release the difficult muscles in the base of the feet. Do you like my cheap foam pads? They were a great idea for, oh my God, what were they a great idea for? I can't remember. So I didn't have to worry about wearing clean white socks on a dirty garage floor. The next thing in this workout is leg swings, and I do 15 each side of these. Right, that's 15. Oh, shit! The camera just dropped back on the concrete floor. Something I need to watch out for. The next exercise is the unilateral kickstand, also known as a Romanian deadlift. I really like these because it's a functional exercise and it also works your glutes. These exercises are specifically for me, my bad habits and my mobility. Oh, see, one side's always weaker or not as connected as the other. In between every set, I do a lap outside, 30 seconds or a minute, and by the end of your workout, you might have tacked on maybe another kilometre of steps. Right, my next exercise is the quad dominant split squat. So I don't have any music on while I'm out here. Sometimes I do, but most of the time I just prefer no noise, I guess, apart from the fan. Because you think about what you're doing, you focus on how your alignment is, your technique, you focus on how it feels in your body, which takes your mind off everything else around the world, especially right now, everything going on from work or whatever. That's why exercise is so good for us, because not only does it raise the endorphins by exercising, because you concentrate on what you're doing, it's a type of mindfulness. That's what I'm looking for. Yuck, it's quite warm actually. So this again is working my glutes, which is really important to have strong glutes for posture, believe it or not. And another quick spin around outside. Of course, this space out here isn't just a workout, it is a space that I come to reset. I'm moving into my upper body now, so that will be what's called a unilateral overhead triceps extension. Like most humans today, we sit a lot in a computer, in a chair, in the couch, or in the car. So these exercises have really started to mobilize my shoulders, and I feel like I can stand tall again and take a deep breath. Now, one thing I would like to do, and probably need to do at some point, is get onto Marketplace and find a cheap wall mirror, because I don't have a mirror in here. So what I do is I use my phone in the selfie camera mode to check my technique using my camera as a mirror. Here's my tricep exercises. How am I going to do this? And the other side. 14. 15. Oh, that feels so good. Back in a minute. Okay, now for the biceps. Unilateral preacher curl. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember this one. And this one involves slightly acrobatic movements. Oh, I need to put this up a little bit. One ramp. It's right down through the centre of the seat here. I remember my trainer telling me I've got to just go to that angle there, which starts to connect that bicep muscle. And I've got 10 of these. That is getting quite light now, which is good. It means my strength's improving. I think I might change that. It's actually a little bit on the light side. Wow, 4 kilos, Sheryl. This is definitely a lot heavier. Next, unilateral Tate press. And now I'm going to use a slightly heavier weight. This is 3 kilos. Technique is really important. So I'm going to focus on this. 15. Whew. 15. Oh, I can feel that. Ooh-wee. And for another quick spin around outside. Incline bicep curl. Oh, that's right. I really like this one too. So I use my red incline bench here. And the other one. Right. And now I'm going to try the 4 kilos. Oh, I can feel this one. 12. All right, what's next? Reverse curls, that means abdominals. 2 sets of 10 or 15. I used to be so good at these once upon a time. Right, back in a minute. Right, one more set. Oh, side planks, I have to say, I used to be amazing at these, but I've gotten a bit out of practice. And of course the other side. I think that was a fast 30 seconds. Exercise is really important to me. I love fitness. I love what it does for your body, your strength, but more importantly, your mental health. The endorphins that you get from doing a workout carries on, I can't remember now, but it's a few hours after and into the next day. And you know what? Many of us don't have time or find it difficult to find the time to exercise. I tell you what though, if you can get just a few dumbbells and just a few exercises and just a small workout can get you started. This is wellness. This is mental wellness, mental health. Muscle resistance exercise not only keeps your body toned, I guess, it keeps you mobile, because as we get older, that's how we fall. We haven't got mobility or joint strength. It's getting a bit dark out here now. And of course, every good workout finishes with a very good stretch. This is such a good stretch. That one is so good for my shoulders. So thank you again for watching me sweat and work out in a very non-glamorous way in my garage and my space here. Please remember to like and subscribe. It's helping this channel to grow. And I'll see you next time. I have no idea what my next video is. See you soon. Where would I be without that fan? Before I get stuck into having a look around Thebein, Please remember to like and subscribe this video. It is helping this channel to grow. And behind me is a pub that's been standing here for over 100 years. It's been well looked after, it's in quite good condition. It's early. Well, I think it's 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning. No, it's Sunday. There's no music, no voices drifting out. It's pretty quiet out here right now. A quiet country town. Just waking up on a Sunday morning. The air is still. You can hear and see the breeze in the trees. Morning. Not a lot of people around. Long before it became this quiet though, Theebine was built around the railway. The Theebine to Kingaroy railway line was officially closed in 2010 and the track was removed in 2014 to make way for the Kingaroy to Kilkeven rail trail. Oh, woof woof, woof woof to you too. Now you can tell that this station isn't the original station. The station here opened in the 1800s and by the 1900s it was known as Kilkeven Junction, a key point where branch lines connected back into the main North Coast Railway line. Trains ran through regularly linking towns like Kilkeven to the coast. Goods, livestock and people all passed through here, giving this small place a sense of importance far beyond its size. And in 1909, this pub behind me was built right across from all the activity, placed exactly where travellers and railway workers would need it the most. This isn't the main train station, of course. The owner here of the hotel has built that to replica the history of the area. The real train station has apparently been relocated to Tyro. So this beautiful old cart here is called the Old Spring Cart. Originally owned by Herbert Pat MacDonald, the spring cart was used and enjoyed by 3 generations of the MacDonald family who took the reins of heavy horses to remember a bygone era. Rebuilt in the early 1990s, then gifted to Jack Rackham in 2003, the cart was on display near Billawheeler until Jackson was offered to purchase it and return it to its original family. It's hard to picture now, standing here in this quiet place with the birds and the breeze in the background. This place, though, would have been a hive of activity 100 years ago. Steam trains pulling in, whistles blowing, people stepping down into the platform and then walking straight across the pub. The whole area would have felt alive. Boots walking across the timber floor here and voices carrying through the open doors. This place was once full of energy. I guess railway workers at the end of a long shift, sitting down to share and relax with a drink. Oh yep, the dogs notice me. Travellers needing somewhere to stay on their journey, and I guess locals just wanting to hang out and have a drink at the pub. Pubs like this weren't just about food or drink. They were where everyday life unfolded. The building was constructed in 1909 at the height of Theebine's railway days, when this area was known as Kilkeven Junction. It was designed as a classic Queensland country hotel, Timber construction, wide verandas and simple accommodation upstairs for travellers stepping off the trains just across the road. Oh, look at the hats here. Mother's letter. It's now owned by Jackson MacDonald, a local grazier who grew up in the region. Instead of turning it into something modern or commercialised, he chose to restore it while keeping its original character intact. He chose not to install poker machines, which are often a major source of income for country pubs. Instead, the focus stays on simple things, good food, live music, and creating a place where people actually talk to each other. This pub has a really lovely, relaxing, calming country atmosphere. Although right now there's no noise, but I'm sure later on it's pumping. I was hoping they'd have coffee. This must be the setup for campers. Apparently there is something unique in the male's toilets. I'm allowed to have a look. This piping here, which is the sign, is actually the plumbing. It's quite a cool idea, really. And notice the urinals. There's nothing fancy about the woman's toilets, though. Rail crash, 1967, Theebine. It looks as though in 1967 two trains collided near Theebine due to manual signalling limits, causing damage and injuries. There were probably a few of these incidents back in the day. Well, it's too early for a beer or a cider, as I would have. I don't have coffee. So here's a nice refreshing glass of cold water. I'll have to come back for dinner. People are starting to turn up now. Oh, these are solid chairs. This is quite a busy and popular pub around the local area here and probably beyond. It's 10:30 AM on Sunday and people are already starting to turn up. Theebine Hotel. Definitely worthwhile stopping by if you happen to find yourself driving out in the area. I do hope you enjoyed this video. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Good morning from Hamilton, Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. Today I journey home with New South Wales Regional XPT train service. I leave here at about 9:30 a.m. and I am expected to arrive in Brisbane at about 9:38 p.m. tonight. Sometimes travel plans, though, don't go to plan. Good morning. I have a 10-hour train journey ahead of me today, so I need to find some breakfast. I will go to the same place I did yesterday, the Smelly Deli. A smoothie and 2 pieces of sourdough toast and a flat white, of course, will do me. Now that I've got that sorted, I need to go and finish sorting my bags. I'm not sure how I'm going to get on with that today. I think I'll have to drop my 1.5 kilometre walk with a bag with wheels and catch an Uber to the train station. From then on, I'm just taking connections today, so I'd like to try and get through to get that home in one piece. All packed and ready to go. And I don't know if you can tell, but I seem to have a bit of a croaky voice today. So I might just have to watch how much I talk. That's a good thing, right? I'm at Broadmeadow Station early, of course. I do like being early. There isn't many people here. I wonder if I have the correct platform. I do. I still have an hour to wait. Broadmeadow Station opened in late 1887 and is a heritage listed site.
The next train to arrive on platform 2 goes to Newcastle Interchange.
This Manilda train goes on forever. I should have counted the carriages. Ah, finally it ends. I need to be careful. Somehow there are 2 trains going in the same direction. I need to wait for the second one.
The next train to arrive on platform 2 goes to Newcastle Interchange.
To B, where the ramp starts, moving to C at the
And I need to be on the D
moving
mark.
down to car G, which is at the bridge end of the platform. Casino XPT next on platform 2.
This is my train. XPT standing for Express Passenger Train.
Yeah, I saw that on the thing. I think actually know it all.
I didn't get a window seat despite requesting one, so I'm having to make do with an aisle seat for part of the trip anyway. Waratah. We pass through here. There's a reasonable amount of legroom. This tray table opens easily, even though it's a bit creaky. The windows are a decent size. It's a shame I can't make the full use of the window seat. I promise that this video is not all filmed through a half a window though. The lady next to me slept most of the way, so I could film and not annoy anybody. This is the Hunter Valley region, where the Hunter River meanders through. We are arriving now at Maitland Station. If you quickly look behind the sign, that small building was built in 1880.
This is the best one I've ever seen.
This platform building was built in 1914. Maitland is a key hub for the Hunter Line. I think this building in the background is the signal box. It's relatively new, built in 1956. Or maybe that's the signal box?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome aboard to those passengers that recently joined our service. My name is Liz, and along with Samantha, I'll be your passenger service supervisor for your journey to Grafton and the Notting Casino. We are trained in emergency procedures and we will help you to exit the train swiftly and safely if an evacuation does become necessary. Our service is currently running 15 minutes behind schedule. Our next stop will be Dungog at 11:01. Just sit back, relax and enjoy the journey.
15 minutes behind schedule already. That's not too bad, is it? Keep watching. Why have we stopped? We seem to stop and start for a while. I recognise a familiar language in the background.
Our next stop, Dungog.
Dungog. This station opened in 1911.
Ladies and gentlemen, this service we're going to be doing a local door, the front of B for Bravo and the front of G for Golf.
I think I might look for a better place to film. Maybe the corridor?
My attention please, ladies and gentlemen. Shortly the attendant will be coming to the train to offer you a selection from our luncheon menu. We have to offer you today is a pork sausages with mashed potato and vegetable for $13.50.
It's time for a coffee and something sweet. I decide to try the carrot cake. You get a cardboard box that can be flattened, and this is to be reused for any other food or drinks that you might have during the journey. I will come back out here once I've finished my coffee. This table is a good size. I can't quite fit it into the camera view. Coffee is a Robert Tim's bag. The carrot cake is a bit dry. We still seem to be going rather slow at times. Have you figured out that language yet? It's Danish. Back in a previous lifetime, I learnt this language for 2 years. I can't help but listen. Not that I want to eavesdrop. It's always good to practice hearing a language though when you've spent some time learning it. The lunch orders are ready. There's a bit of a wait though. I have ordered a sweet vegetable and chickpea stew. It comes with a bread roll and butter. This is really quite yummy. I'm impressed with that meal.
To clear the line, we've been asked to hold here at the Pilbara Loop. This will allow access for the freight train to come through. At this stage, we don't know how far off that is, but we are holding here. So we do apologise for this inconvenience and we thank you for your patience.
Someone's phone notification had us fooled for a minute. We are going nowhere fast. I think I might stand here for a while and look out the corridor window. Because the train's not moving though, there wasn't much to film. We wait longer than 20 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
We're on our way again.
Wow. What happened?
We will be stopped at Wigan Station again until we get some further directives. At this stage, for our customers who are disembarking at Wigan, that will be our next stop. During our stay at Wigan, we will give you some more information as we're updated. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience.
Yay! We are moving and getting positive updates. A typical old Aussie outback home.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to stretch your legs, please do so. We will only be here at Wingham for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. But it could also be only 5. Please do not leave the station, or please make sure you reboard the service.
I decide to get off the train and take the chance to move around and breathe some fresh air. Many people are making alternative plans to be picked up from the next station and advise of their own travel delays.
We have to put you back onto this train and we will go forward because we still have the problem with the level crossing. Now, for those passengers that are leaving Taree, if you are able to get someone to come to Wingham to pick you up, I highly suggest you do that. When we leave Wingham, I cannot guarantee you that we will go directly onto Taree station. We may have to stop just outside of Taree. I cannot tell you how long we'll be stopped outside of Taree.
We are finally leaving Wingham Station. I will always remember this station. Now there's some spare seats. I negotiate sitting somewhere else by a window. That's much better.
We do not have the authority yet to continue onto Taree station. Now, the update I've been given is that we possibly could be sitting here for another 20 minutes. It'll be a very brief, short stop for 5 minutes. Please do not wander off the platform. Do not use the facilities at Taree. When the whistle is blown at exactly 5 minutes, we will be on our way.
We are in Taree, and now it's absolutely pouring down. I think I will stay on the train. We are now finally moving with no more delays. Taree Station opened in 1913 when the North Coast Railway line was extended, linking the town to Sydney for the first time.
Our service is currently 3 hours and 48 minutes behind schedule. So hopefully we make up a little bit of time if we can for you. Our driver will do his best. That was quite a little rainstorm that we went through, and unfortunately where the carriages join together, it sometimes can seep right through, and some carriages you might have even seen a beautiful waterfall.
We finally found out the reason for the delays we had. There was a collision on the tracks around Taree earlier this morning with a couple of maintenance vehicles. And I guess with all the safety checks that would need to be done after an incident like that, it took a few hours to clear the track. Apparently also, freight trains get right of way because they own the railway lines. Now, does that sound correct to you? If you know more about this, pop me a comment down below. Those carriages look like they haven't moved for a while. There are a few rivers in this region, and as we have no internet, I'm not sure which one this is. We will soon be at Kempsey Station. This station opened in December 1917 as the end of the line serving Kempsey before being extended to Maxville in 1919. Did you know that Kempsey is famous for two things? One, the country music legend Slim Dusty. Have you heard of him? And the Akubra hat.
I hope you've enjoyed the last hour, and I hope you had a peaceful trip. Thanks again for your patience, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your trip.
That was bus trip number 1, which gets us to Casino, where the train was supposed to finish at.
What's your name?
Sheryl Gray.
Sheryl
Gray. This is bus trip number 2, which gets us from Casino to Roma Station in Brisbane. Hello again. I don't know, I might just sit behind you so we've got a bit of space, just so we can sleep or something. I'm looking a little bit worse for wear now. The bus trip was supposed to be about 3 hours. The bus driver knocked about half an hour off that time. I'm now in Roma Station, Brisbane, and I wait for my Uber. This is Roma Station in the middle of the night. Nearly there. Cars at the train station, which of course the trains have stopped going now, haven't they, at midnight, so
Okay.
hence why you're taking me to Nambour train station. I booked an Uber while on the train. It saved money to book rather than wait till I got there. I finally made it to my bed at 3:45 a.m. That was a journey that didn't go entirely as planned. However, these things happen. The staff on the train that was delayed and the following coaches that transported us to our different destinations were all fantastic and very helpful. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Good night. standing here, you're not just at a train station. This is a place shaped by Gold Rush era, train electrification rail upgrades, to the quieter in-between space that it is today. This is Gympie North Railway Station, and at first glance it seems pretty quiet, doesn't it? Just a single platform, a few tracks, and not a lot going on really. This is one of the videos from my 14-day video challenge to myself. Some history of a train station, Gympie North Station. I do hope you enjoy this video. Like and subscribe if you do.
Customers, the train on the platform is a Brisbane City service. The service stops at all stations through to Caboolture, then runs express from Caboolture through to Bowen Hill, stopping going at Peak and Northgate. This service is due to depart at 1:21.
This southern tip of the platform marks the direction of the busy commuter network linking Gympie to Brisbane and looking down the line that connects a small station to one of Australia's growing rail networks. Oh great. It's starting to rain even harder now. There's a few rocks around the station. I wonder what they are. I think this rock here is probably called basalt. It's quite a sharp-edged rock. These exposed rocks beside Gympie North Railway Station are part of the region's natural bedrock, formed 300 to 260 million years ago during the Permian period. I think these rock exposed cuts beside the station are volcanic tuff, greywacke and mudstone and siltstone. When the line was built in the 1980s, the engineers cut straight through the rock because it's extremely hard and stable, perfect for supporting heavy rail infrastructure and easier to carve through than to reroute around. And this sign shows Gympie North's position at the end of the Sunshine Coast line.
3-minute call, Brisbane City service due to depart in 3 minutes. Brisbane City service is about to depart, please stand clear.
And that train is the train heading back to Brisbane on the Sunshine Coast line. This place exists though for a really interesting reason. This isn't actually Gympie's original station. This is Gympie's original station, which opened in 1881. The real station that served the town for over 100 years was right in the heart of Gympie. It was built back in the Gold Rush days where trains were the lifeline of the area. Moving people, goods, supplies and gold in and out of the area. So why build a new station out here? Well, in the late 1890s, 1980s, everything changed. Queensland's rail network was being upgraded and electrified. Train lines were getting faster, more efficient, and the old train line through Gympie just didn't fit anymore. So instead of fitting the old system with a new network, the train line got upgraded and extended, I think, another 8 kilometres north of Gympie. They moved the line to east of Gympie, it was about 8 kilometres, to out this area, and Gympie North Station opened. For a few years it still handled freight. By the mid-90s though it had closed completely, and today Gympie's main station back then is now a historic reminder of what it used to be. And that's why Gympie North feels a little different. If I just sit here, For many trains, this is the end of the line. Trains arrive, they sit for a while, and then they head back to Brisbane. There is another train, I think it's called the Outlander, or maybe it's the Westlander. The train I'm referring to here is Spirit of Queensland. That heads from Brisbane all the way to Cairns, and it does pass through the station. I think it goes through at about 6 o'clock in the morning on the way north, and on the way back to Brisbane it passes through again about, I think it's 6 o'clock at night. I got that round the wrong way. In the morning it heads south to Brisbane at 6 a.m-ish, and in the evening it heads north up the coast to Cairns around 6:30 p.m. There is something a bit different about the station. I guess until you stop and look around, it feels like it's on the edge of somewhere. I suppose it is really. Even the name Gympie has a deeper meaning. The name Gympie comes from the indigenous word Gympie Gympie, referring to a stinging tree that grows in the area. And the traditional custodians of the Gympie area are the Gubbi Gubbi people, also spelt
Next customers, next service to arrive on the platform is your northbound Rocky Top service. The service will be arriving in approximately 2 minutes. Please stay well behind the yellow safety line until this comes to a complete stop.
Might just wait for that one. One day I intend to take that train. Oh, there you go. A tilt train is a high-speed passenger train designed with a tilting mechanism controlled by computers or pendulums that allows it to lean into curves similar to a motorcycle rider. This technology enables faster speed on existing curved tracks without compromising passenger comfort, as it reduces the centrifugal force felt during turns.
Customers, the northbound tilt train service will be departing in approximately 1 minute. We ask all customers travelling on this service to please reboard, thank you. While others, please stay well inside the yellow safety line.
Gympie North Station. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Mooloolaba is located at the mouth of the Mooloolah River in Queensland's Sunshine Coast. Standing here near the pier in the harbour, this area became important during the 1800s. The Mooloolah River here became a gateway connecting forests and settlements to Brisbane. Before major roads existed, the waterways and the rivers were the area's main coastal routes. It says here, the spit has been a place for recreation since the start of the 20th century. Today, this river mouth and waterway is one of the most recognisable parts of Mooloolaba. I'm just walking out to the pier now, and it's Saturday at about midday. And a lot of people enjoy this place. Now over in the distance there, you'll see Point Cartwright. I have walked up to Point Cartwright. That was my first ever video I did. I think I've come a long way since then.
How you going? Good, mate. Good.
The name Mooloolaba comes from the local Aboriginal meaning of place of the snapperfish, although some sources suggest it relates to the name of the black snake that was found around the area at the time. And long before European settlement, the coastline and river were traditionally used by the Kabi Kabi people. In 1861, Lieutenant G.P. Heath surveyed and charted the area here around Mooloola River and the Mooloola River mouth harbour. Lieutenant George Poynter Heath was a Queensland surveyor and Royal Naval officer who played an important role in mapping parts of the Queensland coastline during the 1800s. It was the Lieutenant's supervision and administration that the 3,357 kilometres of coast of Queensland and its numerous creeks and rivers were marked for navigation purposes by the means of buoys, lights and beacons. Lieutenant Heath later became Queensland's first Portmaster General. In 1862, a guy called Thomas Petrie explored the area for timber resources. Tom, as he was known, was one of Queensland's early settlers, pioneers and explorers. He was born in Scotland in 1831 and arrived in Brisbane's Moreton Bay colony in about 1837. Tom arrived in 1837 with his family from Scotland. He was the son of Andrew Petrie, a well-known Brisbane architect and pioneer. During the 1800s, Tom explored parts of southeast Queensland, including areas around the Mooloola River, helping report on the region's timber resources and waterways before later settlement developed. Petrie was involved in farming, timber cutting and exploration, assisting the early settlers moving into the local districts. There's some kind of plaque here with a guy called Fedor, and I have no idea how to pronounce that, Connie Yukahov. He arrived here in this area on the Sunshine Coast after completing the longest solo man-powered voyage in history from Chile to Mooloolaba, 9,400 nautical miles. Wow, some people do some crazy stuff. That would take some mental strength, wouldn't it? In 1864, a guy called William Pettigrew purchased land at the mouth of the Mooloola River. William was a Scottish-born timber merchant and became one of Queensland's most important businessmen. Born in 1825, he arrived in Brisbane in 1849 and established one of the city's first steam-powered sawmills during the 1850s. His work helped to open parts of the Sunshine Coast to industry and settlement. Somebody called Thomas O'Connor bought Pettigrew's land, and the first sale of allotments was held on the 1st of January 1921. It was about this time that the name Mooloola was adopted. Look at these boats. Wow. There's a bit of money here. What is now a tourism precinct once operated as a busy, working industrial waterfront. These buildings, with their cold storage rooms, refrigeration units and equipment, which is used to keep seafood fresh before it is transported to the market, the ice machines, crates, nets and processing gear, show how the fishing industry continued to operate here alongside tourism. Timber loading, cargo transport, and later commercial fishing, which is still in operation today, took place all along this riverline. I'm probably not supposed to be down here. A lot of Mooloola's history is about the fishing and the yachting, and I thought I'd try and get down behind some of those businesses to film some footage, but all the signs say no access or private, keep out, so I'll be good. This area here was redeveloped during the 1980s and transformed from an industrial harbour into a tourist area. Continuing walking along the esplanade here, these buildings and apartments over the road were once simple shed constructions. And there's another plaque here that explains the coastal process. So for thousands of years, the Spitz beach has been shaped by prevailing wind and wave conditions. Sand that is lost from Bedina Beach can spend several years accumulating in deposits. Depending on wave conditions, this sand can end up in Mooloolaba Bay or beach to be carried across to Alexandra Headland Beach. Gosh, it's amazing what a few trees do around this area. The trees that have surrounded this walkway have really quietened it down. Now, Mooloolaba officially adopted its current name, Mooloola, in about 1919, which separated it from the township of Mooloolaba. Let's try that again. Mooloolaba was officially named Mooloolaba in 1919, which separated it from the nearby town of Mooloola. After a while, the town started to transition from a working settlement into a tourist destination. The protected beach and river access and coastal scenery started to attract a number of visitors, including apparently a special royal visitor back in 1934. Prince Henry, the Duke of Gloucester, visited the area, reflecting the area's growth as a growing popular tourist destination. Early buildings here were simple timber cottages, sheds and accommodation houses built close to the river here, or the beach. One of the best known early timber buildings was the Boondoola boarding house, a two-storey timber guest house operating during the early 1900s. Of course, the original timber building though, sadly no longer exists today. Excuse me. So behind me there, the wharf, Mooloolaba, this area was redeveloped during the late 1980s, changing the more industrial fishing and timber transport areas. By the 1930s, a small commercial fishing fleet operated from the harbour with about 12 boats, targeting prawns, tuna and mullet. Fish handling sheds, fuel depots and iceworks lined the waterfront behind the boats. Ice production was critical before refrigeration became common, which of course helped preserve the seafood that was travelling from here down to Brisbane. By the mid-1900s, fishing had become the town's main industry. So just over the road here is this park called Fisherman's Park with a plaque, of course, honouring fishermen who were lost at sea, and is a tribute to the fishing industry's heritage on the Sunshine Coast. The bronze sculpture depicts a fisherman holding onto a ship's wheel, bracing himself against a coming storm. And there's a very new looking plaque here called the Fisherman's Prayer. God grant that I may live to fish for another shining day. But when my final cast is made, I then most humbly pray. When nestled in your landing net as I lay peacefully asleep, you'll smile at me and judge that I'm good enough to keep. Thank you so much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoyed it. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next one. This discovery gave the town its reputation of the town that saved Queensland. Today I'm at Gympie, and over there is the very site where gold was first discovered in the town in 1867. Gympie was originally named Nashville after James Nash, but was later named Gympie after the local Aboriginal word for the stinging tree, Gympie Gympie. Gympie was put on the map for the town that saved Queensland thanks to James Nash's lucky stroke of finding gold. The town hall was opened in 1890 with an extension added in 1930. Queensland was nearly bankrupt at the time. James's gold discovery started the Great Gympie Gold Rush and saved the Queensland economy. Now Gympie has an Art Deco men's toilet, constructed in the 1920s. It's just over here. It's just over here. We'll have a look, shall we? I don't know if I'll be able to go into it, but that's the Art Deco men's toilet. I would say that's the spot where the gold was discovered. The beginnings of Gympie. This explains a bit about the heritage trail and some points of interest around the town. Around the corner here, I'm going to walk down to Memorial Park. Look what I found on the way. I think this is supposed to be a matchmaking machine. Do you know what it is? There was one of those in Maryborough. Is that another one? I've been sidetracked. I think I might try the zigzag walk first. Calton Hill Park. Originally conceived as a project for unemployed miners in the late 1920s. This would be a good walk climb to get the heart rate up. Now that's a nice early morning view. Memorial Park is to honour our local heroes from World War I and the Boer War. Oops, it's a bit slippery here. The Rotunda. This was built in 1919 to 1921. Let's go and have a look at those memorials. Korea, Malaya, Borneo and Vietnam. Look at the age of these guys. He was 22. This guy, 24. These were the names of those young boys on the other memorial. I won't even try to pronounce those names. This park was established in 1921. The park also honours James Nash, who was credited with starting the gold rush. Now there is a memorial walk through there, but as you can see, it's closed for construction. I just love these quiet mornings, especially when there's hardly anyone around. This end of the street particularly reflects Gympie's history in relation to the gold rush era. That looks a bit prickly. That building is the former Royal Bank of Queensland. The architecture is neoclassical and it was built in 1892. The Keen Bean is more of an Art Deco style building, built in the 1930s and also known today for their great coffee. Here is an earlier glimpse of Mary Street from the top looking down. Now this is a pretty and colourful building, Crawford & Co, built around the 1880s. Crawford & Co building, built around about the 1880s. Shall we try this QR code? There's a link here that goes into more detail of its description and history. I'll put this link in the video description. An 1881 fire flattened the earlier timber building. The two busts represent James Crawford's literary taste. Crawford was arrested on forgery. He fled the country to escape the charges in 1889. Jeez. This is the Tozer building. Tozer's building, built in 1896. Horace Tozer was a solicitor who operated in Gympie from the beginning, specialising in mining law. Smithfield and Chambers building. We'll have a closer look at that while I walk down the other side of the street. Oh, did I mention that Gympie is only about 160 kilometres from Brisbane? About a 2.5 hour drive maybe? Royal Bank of Queensland, built in 1892. Built in the neoclassical style. When fire destroyed all the timber structures between the Gympie Times building and the Mining Exchange Hotel in 1891, more permanent masonry buildings were built. Gympie's Regional Council Chambers building, and next to that is the former commercial hotel. As you can see, that's the Freemasons Hotel over on the other corner there. That dates back to the 1870s. And over on that corner is the old post office building. Let's have a closer look now at this building. The former Bank of New South Wales building, built in 1891. Two-storied masonry brick building in the classical style, retains its banking chamber offices, strong rooms, vaults and manager's residence. This is a really cool street. The Smithfield Chambers building is named after one of Gympie's most successful early mines, which began operating in 1867. Oh look, here's a sign with some more information. Smithfield Chambers, built in 1895. I've spotted some mural art. I wonder if there's any more down the back here. I guess the poppies represent the Anzacs, and hands clasped like that probably suggests friendship and support. There's nothing much else down here though. I just love the look of those two buildings. They are rather unique though, aren't they? James Nash Arcade. I never knew that Gympie was called Nashville in the early days. I'm at the bottom of Mary Street now. I have a train to catch. since 1868. Remember the laneway that was blocked from Memorial Park on the other side? We can get to it from this side. You can still get in to have a look at these. I thought I had more time to have a walk up and down the main street. I've booked a trip on the Mary Rattler train. I need to get going. I'll come back here later this afternoon. I'm now at Mary Rattler Heritage Railway Station. This station was built between 1911 and 1915. It is now one of the region's biggest tourist attractions and is run by volunteers. Thank you. Got my coffee. My train leaves at 9 AM and I still have about a 30-minute wait. You can watch the steam engine prepare for the trip from the railway bridge overpass here. The train is not so busy today, so there's plenty of choice for seating. Stops at Moor, and we have about 45 minutes to get off the train and have a look around. Before long, it's time to get back on the train. The Mary Valley has some stunning scenery. Quite nice being outside. It's a bit smelly though. Before long, we are back at Gympie Station. I have a separate video that focuses entirely on the Gympie Rattler train trip. Keep a lookout for that one. Right, where was I this morning? First of all though, I'm back at Memorial Park to eat some lunch. So I am absolutely starving. At Woolworths I found some lunch. You wonder how I'm going to eat it all? Well, potato salad with a bit of bacon, energy, ham for the protein. When I'm finished lunch, I'm going to walk up rest of Mary Street and have a look at the other heritage buildings that I saw there this morning. There we go. Memorial to James Nash. Now I want to go up there. This is Nash Street, named after, you guessed it, James Nash. As you can see, this is the School of Arts building. I feel so much better now that I've had some lunch. The School of Arts movement began in the 1920s in Glasgow, then London and Edinburgh. The idea was to educate the working class. The Gympie School of Arts was established in 1870 with a newer building being built in 1890. That yellow building over there with the cute verandas is another former bank building. Just another of the many banks that opened during the successful boom time of the gold rush era. Here we go. Queensland's National Bank, built in 1877. On the opposite side of the intersection is the Gympie Courthouse. There were 3 versions of this. This courthouse was built between 1900 and 1902. It's another example of the prosperity from the Gympie Gold Rush time. I want to have a look down behind this building. And that's the back of the courthouse. There's some really old Queenslander homes just up here. Now that's an old Queenslander. I wonder how old that is. Walking back past the School of Arts. Here we go, here's a bit of information. What did I say before? The first School of Arts was established in 1870. I am now back down at the bottom end of Mary Street. Now here's the lady I've been looking for, Lady of the Mary. Lady Mary was born in August 1790. She married Sir Charles Fitzroy. You can see she's dipping her toes into the water here. This is a recognition of the impact that the floods have on Gympie. It's a bit of a sad story about Mary. The main street of Gympie is named after Lady Mary, and she tragically died in Sydney when she got hit by a carriage. She's never actually lived in Gympie, but that statue is in memory of her. And now it's time to visit the Gympie Museum. Gympie, the town that saved Queensland. Inside you can pan for gold. And there are instructions on how you can do that. The Gympie Gold Story. Let's have a look in here. It looks like you can use your smartphone to listen to the Gympie Gold Story. And here is the man who started it all, James Nash. He must have been a happy man when he found that gold. Colour Main Store. Remember that store building back in the main street of Gympie? By mid-1868, the town of Nashville, as it was known back then, was booming. By late 1868, the alluvial gold was substantially exhausted, and the focus now was on deep reef mining.
Being the assayer for the mine, my job is to determine the grade or ounces of gold per ton of rock. This helps the mine management decide whether the rock is...
Is there gold in that rock? The old printer from back in the day. I wonder if that's something that Jamie Fraser from Outlander would have used. Andrew Fisher's cottage, built in 1870. This house was originally located in Māori Lane at Red Hill. Andrew Fisher was the first Queenslander to become Prime Minister of Australia. Before coming to Australia in 1885, he worked in the mines of his birthplace in Ayrshire, Scotland from the age of 10. While still living in Scotland, he was involved in miners' unions and was blacklisted for his involvement in the 1881 miners' strikes. Impressive. Check out the size of those bellows. The Gympie Mining Museum has quite a range of old stuff, yes, but obviously it describes the history in a lot of detail. Thank you for watching. Please remember to like and subscribe because it makes me feel better. See you soon. Tin Can Bay was originally known as Walu. It was officially renamed to Tin Can Bay in 1937, although the name Tin Can Bay appeared in newspaper articles before that time. Just after sunrise at Barnacles Dolphin Centre, wild humpback dolphins glide in, and for a few moments you're a part of their world.
We have Harmony, who's out there. He's 26. Haven't seen Ella since end of November last year. She's a 44-year-old female. Aussie's 19.
We have three main predators. We have the tiger shark, bull shark, and the third one, us as humans. We are probably the worst because of all the rubbish that is thrown overboard from boats.
They swim past us, they come up, they lean on us and everything, so I like this, give us a bit of a shove. They're not tagged, they're not trained, these are totally wild animals, because he does have a habit of sneaking up and shoving, which he's doing right now. Australian humpbacks they're called. Harmony. How did I know it was you?
He likes to go between your legs, so we've got to keep our legs together.
It's not all about feeding the dolphins, we do give them a welfare check when they come in. So we check if they have injuries or anything like that.
Yes. I'll just suck off the fish from your hand. They don't actually chew it.
Can you hear Luna?
Yeah.
So this is a male-only trait. So you won't see females doing this. So out in the wild, males present the females with what they deem gifts. And if the female thinks that it's a beautiful enough gift, hopefully 11 to 12 months later, we will have a young calf. So Harmony 6, and here's one of our big males. So just remember we can't touch him though, so
That's
what
okay.
I want you to do is hold your hand out flat. Just put your finger on there, thumb there, that's it. Hold that under the water, and when he takes it, let him have it and pull your hand out, okay? Here you go. And pull your hand out of the water.
It's the closest I've been to a dolphin. Thank you.
All right, it's straight across there and then there's a red.
Prepared to get a bit wet, especially at high tide. The Tin Can Bay dolphin feeding program is regulated by the Queensland Government to protect the Australian humpback dolphins, to ensure sustainability, to protect the dolphins which are an endangered species, control the feeding amounts and prevent reliance on humans.
Thank you, Patch. Thank you, Harmony. Thank you, Joe and Luna. See you sometime tomorrow. So as soon as they see the empty upside-down esky, they know there are no more fish. So they've turned and they're going to swim the 18 kilometres back down to Inskip and turn around and come back tomorrow morning.
I need to change these wet pants. Oh, it's quite bright. Norman Point is the northern coastal point and is the starting point for the 4 kilometres Tin Can Bay foreshore walk that extends around to Crab Creek. I thought this was a plaque, but it's more just a memorial stone for Edward from his family. Oh, he was lost at sea. Our memory brings of Ted's sweet smile and cheeky grin. It's so quiet out here. I haven't put a lapel mic on. Hopefully I don't need to. Residents of Tin Can Bay. The foreshore is home to a diverse range of plants and animals, including fish, snails, mussels, birds and mammals. The bar-tailed godwit. Where do they get these names from? Lamosa lapinoca. Famous for their remarkable endurance, they are known for their ability to undertake the longest non-stop flight of any bird, flying from Alaska to Australia or New Zealand without stopping to feed. The origin of the name remains uncertain, although some people believe it links back to the indigenous language, possibly meaning mangroves or plant species. Other interpretations from local history include Tin Kun, which means big fish, or Tuncumba, which means place of dugong. European activity began in about the mid-1800s, driven largely by the timber-getting industry, which supplied sawmills in Maryborough. Look at that. Timber was transported from inland forests to shoreline using early rail systems and then rafted across the water following one of the earliest industrial uses of the area. This is apparently where Queensland's first private railway was in operation. This railway ran from the Tin Can Bay Inlet about 9 miles southwards, tapping into valuable pine forest. The sheltered inlet here also supported industries such as dugong hunting, oyster cultivation and fishing. Large numbers of oyster beds once stretched across this bay here. Now, despite all this activity, timber cutting, fishing, the area here was quite slow to develop. And by the late 1900s, the area consisted mostly of camps, temporary settlements, and a small number of structures. Land sales began in the early 1900s, with some land blocks becoming for sale in 1922. Initial demand was slow, with the land being purchased for holiday homes. And by the late 1920s, only a handful of residents lived here. Growth in the area, I guess, picked up in around the 1930s, about the time of the Depression, where land available here was cheap and people could afford to buy it. Gosh, that's changed today now though. It's quite busy here. Mind you, it is the school holidays. The improved roads and access to Gympie would have also helped the area to grow. Look at that view. Look at this. How's that for a view? I could sit here all day and just soak up the atmosphere. I got distracted again. Now, where was I? The prawns, that's right. The discovery of prawns led to a rapid expansion of the trawling industry. Within weeks, dozens of boats arrived, transforming Tin Can Bay from a quiet coastal town to a busy fishing port and finally driving economic growth. Sorry. The Tin Can Bay foreshore birdwalk. I'm not much of a bird watcher myself. There are some interesting signs though that explain all the different birds and their habitats, I guess. Around this time also, the development of sand mining operations became more popular, which of course helps to drive a region's growth. Now in 1959, Tin Can Bay finally saw the light. And what I mean by that is they got electricity. They upgraded from kerosene cans to electricity. About 1,000 people attended the ceremony where horns blared, rockets swished upwards and festoons of coloured lights sprang to life. Tin Can Bay has continued to grow into what it's known as today, a relaxed coastal fishing and what else? Boating. Well, of course, boating, right? How can I miss that? There's so many boats out there. One of the better known attractions of Tin Can Bay though is the dolphin feeding, which I did very early this morning. Okay. Apparently the dolphins that I fed this morning were the Australian humpback dolphins, or was it the Australian Indo-Pacific humpback? Thank you so much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoyed it. Please remember to like and subscribe. It is helping this channel to grow, and I'll see you next time. The curiosity of a place and how it settled in the early pioneering days is fascinating, and so is the researching of the pioneers themselves, which sometimes can be your own family lineage. Have you ever looked into your own family ancestry or DNA history? This is something that I find fascinating and have spent some months on and off over the last few years researching my own history. This led me to do a video which was West Wallsend, which I did a few months ago. It was quite exciting to discover that my ancestors, a few generations ago, helped to build a community. Granny Gray, as she was known, was the local JP. She married a few couples over her time. She was fondly remembered in the community, and James Gray, her husband, was involved in workers' rights. They were both very much a part of looking after the people in West Wallsend. To find an ancestor, great-great-great-grandma, I think, who back in those days was a very strong force, it's cool, because I'm related to her. As a part of my research, I had my DNA tested 2 or 3 years ago. Now, I knew I had Scottish, English and Irish heritage. I was quite surprised, however, to find out that I had quite a strong Scottish lineage and that there were some German ancestors and even Finnish. When you have access to an ancestry account or something similar, you have all this information to build your family tree. It requires time, of course, like any research does. I'll show you a little bit about my family history and some of my DNA attributes, I suppose you could say. My subscription is not active right now. I don't have the time because I'm YouTubing and creating content. So I've actually cancelled my membership, but all the information I've done sits there so I can refer to it whenever I like. And if I find I have a spare month, yeah right, to head back into my ancestry and do some more research, it's there waiting for me. So I'll show you that now. So the name Gray I've grown into again, and I've done that by researching my ancestry actually, especially finding out about James and Susanna Gray that came out to West Wallsend from New Zealand. So it's amazing knowing what your ancestry is and where you come from. It does actually mean something. It helps you build your identity. I never thought that, but there you go. So if I just click on this arrow at the top there, it brings up my family history. So there I can follow Alexandra to Thomas K. Gray, up through to James Gray. And there's James and Susanna that came out to West Wallsend. And his line just keeps on growing up into another Thomas, Archibald, that one, there you go, John Gray, and you see with John Gray, I'm back to the 1700s, 1710 to 1810. What you'll see here is little green leaves. So if I go into that green leaf, it gives me hints. So the system thinks that that might relate to my tree. So when I review and restart my membership, these are waiting for me to check out, to build onto the tree that I already have. Not long ago, I saw on Walkabout with Rob's channel his promotion for this DNA kit.
All life is a journey, and not just in our daily lives and travels, but also where we come from, our heritage journey.
And I thought, why not? I'd quite like to find out again a bit more about my ancestry to see what my DNA might show up. So I got my kit in the mail, so I'll show you what's inside. So in here you get, first of all, the barcode, which is how you activate the kit, an envelope to post the sample back with, and those are labels to post the parcel back with, and here is, that's the swab kit, which I think is for just a bit of protection when the sample is sent back. You get a swab, so you can take the sample from inside your mouth, the saliva sample, and this is the vial that you send your sample back in. Inside this booklet, the instructions are quite clear. You take the swab, you pop it in your mouth, you break a piece off, pop it in the vial and post it. So I'm looking forward to giving this a go. This is kind of exciting. Now I'm going to show you something Quite fascinating that I found out about Susanna Gray again. She's the granddaughter of a Scottish laird. Here I stand on Australian soil. Centuries ago though, my ancestors stood on a very different type of soil. Dalhannah, to be exact, in the Glen Afton area of Scotland. Through my DNA, I had discovered a line of Campbells who had been in the Glen Afton area for centuries, hiding from persecution, raising their families, and shaping the land. William Campbell of Dalhannah, 1768 to 1857, and his wife Margaret Young, 1773 to 1858, were leading figures in the parish of New Cumnock in the early 1800s. The Campbells had held Dalhannah in the lower reaches of Glen Afton since at least the early 1400s. Tradition held that William descended from a long line of Covenanters, whose forebears were at times forced to flee persecution, hiding among the bracken and fern of their native glen to escape pursuing dragoons. Together, William and Margaret raised 12 children, firmly continuing the Campbell presence at Dalhannah into the 19th century. And through their daughter Jane, who married William and then had Susanna, who then married a James Gray, who then moved to New Zealand before they came to the New South Wales and Australia. Isn't it interesting? I found out that the Gray family who moved to Australia through New Zealand first, with one son that they left behind, well, they didn't leave him behind, but he chose to stay behind, is the reason I'm standing here today. Isn't that fascinating? Funny how things work out. I mentioned earlier in the video my DNA results. The results from my heritage test should take a couple of weeks, I expect. When you do your DNA test results through Ancestry.com, this is what it looks like. Now this I find fascinating. You can click into the regions that your DNA show you're from, and it will show a map and links to each component that makes up your DNA. This covers my English and Scottish DNA, and down below here we have the German and Finnish component. So the 2% Finnish that is part of my DNA shows you the country, and down below there is information about Finland. This explains where they lie geographically, the neighbouring countries, and touches on some history. Walpurgis or Walpurgis, often called the Witches' Night or the Second Halloween. It's a traditional Northern European festival. This holiday is rooted in pagan festival celebrating spring and fertility. In Christian times, it became linked to Saint Walburga, an English nun who lived in Germany in the 700s and was known for curing illnesses. There are a couple of other links here. This one is more about Finland's connection to nature. Here it explains a bit about Lithuanian folklore, trees and nature, and how they symbolise a life with spirituality, strength and connection. Lithuanians? Well, Finns are usually northeastern Europeans and are very closely related to the Eastern Russians and people from Baltic countries. Well, I never knew that. And now something I'm sure we all think of as the Finns being related to is the sauna. Saunas are a part of the Baltic cultural fabric, where traditionally saunas are believed to offer numerous health benefits such as improved circulation, detoxification and relaxation. Of course, today we all know that saunas are still used to promote physical health and mental well-being. Right, let's have a look at my German connections now. The same goes here, where there's a brief outline of German history and culture. Although in this case there is no articles to read below though. Now I know my German ancestor from previous research is Pahl, P-A-H-L. I don't remember which DNA line she's in, so you can use your saved tree to search an ancestor backwards. So Catherine Magdalene Pahl is my paternal grandmother's German ancestor. Now here's something you can learn from your genes and how they fit. And I don't mean the blue clothing type. Your DNA results will show you how your genes can influence your traits, such as your personality, your fitness, your appearance, and much more. Let's have a look at what mine shows. So let's have a look at my heart rate recovery, my performance. So this suggests that my DNA says my heart rate recovers from exercise at a quicker rate. Now that's interesting. And here it does say 12% influences that. So it's not a lot, but hey, who knows? Okay, so let's now have a look at my physical strength, which suggests that I'm naturally stronger. Although it suggests here that that's only an 8% genetic link, and most of it's 92% environmental. Look what this says, determination. My DNA suggests that I'm more determined. Well, funny that. People who would know me would laugh at that. What is determination? It's the can-do attitude that drives people. Determination pushes you towards your athletic goals and helps you face competition. Wow, that's interesting. It also provides the motivation you need to overcome setbacks. It says here, if you have a goal, you'll need determination to reach it. Well, I've certainly got that. Although it says here that determination is at least 6% genetic, which doesn't sound a lot, does it really? Am I a morning or a night person? According to my DNA, it suggests I'm a night person. Well, that's got me thinking. Because I like to have an early night, although I'm also up the minute the sun rises as well. Although the DNA suggests here that I'm more creative during my non-peak hours. So if you're a night person, it suggests here, set an early alarm if you need an aha moment. Being a morning or night person is at least 17% genetic. Well, that's actually quite a strong component, isn't it? DNA, ancestors, and the stories behind them and places are the reasons that we're all here today. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please remember to hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and I'll see you again soon. I didn't realise that moving to Australia would turn my accent into a comedy show. Yeah, nah. I grabbed 6 pieces of fish and a scoop of chips, and wearing my jandals, I caught up with a friend on his deck with my chili bin full of kai. I then had to switch on the heat pump. Then we had tea, sweet as. Although I don't really say sweet as. And if you understood all of that, you're either from New Zealand or you've been exposed to one for too long. Whew. This is video 14 out of my 14 videos for my 14-day challenge that I set myself 14 days ago. Wow. I have to admit, I don't know where those 14 days have gone. That was pretty intense. From the beginning, I was kind of organised, but during the weeks, got quite tough because I do work full time. I've made it though. This is the 14th video out of my 14-day challenge. I do hope you enjoy this one. Please remember to like and subscribe. It is helping this channel to grow. I chose to live in this beautiful country, and I believe that when you move countries, it's probably a good idea to absorb yourself into the local traditions and ways and culture. As they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. And a part of that culture is how we speak our language and the pronunciation and how we interpret it or others do. And generally speaking, I believe most Australians understand me. Although I have to admit, there's a certain amount of amusement by the look I see on people's faces sometimes. I am proudly Kiwi though, and I enjoy a good conversation about pronunciation. An interesting conversation can start when I go to order dinner and I simply ask for some fish and chips. But I like a good snapper. And do they call that something else here? When I was asked if I wanted chicken salt or normal salt, I had no idea what on earth they were talking about. Chicken salt? It turns out you have a choice. You can have chicken salt on your chips or normal salt. Some fish and chip shops that I have been into, when I order my fish and chips for dinner, the response I get is, sorry, what was that? And then when you want to order 6 scallops, well, you can imagine the strange looks I get about that. 6 scallops. Would it help if I said fish and chips? Now the word togs, I understand, is used between Australia and New Zealand, but there's also cozies, swimmers and bathers. I prefer to say swimsuit, although togs is used a lot in New Zealand as well. And then of course there's the budgie smugglers. Now here's a funny story. In a conversation with someone at a lunch one day, I asked if he had any pets. And he looked at me and he asked me to repeat myself. I said, do you have any pets? You could tell by the look in his face, he had no idea what I was saying. And I realised pretty quickly that my Kiwi accent was in full play right here. So I then said to him, pets, you know, do you have any dogs or any cats? And he went, pets? He thought I said pits. Armpits. I don't think so. You know where I'm leading to with this one, don't you? Now this is a chili bin. Now, why do I get such confused looks when I say chili bin? Because it is a bin of sorts and it keeps things chilly. Chili bin, right? That to me is quite logical. Esky. To be fair, esky makes sense as well because esky is short for Eskimo, right? Which refers to the freezing cold climate that Eskimos live in. So having an esky is keeping things ice cold. I have come to learn very quickly though that in Queensland, one of these eskies or chili bins is a necessity to keep your food cold and also to keep your water cold, especially on the hot days that Queensland has. The first time I went to buy one of these at the supermarket on arriving in Australia and using a self-check-in, I couldn't actually find the item on the screen. It probably would have helped if I looked for sweet potato rather than kumara. Now, I don't wear jandals. I do know that when I say jandals, some people have no idea what I'm talking about. Jandals. You might wonder where the word jandals comes from. It stands for Japanese sandals, J-A, Japanese, and the rest of the word is andals, as in sandals, has been combined to make jandals. Although I suppose it makes sense really, because if you look at the straps on the jandals, thongs, then they probably do look a bit like a thong, don't they? I can't say it with a straight face though. Thongs, because to me that means thongs. Gosh, those birds are noisy tonight. Mind you, it is late in the afternoon. They're probably settling in for their evening, I guess. I did hear a story recently where a neighbour was talking to his neighbour, about the trellis work that she had recently completed in her garden. She turned around to ask the neighbour how much the lettuce cost, and it caused quite a bit of confusion because he started to frantically think about vegetable prices. So when we mention lattice work, we're not talking about lettuce or vegetables, we're talking about trellis work in the garden. I don't understand how lattice sounds like lettuce. There is a different vowel sound there, isn't there? Deck. Now we know where this one's going, right? How do you get deck? How does deck sound like? Where can I go with that one without breaking YouTube rules? Oh my God, the cobweb there. It's in the camera. That's probably a few of the major pronunciation differences or misconceptions. There's a few other differences in pronunciation that comes to mind. Kiwis say tramping, Aussies say hiking. Crook in New Zealand means to be sick. Apparently in Australia it means to be a bit dodgy. Pen? No, I don't mean pin. Bed? No, I don't mean bid. I need to remember sweet potato instead of kumara. Esky, of course, instead of chili bin. Thongs. Well, need I say more? Thongs. I still can't get over that. Heat pump. Now, I forgot about that. Heat pump. You probably wonder what on earth I'm talking about, right? When I first moved to Australia, I did know about jandals and thongs and chili bins and eskies and a few other words, especially fish and chips. One thing I had no idea that was called something different was this. In New Zealand, we call those heat pumps. Why? Well, probably mostly because in New Zealand you use them mostly for heating. When I first moved to Australia, I was living in Victoria for about a year. It was COVID and we were in lockdown, and I just moved to Victoria. I remember asking my flatmate where the remote was for the heat pump, and I repeated myself a few times, heat pump, and she did not get what I was talking about. So in the end, as you do, you point to heat pump. Oh, she said, you mean the aircon? Needless to say, there was a lot of laughter that erupted at about that time. Heat pump, aircon. More about the letter 6. 6, that's the number 6. Sucks. Is that how I'm supposed to say it? Sucks. Sounds like someone sucks. Oh, we won't go there either. The letter 6, or sucks, or 6, I don't know. I have quite a few 6s that I need to relay to someone to prove my identity. My birth date has got a few 6s in it. When I first moved to Australia, my number plate had a few 6s in it. What else was there? Oh, and my phone number. When I need to identify myself, I've gotten used to watching their faces to see if they crack a smile when I repeat all the 6s and the numbers that I need to identify myself with. Well, I really hope you enjoyed watching that video and got a few giggles out of it. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next one, but just not tomorrow. I think I might take a few days off. See you soon. From the mid-1800s, Eumundi became part of 3 cattle runs of the region, and the first roads were built in the 1860s. With roads and rail connecting the town to surrounding areas, industries such as timber farming, banana farming and dairying emerged. Eumundi's name evolved out of a name given to an indigenous kabi warrior who lived in the area in the 1830s. Now, I don't know how to pronounce these names, so I'm just going to put up the words. I found this really cool tunnel. I'll show you. I like this one. In the early 1900s, the main street was built, and soon after came 2 hotels, a butter factory, 2 banks, a blacksmith and several other storekeepers. He's a cutie. How old is he? Oh wow, a little pup. The Eumundi markets, though, started small and scrappy. Nothing like the tourist attraction it is today. The markets began in 1979 at the local CWA hall with just 3 stalls and $30 worth of sales. The idea came from local creators who wanted a local European-style artisan and farmers market. My $20 Kmart bag has seen better days. I think it's time for a new one. Eumundi markets have grown into one of Australia's biggest artisan markets, now featuring over 600 stalls and attracting more than 1 to 1.6 million visitors per year. The goal was to create income for local farmers, artisans and makers. It would also bring life and people to the small hinterland town. Eumundi had a strong rule with these markets: make it, bake it, sew it or grow it. I like that. It's a very popular market. Those markets were really busy. I've chosen to get a coffee and find a quiet place to sit. And it's away from all the popularity of the Eumundi markets. There's nowhere to sit for a coffee though. That's a decent sized bamboo plant. Here is the old Lundy butter factory right there. That looks like it's the front entrance. Gosh, it is quite overgrown. Now this is an abandoned site now. And I'm not sure if I can even get in here. There's a gap in the fence here. And I wonder if I might just be brave enough to go in and have a look. Oh, got myself caught. And I haven't got clothes and shoes on today, so I hope there's no frigging snakes. Hello? Ouch. Wow. It's quite cool in here. Echoes of the past. Now I do need to be careful because of... Hello? Oh. Hi, you gave me a fright.
Yo.
You've seen one many.
So cool. Wow.
It's been that long since I've been here, bro. I don't know.
So overgrown. Wow. Those guys are here to add to the artwork scene. Jeez. It's closed off for a reason, right? Don't fall for the floorboards. Maybe I shouldn't go in here actually. Oh well. What's the worst that can happen? I'll fall to the floor. I hope there's no long slithery things or black fluttery things up there. I believe there's a bit of asbestos around here, so I'm not going to hang around. There's another building over there behind me. I'm not sure if I can get to it, but I'm going to give it a go, but I have to come back the way that I came. A bit about this place though. The butter factory here was built during the dairying era when the area was quite agricultural. The butter factory here was very much a part of the economic backbone, with farmers from the surrounding areas bringing their butter and cream to the factory for production or processing. Now how can I get through there? Oh, here's a path here. Oh wow. Can't even get in there. Ouch. Apparently this butter factory behind me was built in 1907, although some records show and say it was 1920. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sadly though, some idiot deliberately set a fire to the butter factory in 2004, and they deliberately burnt down the 98-year-old part of the structure. There's always somebody, isn't there? There are a few young guys here to add to the art, as I said before, and I don't know how they got there. But somehow they got into the other part of the building. I wish I could find it. Damn it. Oh, there's a path there. Oh shit. That's that moving garage door making a noise. Jeepers, there's a few vines here that would trip you up. called urbexing. We're probably not supposed to be doing this. Here's a decent entranceway.
There he is.
Let's give this a go.
This is the spot we were at. Yeah, I know, we're going past it, retard. Yeah. What? Oh, nice. That big one there.
I never expected to see anybody else here today. Oops. Ooh. Checking out another old abandoned structure, even though I couldn't really get around it very well. It's very colourful and vibrant, and quite honestly, I needed a distraction today. Life with Sheryl Gray. I had my own example of real life this week. Do you remember the video I did on my Danish connection just a few weeks ago? I received the shock news that my friend had suddenly passed away this week. You know what? We need goals, and we need to look forward to see where we're going. We need to plan for the future, and even sometimes have money in the bank to do things in the future. Sadly though, you don't know when that's going to change overnight. So I guess my message today is live for the now. Plan for the future, look to the future, but live in the now, live for the now, because you never know when that will change. The cool thing is though, I'm going to go to Denmark for a trip in probably a couple of months. It's amazing how friendships form and how they can start. And Lena, for me, way back in the day before internet and online information, opened a whole new world for me. A culture, a tradition and a language. And that had its special connection for over 45 years. I just gave away my age then. Grab the moment, live in the now, live like life's not done yet. Thank you so much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoyed it. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Tauranga, or Tauranga as I should be saying, is New Zealand's 5th largest city. This is where I'm from. Well, not quite. I was actually born in the Waikato, but I lived in Tauranga for 23 years before moving to Australia. I'm back visiting for a family wedding, and I thought, while I'm here, why not delve into some Tauranga history? Please remember, like and subscribe. It does help this channel to grow. There's obviously a plaque there once. So in the 1850s, the colonial government was under great pressure to find farmland for new immigrants. Māori saw a threat to their land and formed the Kingitanga, which is the King's movement. In 1858, Potatatau probably, Te Wherowhero from the Waikato was elected as the first Māori king. Kingitangi policy was no land sales, and the movement was supported by some tauranga hapu, sending a strong signal. They also opposed land sales. So the British soldiers invaded the Waikato in July 1863 to put an end to the king movement. The first British troops arrived in Tauranga in January 1864, intending to stop men and supplies reaching the Waikato. Aware that their own fertile land was now under direct threat, the Kingitanga supporters prepared to defend their land and families. Pa at Wairoa and Waimaupu were fortified. The hill you are standing on here, Pokihinahina, right behind me there, was also fortified. An invitation was sent to the British to come to battle. A bit dirty here. And a series of acts were passed in Parliament which gave the British the right to confiscate land, which gave the British the right to confiscate land from the tribes deemed to be rebels. Really? The first British troops arrived in Tauranga in 1864, intending to stop men and supplies reaching the Waikato, aware that their own fertile land was now under direct threat. Now here's an interesting note here. It's a letter sent to Colonel Greer in which the Māori promised not to kill wounded or unarmed soldiers or women and children. As the events transpired, the Māori proved true to their word. Tauranga Moana was apparently first discovered by an explorer called Kupe. He was the first known person in the area around 925 and was near Mea Island when he named the country Aotearoa, the land of the long white cloud. The British attack. Now the Gate Pa War was quite a substantial war in amongst all the New Zealand wars, and this was fought 29th of April 1864. So by the end of April, about 2,000 Imperial troops had assembled at Camp Te Papa. The British had howitzers, mortars and naval cannons, as well as the latest technology. I've got a whole bunch of notes here, and because there's a lot of Māori names, I'm going to have to read the notes because I can't remember them all. So Ngā Marama arrived in the Ararauta Waka during the 1250s and established Otomaite Pa. They were followed by Te Purukupenga, then Waitaha in around 1280, and the Ngāti Ranganui in the Takatimi Waka in around 1290. Now the Ngāti Pukenga of the Matatua Waka followed in around 1315. These early settlers are the Māori descended from the East Polynesians, who arrived in several waves of canoe voyages. This was an entirely Māori time organised through iwi, otherwise known as tribes, hapu, sub-tribes, clans or kinship, with established systems of authority, trade and land use. The pa here, built under the direction of Penetaka, had been cleverly constructed using a system of trenches and bunkers similar to those later used in World War I. The Māori warriors showed immense physical and mental toughness as they lay concealed in these trenches. They withstood over 12 hours of relentless bombardment on a cold, damp day, after which they were still ready to deal with the British assault. So the Māori settlers developed their own distinct culture, whose language, mythology, crafts and performing arts evolved. The first European encounters began in the 1600s. Dutch explorer Abel Tasman sighted New Zealand in 1642. His visit to what is now called Golden Bay was once called Murderer's Bay, as 4 of his crew were killed as the Māori fired upon his men in retaliation. The first European to sail past this area, the Bay of Plenty, was Captain James Cook, who somehow missed both entrances into the harbour here, with his crew in the Endeavour in November 1769. 57 years later, the first European vessel to enter the Tauranga harbour was a missionary ship, the Herald, in June 1826. Now, I lived in Tauranga for 23 years before I moved to Oz. And isn't it crazy, you never really check out what's on your back doorstep. Flax traders then settled in the area, and Te Papa Mission Station was established in 1835 during the musket wars that so devastated Tauranga Māori. So about 2 months after Gate Pa on the 22nd of June 1864, another battle at Tauranga resulted in a victory for the British regiments. Colonel Greer, on patrol of the South Gate Pa site, came across a force of 500 Māori who were fortifying a position between the Waimapu River and the Kopu Redi Rua stream. Under attack from the British, the Māori fought bravely in the unfinished pa. So here's a bit here about the people in battle. Pene Taka Tuaia, I don't know how to say that one. Pene, let's just go one word, right? Pene, the engineer of Gate Pa. Pene Taka was an experienced warrior. I've always admired the beautiful singing voices of the Māori. Song played an important role in traditional Māori society. History lived in the voice. Waiata can express genealogy, love, grief, protest, welcome, celebration and historical events. So at the top of the hill, oh, it goes into there as well. Did you go into there as well? Oh yeah. So at the top of the hill, Pokihinahina, is this plaque where it states that the Battle of the Gate Pa was fought on this very site. The plaque commemorates the chivalry displayed by both Māori and Pākehā, which has helped unite the two races. All who enter here be reconciled. It's hard to imagine today how this land used to look in the mid-1800s. It's not just the addition of modern structures. The contour of the land has changed as well. In 1864, the Pa Pokihinahina covered much of the area here. And extended across what is now Cameron Road to the west, and the defensive trenches extended from here beyond Cameron Road to where the bowling club is sited. I don't think I've ever been here after 23 years of living in Tauranga. It's a nice little park, pretty, relaxing, green, with a walkway explaining the very important history of this area. It's very pretty. A bit of history. Thank you again for watching. Please remember, like and subscribe. It does help this channel to grow. And I'll see you next time. I am at Coolum Beach today. Welcome to video 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the next video in my 14-day challenge. Thank you for beginning to watch this video. Please remember, it helps the channel to grow by liking and subscribing. and I really do appreciate it. So somewhere over there, behind those buildings, is Mount Coolum. Now I climbed Mount Coolum in another video. By the way, it's a really cool walk to do if you're ever in the area. Amazing scenery, of course, and a combination of man-made steps using the natural terrain. I really enjoyed it. The summit, a flat rocky plateau, is perfect for taking in the scenery and the unique volcanic geology beneath your feet. Now before I get into more about Coolum Beach, Mount Coolum is a volcanic plug rising straight up from the coastal plains around it. Its flat top is what actually gave it its name. The name Coolum is the indigenous meaning for flat head. No, hang on a minute, what is it? Sorry, it means blunt or headless. Headless? I suppose if you think about it, the top of Mount Coolum does look like someone's chopped its head off. The land around this area, Coolum, belongs to, and I have to look at my notes because I don't know how to pronounce that, Undambi people, yeah, that's it. And they are part of the larger Kabi, or I think it's Kabi nation. One of their legends involves a battle between Mount Coolum and Mount Nindri. I wonder what this group of seagulls are all hanging around for. It's quite windy today. I have to make sure my hat doesn't blow off. Oh, I just realised I've got my sunglasses on. What's this? Este loves the beach. And walking along Coolum Beach, I found quite a cool pile of amazing rocks here. These are cool. Coolum, cool. Excuse the pun. Now getting back to the legend about Mount Coolum and Mount Nindri. The legend says that Coolum lost its head in a fight, and that's how Majimba Island was formed today. Majimba Island is the head of Mount Coolum, apparently. I'm just going to do a quick Google on what these rocks are, because I'm not a rock expert. I'm guessing they're probably the same formations of the rock that is used up in Mount Coolum Hill. What Google says here, dramatic volcanic rock formations, well, that's pretty obvious, dominated by Mount Coolum. Oh yeah, that makes sense. A 26 million year old laccolith made of rhyolite. Oh right, I do remember from my climb up Mount Coolum that there was a lot of rhyolite rock. Quite cool really. I like the colours. Now a bit about the history of Coolum. Oh, I've got some hair on my eye. The first Europeans to settle here were castaways. They weren't settlers, they were shipwrecked in the 1820s. This beach washed up a couple of men who were shipwrecked. And what's interesting is that they didn't survive on their own. They were helped by the local indigenous people around this area. They relied on the Undambi people to provide them food, water and general survival skills. So for 50 years or so, this beach and this coastline pretty much remained untouched. It always amazes me, those little, what do you call them, little crab balls, if that's what they are. Now let's try and find a path up to a street. Oh, here's one. So by the late 1870s, Europeans started farming this land around this area. Cattle grazed on the coastal plains, which are now covered by buildings. Oh look, in loving memory of John, 1945 to 2025. So timber cutters harvested the forest around this area, and small plots were carved out for pineapple farming and dairy farming. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a mirror. Huh. Ugh. It's not a very flattering one, is it? I wonder what the point of that mirror is, because it definitely doesn't make you look slim. This artwork subtly references the ocean via its reflective nature and undulating waveform. Oh, there you go, there's a reflection there of the beautiful Coolum Beach and waves. There's a really cool boardwalk here. A nice place to walk and I guess check out the sights, the beach and the buildings. I guess like any farming pioneering story, life was typically tough on the farmland around this area until the trains arrived in about 1920. There's a bit of a pathway here. Oh wow, this is quite a cool little outlook actually. Man, I could sit here for hours. The water, the rocks, the waves. Oh. This will make a good little seat for a while. Massive change came about in the 1920s when the cane fields were connected to Coolum by a tramway, a cane tramway. So suddenly the sleepy beach of Coolum back then became a bit more of a hive of activity. There's lots of cool mosaic art along this walkway. This is really cool. I keep saying that, don't I? Just a beautiful, wow, look at that. Oh. Oh, is this part of the walkway from Caloundra? It is too. Oh wow, I've been there. Oh, so the walkway comes all the way around to here. 10.3 kilometres. I wonder if that's the distance from Noosa right through to Palmerstone. Well, according to this, it's a 10.8 kilometre round trip or 5.4 kilometres one way. Oh yeah, well, that's not that far, 5 kilometres one way. That's an idea for another video. Here's some more really cool art. This is really cool. This is like wood. I don't think it's wood, but wow. That's amazing. This guy's incredible. The detail in that. Oh, here's one of Mount Ninderry. When the cane tramways connected Coolum to the sugar mills, the land sales started to pop up with marketing and promotion for the land, promoting the quiet hillside behind me and in the very background Mount Coolum and these beautiful sea views. And of course, with the sale of the land along this beach and coastline started the surf beach culture that Coolum is now known for. Oh gosh, that breeze is nice. There's so many really beautiful, amazing art pieces here. I think I might take photos of all of them. Oh, there's that mirror again. Oh, these are cute. How pretty are those? Coolum Beach. A beautiful, relaxed beach with a natural charm. Thank you again for watching this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. Remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Now, where did I park my car? I'm sure it was along here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I've got a bit of a glow on. I've just climbed the top of a very popular hill climb in the Sunshine Coast. Good morning. I'm at Mount Coolum, about to climb to the top of Mount Coolum. It's about a 1.6 kilometre return trip. This information sign outlines the track conditions, the steepy rock sections, estimated walking time, and a bit about the mountain's geology. We are here and we will end up here. Remember, like and subscribe. It does help the channel to grow and I do appreciate it. A medium level of fitness required. It's quite busy though. I think this is a popular hill walk, trek, climb. There are steep rocky sections and the summit is 208 metres above sea level. Now this is a short, steep trek and the whole mountain is made on volcanic rock about 25 million years old. Now information on Google suggests this Mount Coolum is a volcanic plug, but apparently it's not. It's a laccolith, a dome-shaped intrusion of rhyolitic magma that cooled and solidified beneath the Earth's surface. So somewhere up here, there's a line where you can step across 180 million years of geology. It would be a big step though, because it's just in front of the massive rhyolite cliff on the north face. It looks like someone scribbled on this tree. Oh look, there's a seat. Natural made seat. This is the first view lookout. A peek through the trees here reveals the golf course. Majimba Island, also known as Old Woman's Island. So the shapes of these stones are all natural, I think. Rhyolite cools under pressure and cracks into blocks and plates. These clean edges and corners you see aren't man-made. They're natural fractures called joints. Well, there you go. Over millions of years, these cracks widened, pieces fell away, and they built the stair-like path we're walking on. Now, Majumba Island is also called Old Woman's Island because of a Kabi Kabi legend about an old woman who waited by the sea for her sons, who went fishing and never returned. She waited for them endlessly. The spirits turned her into stone so she could watch for them forever. That's a bit sad. And the island's shape was said to resemble a woman lying on her side. Oh, there's a bit of breeze here right by the cliff's edge. Now see the cliffs beside the track here? This is called columnar jointing. It happens because the rock cooled down from the outside inward, and as it shrank, it split into columns like drying mud cracks, except it's in solid stone. This is looking towards Makula Beach. I do need to look where I'm going. And the higher you climb, the better the view gets. Not such a clear day today. But not too bad anyway. There's the old woman again. These natural made steps are quite cool. Now I've just noticed something. There's a difference in colour in the rocks. There's a pink shaded rock. The pink rocks are from a much older granodiorite. Did I say that correctly? There are quite a few stops for rest, all naturally made of course, or keep challenging yourself to a cardio workout. Because the rocks are quite uneven, it's quite a good balance component to a cardio workout. There's some pink rock.
Can you go down?
Yeah, I'll come back up again.
Yeah, so someone else knows.
I just love the sweat now.
It's getting hot now. I'm almost there, I know I am. Now, why is Mount Coolum shaped like a giant rounded dome? The original volcano around it was much larger. Over millions of years, rain, wind and temperature changes stripped away the softer outer rock. So what remains is this extremely hard core of rhyolite. Don't trip, Sheryl. I nearly tripped on that tiny, small tree root. Now, as we get close to the top, the rock becomes more exposed. These big slabs of rhyolite show the jointing really clearly. It's quite cool how Mother Nature makes the perfect step, isn't it? The track is quite busy today, so I've just tucked off down here for a minute. I do think there is another walk around Mount Coolum, which I haven't checked out yet, and it's a longer track and probably comes up the other side, of the hill, of the mountain. There is this one, which appears to start near the end of South Coolum Road at a gate beneath some power lines. Today we're walking up the main Mount Coolum track, and if I lived any closer I would make it a more regular activity. Now, apart from geology and the really cool natural rock walk up here, the views are to die for, and it feels like about 38 degrees now. At the top of Mount Coolum, you're about 208 metres above sea level, with these amazing views over the coastline, the ocean and the hinterland. I'm not sure where this path goes to. I'm about to find out. The summit, a flat rocky plateau, is perfect for taking in the scenery and the unique volcanic geology beneath your feet. And here's another view of Makula. Nothing like a burst of cardio on a Saturday morning after a busy week. And the views? Perfect. There are a few people back there saying that this path didn't go anywhere, it just went to the edge. I think the views are even better over here, if it weren't for the trees. That's better. I'm not sure if you can see in the camera lens, but over there, somewhere there, is Mount Ninderry. It's amazing how the siren noise carries up this hill so clearly. This is looking over to Sunshine Coast Airport. As I said before, there's a lot of people on this track today, and I'm surprised that most of them don't come out here. So not only is Mount Coolum a beautiful hill climb, it's a 25 million year old rock, the eroded core of an ancient volcanic system. These cliffs and slabs are shaped by millions of years of erosion. Quite fascinating, really. You don't realise what you're walking on half the time. You take it for granted, don't you? Right, that's enough playing around. Time to head back down now. Oh, there's a beautiful cool breeze up here. I guess it's good to see the rope rails, or maybe they are deterrents from getting closer to the edge. Now you know about hill climbs, don't you? The way down is just as tough as the way up. It uses your glutes and quads. I wonder where Sabrina is now. She's rather tanned. I can never get tired looking at the view. I never need to watch my step. What are these? Rounded depressions formed as water, wind and salt wearing away the softer rock over time. Rhyolite can appear in a range of colours depending on how it's weathered. On Mount Coolum, the white rock is usually weathered rhyolite. It turns pale as the surface breaks down, but underneath it's the same dark grey rhyolite. There's a change in rock here, from the smooth rounder orange ones to some pink. There's a mix of the pink, I think that's called rhyolite, and the other rock.
I'll take the break.
You know that wobbly feeling you get when you're doing a glute and quad workout? Nature's man-made design in stones. I was going to say man-made, what idiot. Nature's design. Nature's natural design in stones.
There you go. So no excuses to walk up it once in a while.
Now that's a weird looking tree. Is this a eucalyptus tree? I think it might be, or some other gum tree. It has a distinctive bark that peels back, revealing lighter colours underneath, and the large natural hollow trunk at the base of the tree. Mount Coolum, 1.6 kilometres. I'm not sure how long it takes because I stopped a lot on the way up and down. I didn't time myself because I stopped a lot on the way up and down to film. Thank you for watching. Remember, like and subscribe. It does help the channel to grow and I do appreciate it.
You make ice latte? Oh yeah, medium please. Thank you.
Red dirt roads and the Australian outback. I'm going on a road trip. I'm probably going to be doing about 2,000 kilometres. Heading from hinterland Sunshine Coast to Out and About with Sheryl Gray. Like and subscribe. Jeez, 3 trailers. As you pass through Chinchilla, the town's display board explains its strong agricultural roots and country character. Known as the melon capital of Australia, Chinchilla is known for its fertile soils, cropping, and the biennial melon festival. The board also explains the importance of the Condamine River, early pastoral settlement, and the railway's role in building the town. Chinchilla was built on the banks of Charlie's Creek because of a good water supply. Chinchilla Street, running parallel to this park, was originally the main business centre for the town until constant flooding forced businesses to move to higher ground. Early railways needed timber sleepers and Chinchilla's region had plenty. There were many bushmills and they depended on local settlements and cheap transport to the populations in the east. After completion of the railway, the cutting of hardwood timbers shifted to cypress pine used for housing. Passing through Miles, established in the late 1800s with the arrival of the Western Railway line, it grew as a service centre for nearby pastoral stations. Chinaman's Lagoon, an historic local name linked to a Chinese resident from the late 1800s, noted in records for causing repeated disputes and being regarded at the time as a bit of a troublemaker. It's a pretty lagoon though. A 25-minute detour south is where this giant condamine bell sits. The bell is a large replica of the original bullfrog cowbell, invented in 1867-68, made from a crosscut or pit saw. It hung around the necks of cattle and bullocks so stockmen could locate stray animals in the vast unfenced countryside. And I've stopped in a place called Uliba, which was once a stop for the famous Cobb & Co stagecoach. It was a changing station, providing rest and fresh horses for travellers and mail. When the railway arrived in 1868, Uliba became a key transport and service centre for the surrounding farming area. Cobb & Co operated horse-drawn coaches that carried mail, passengers and goods from across inland Australia. Mail service number 177, Uliba to Surat to St George, 203 kilometres. Contract probably held from 1881 to 1924. Coaches ran from 1880. The service operated twice a week once the railway reached Uliba. From 1878, coach ran from Miles to Surat to St George once a week. From 1879, coach ran Channing, Surat and St George twice a week. Coach companies were very expensive operations to run. Cobb & Co had thousands of horses to feed, coaches, stables and offices. In years of drought, the company made a loss because of the cost of buying and transporting feed for horses. The last Cobb & Co coach ran on the Uliba-Surat or Surat route on 14th of August 1924. Qantas was already carrying mail by air in western Queensland, and radio and telephones connected towns hundreds of kilometres apart. Cobb & Co purchased stores in southern Queensland towns of Uliba, Surat, St George, Thallin and Dirranbandi in its latter years, and ran a few motor vehicles to deliver mail. When Cobb & Co finally wound up in 1929 at the beginning of the Great Depression, it had provided transport and communication to Australia for 75 years. The Uliba Creek Fire Tower was built in 1966 by the Queensland Government. For years, these towers featured 4 legs before Lease switched to a 3-legged design. From 1966 to 2017, this cabin stood atop the 36-metre high Uliba Creek Fire Tower. The fire tower cabin was staffed by forestry lookouts during the fire season. These watchmen spent hours peering through the binoculars, gazing to the horizon, looking for distant smoke, signalling a fire. In the early 2000s, the ageing tower and cabin were coming to the end of their economic life. So hence it was decided that Uliba number 1 would be retired and removed. Another few kilometres up the road, Roma is a key outback town in Queensland's Maranoa region. Known for its bottle trees and one of Australia's largest cattle selling centres, Roma's name leads back to a woman, honoured by Queensland's early colonial years. Lady Diamantina Bowen, born into an aristocratic family in the Ionian Islands, married Queensland's first governor, Sir George Bowen. Honoured for her public and charitable work, places named after her include Roma Street, the Diamantina River and Shire, and the Lady Bowen Hospital. In 1862, the town of Roma was named for her maiden name, De Roma. Sculptures Outback. Just as you pass through Roma here, off the side of the road is a really cool little walkway of sculptures. I just realised this was made out of horseshoes. How cool! Bottle trees in Roma are significant, both culturally and historically. And of course, country music plays a vital role in the life of rural communities, articulating the experiences of the working class life on the land. It often explores themes of rural existence, heartbreak, love and family, while capturing the beauty of nature and the realities of everyday living. Feed the bunyip. Oh yeah. The bunyip is a creature from the Aboriginal mythology of southeastern Australia, said to lurk in swamps, billabongs, creeks, riverbeds and waterholes. The bunyip. The artist's sculptures here are inspired by the Australian outback, made entirely from scrap metal, as you can see, materials and old tools sourced from her father's old farm. The nails. That's really cool, that one. Horses in their natural environment are like a graceful moving sculpture. More flies here. Horses have been integral to the early settlement and development of rural communities, notably through services such as Cobb and Co for passengers and freight in the Maranoa region. Horses played a crucial role in ploughing fields, transporting crops, mustering livestock across expansive areas. Without horses, the course of human history will be markedly different. Called the Seat of Knowledge. Oh, yeah. The Seat of Knowledge by Rod Buckland. Check this one out. Isn't that one cool? Roma's rustiest bottle tree. All made of barbed wire. Resilience is the country way of life, not a lofty concept. It's built on the daily mastery of fear, starting young in the humble chook yard. Here, courage isn't about the absence of fear. It's about facing down the rooster with nerves of steel and living to tell the tale. This work highlights how country kids cultivate resilience in the face of challenges that would send many city dwellers packing. You wouldn't want to come across one of them, would you? Geez. Old Man Emu. Oh, I like this one. Have you ever been to rodeo? Local sculptor was born and raised in Mitchell. His name is Kyle. Kyle was inspired to making fixings around the property, as you do when you're growing up in the country. I know all about that. Forming a passion for working with his hands. Check this guy out. King Ranch. Look at the detail on this. Bike chains. Oh wow, cool. And these guys are made of barbed wire as well. And their hats. Roma is an outback town built on cattle and agriculture, with an early industrial history tied to Australia's first gas discoveries. Established as a pastoral service centre, Roma later became central to the developing gas industry and continues to support the surrounding regions today. All wet down there. Beam pump unit. In the Roma district, oil is found at a considerable depth. While the oil may flow to the surface, initially through pressure within its reservoir, eventually it needs to be pumped. This procedure is called artificial lift and is commonly achieved by a beam pump unit, which operates a downhole pump. The downhole pump is connected to the beam pump unit by a string of sucker rods. The up and down movement of the horse head component, of the beam pump operates the downhole pump, which is fitted to the tubing. The oil flows to the surface via that tubing. That's interesting. In Roma in 1900, while drilling for water deep into the Great Artesian Basin, explorers struck natural gas, marking one of the earliest hydrocarbon discoveries in the country. These early finds sparked wider exploration, and by the 1960s, commercial gas was supplying Roma and Queensland via pipelines. 9.62 metres in girth, 15 metres high with a crown of 23 metres. The Queensland bottle tree is native to, you guessed it, Queensland. It's easy to grow and extremely drought tolerant, sustaining temperatures from -5 degrees to 45 degrees Celsius. The bulbous trunk gives it a unique bottle shape and the reason for its common name of the bottle tree. The first European discovery of the Queensland bottle tree was made by Sir Thomas Mitchell and John Lindley in 1848 at Mount Abundance near Roma. Sir Thomas Mitchell observed these trees and made a note on his expedition. The trunk bulged out in the middle like a barrel to nearly twice the diameter at the ground, or of that at the first springing of the branches above. These were small in proportion to their great girth, and the whole tree looked very odd. Hello, friendly little bird. Now, the bottle trees in Roma are significant both culturally and historically. Native to the region, the Queensland bottle tree, and I have no idea how to pronounce that name, was an important resource for Aboriginal people, providing fibrous bark for cordage and stored moisture during dry times. For European settlers, it became a symbol of survival in the outback, offering shade and familiarity. Oh, there are different types of bottle trees. The bottle trees in Roma have all been transplanted within the town area. Ugh, snakes. You could see us here if you're quiet. I don't think I want to see one of them. What are we standing on? Right now you're on part of the floodplain of Bungle Creek. The soil here is alluvium, deposited by the water flowing along the creek over many thousands of years. The landscape surrounding Roma is formed on Cretaceous sedimentary rocks laid down as sandy and silty beds in various stream and lake environments back in the age of the dinosaurs, then subsequently buried deep in the earth. The soil produced from this weathering process includes a fertile clay that supports a productive cattle industry. The Roma sale yards. Roma is regarded as Australia's largest cattle selling centre. It's in the genes. I would quite like to be here on one of these sails. Be quite full on. A lot of energy. Cowboys, cowgirls. And a huge amount of cattle, of course. Over the course of 50 years, Roma Sale Yards has seen over 11 million head of cattle sold at a value of over $5 billion. The Maranoa region has a proud history based in agriculture, with Roma in particular being a hub for cattle sales, which have taken place here as early as the 1860s. By 1920, at least one set of privately owned cattle sale yards was operating in Roma, next to a doctor's surgery in the middle of town. Needless to say, the resident doctor was not impressed. On one occasion, a mob of cattle smashed the fence down and charged through the doctor's grounds. Gosh, no wonder he wasn't impressed. All 3 yards that were open at the time were closed down in favour of the construction of a new set of substantial yards. Oh, right. Here's obviously the main stage where the cattle gets presented for sale. Better not. We, as the descendants of Mandandangi, welcome you to our traditional lands, respect and value. When the Europeans invaded Australia, the traditional native tribe were the Mandandangi. Their traditional lands covered as far west as Amby, north to Injune, south to St George and east to Miles. The didgeridoo is of huge significance to the Indigenous Australians. It is the oldest wooden wind instrument, dating back 1,000 years. These amazing instruments are also completely unique, with no two didgeridoos producing the same sound. Oh, I didn't know that. The length, diameter and texture of wood all affect the tone, pitch of the instrument. Oh, well, that makes sense, I guess. What looks like scrap metal around Roma is probably more a sign of outback practicality. This town services cattle stations, farms and oil and gas fields, all of which rely on heavy machinery. In a place where there is plenty of land and remote enough that transport is expensive, equipment is often stored outdoors, kept for parts or reuse. There she is, the beautiful old Dickabrim Bridge, the oldest truss bridge in Queensland. The bridge closed for about a year. I think it turned out to be about 18 months for repairs and upgrade. So I'm back here today to have a look, and I just like being out here. Let's go and walk across it, shall we? Ah, it looks like you can't take a shortcut. I'll have to go right round the side here. It looks like you still can't walk across the bridge. So that down there is pedestrian access. That's annoying. You know what? That gap underneath the fence is big enough for me. I'm going to climb under it. Oh, shivers. The Dickabrim Bridge above me is an historic road and rail bridge spanning the Mary River near Meather, about 40 kilometres northwest of Gympie. It is one of the most unusual bridges in Australia because it was designed to carry both trains and vehicles. Construction started in 1885 and the bridge opened in December 1886. It was designed by Queensland's Railway Chief Engineer Henry Charles Stanley and built by McDermott and Owen and Co. The bridge was built to carry the Kingaroy railway line across the Mary River and also provide a road crossing for local traffic. At the time, you can imagine that spanning the wide Mary River here was quite an engineering feat and challenge back in the day. This bridge here replaces earlier versions of the Dickabrim Bridge as the Mary River flooded, as it does often, and destroyed the earlier versions of the bridges. The Dickabrim Bridge is about 200 metres long. Its height above the river is about 23 metres, although at time of filming there's been a lot of rain recently. And because there's been a lot of rain lately, it is a little bit wet underfoot here. The structure of the bridge consists of steel lattice truss spans with timber approaches and decking. So those cast iron cylinders down here support the main river spans. Now the bridge originally carried trains down the centre and the road traffic along the side. This was separated by a curb. Later modifications, though, reduced the need for gatekeepers controlling traffic when trains crossed. Listed with the Queensland Heritage Register in 1992, its endurance is often praised by locals as proof of the solid construction methods used in the 1880s. This bridge is the largest surviving steel truss bridge in Queensland and is one of only a few combined road and rail bridges in Australia. The Mary River, for anyone who knows this area, floods regularly, and this bridge, or this version here, so far, has stood the test because it's still standing. Apparently in 1893 the floods did cover the decking, and even the severe 2022 floods nearly reached the deck but did not destroy it. Deck. I need to pronounce or extend my Australian vowels a bit on that one, don't I? Yuck. Thank goodness for my reef sandals, built to take a bit of water. Now the name Dickabrim apparently comes from a yam or a sweet potato. And that yam or sweet potato apparently grew alongside the riverbank here, which gave it the name Dickabrim. There is another theory though, There were two explorers at the time called Dick and Abram. The combination of both those names, Dick and Abram, Dick-Abram. However, the Aboriginal version of the meaning behind the name is the more widely accepted one. Isn't there just something about being by the water, the sound of the water running, even though it looks quite muddy right now since the recent heavy rainfall? I wonder if I can get along there. It's a bit muddy. No, I think I'll stick to the steps. Where are they? Ooh, shivers. Oh. Which one did I come in under? Oh, that one. I think. I'll be back in a minute. There is a plaque here, quite a large one actually, with quite a lot of information about the bridge. Yes, it stands 23 metres above the Mary River, putting it above almost all recorded flood levels. Flora and vegetation around the bridge. The vegetation on the banks of the Mary River provide habitat for many birds, insects, mammals, amphibians and reptiles. On the water, it says to look out for the black swan, Australian wood duck and the little pied cormorant. Below the water, the platypus. Oh. Like any old structure, there's usually a story, I guess, of tragedy or a ghost story. Here's another car. This bridge is quite busy. So tragedy at the bridge. It is rumoured that there were 3 deaths during the construction of the bridge. 2 graves located very close to the bridge are believed to have been for construction workers. I wonder where those graves are. The 3rd death is said to be that of a workman who disappeared while barrowing concrete to fill one of the 4 steel cylinders. It is assumed the unfortunate worker wheeled his barrow too close to the edge of the large cylinder and that he and the barrow fell in. Wow. Not realising the fate of their co-worker, others continued to fill the cylinder. There are many fishermen who, while fishing for cod near the bridge now on cold winter nights, they tell stories of hearing a tapping and a voice moaning in the very same cylinder. It's a bit freaky. During World War II, Maryborough was the flying base for an RAF wireless air gunnery school. Itchy nose. Almost daily these planes would fly south to a point around Meaver, using the bridge as a visual navigation point. Oh yeah, here's where it says it was completed in May 1886. It stands 23 metres above the Mary River and is just over 200 metres in length. Oh wow, from 1904 the Tyro Shire Council paid £20 per annum towards the cost of maintenance of the Dick-Abram Bridge. This amount increased to £30 in 1935. And in 1962, the Tyro Shire Council received an amount of £1,500 for repairs and was advised that a further £10,000 would be required in the coming years. Sometimes I like to come out to this bridge and just absorb the river atmosphere. It is certainly a place to quietly reflect, I guess. Dick-Abram Bridge. I'm not sure if you can see that because the sun is reflecting off that. Dick-Abram Bridge, Meaver, 1884 to 1886. The casting of the cylindrical piers for the central spans over there delayed the construction in 1885. But the bridge was finally tested in 1886 and the line opened to traffic December 1886. There were several attempts to form crossings over the Mary River before the construction of the current bridge. The first, which was built in 1878, was gradually washed away by floods, which I mentioned earlier, and that was in 1879 and 1880. The replacement was washed away then in 1882. The bridge has stayed more or less the same now since it was built, with only some minor modifications as the trains became heavier. All right. The last train to cross the bridge was May 2008, which was sent to retrieve spare wagons stored on the branch line. Boy, it's hot today. There's no breeze out here at the moment. The plaque was erected in 1986 as part of the celebrations of the Dickerbrim Bridge and is dedicated to all of the pioneering families of the Meaver district. There's some bitey things out here too. Now here's an interesting fact for you. Dickerbrim Bridge is older than Brisbane's famous Story Bridge by more than 50 years, making it a remarkable survivor from the Queensland early railway era. I had hoped that the pedestrian part of the bridge would be open today because it is quite cool to walk over. And since it looks like we can't walk across the bridge, we'll drive across the bridge. I wonder if you can get him from this side maybe. Bummer, that's disappointing. No, you can't. Oh well. Oh, remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It helps this channel to grow. Thank you. Good morning. It's a bit of a bleary day in Rockhampton. Let's find breakfast. Did you know that Quay Street, Rockhampton is known for having the longest stretch of National Trust heritage buildings in Australia? After breakfast, we're going to have a look at some of these today. First, I need a smoothie, breakfast and coffee. I'm now going to walk alongside the Fitzroy River along the Heritage Trail, and there's also some heritage listed buildings along Quay Street in the main centre which I think will be worth having a look at. Hang on a minute, that bridge walk looks interesting. Let's have a look at that first. Alexandra Bridge. This bridge was built for railway lines and opened in 1899. It was named after Alexandra, the Princess of Wales. It was the first railway bridge in Rockhampton. Here I am in the wind again. Hold on to my hat. The Alexandra Bridge opened for traffic 6th of November 1899. There we go, I've just walked to the end of the bridge. There is a path down there. I'm not going to go there today. I'm going to walk back across the ridge and head down this side of the Fitzroy River. So here's what the Fitzroy River looks like. I'm not sure if it's low tide. I'm sure you'll notice the river water is quite muddy looking. Why? A number of reasons. Heavy rain, the tidal nature of the river, and that the river is the catchment basin for the area. A link to the past. The idea of a rail bridge first arose in the late 1880s. During World War II, the Fitzroy Road Bridge couldn't handle the heavy military vehicles heading north. The military convoys trundled across the Alexandra Rail Bridge, adding another interesting chapter of the city's history. Starting from the Alexandra Bridge end, which I've just walked over. Oh, how cute. We'll start up this end and walk down and see where it goes. Have you ever used outside public gym equipment? I'm walking up Victoria Parade. That's a white tree trunk. These steps take us down a walkway that is closer to the river. And that is looking towards the Neville Hewlett Bridge, which was built in 1980. Can you see in the distance over there? That's a very high pole house. It looks like a clubhouse on stilts that avoids the fluctuating river levels that is prone to flooding. One of the heritage listed buildings along Quay Street. "10,000 steps. Every step counts." This is the Riverside Precinct and Pier. Upstairs is the restaurant and downstairs is a place for hanging out. It was recently upgraded in 2015 after flood damage. The forgotten port city, Rockhampton was once a vital port in the 19th century. Playground or ramp to Quay Street? Let's go to Quay Street. Oh, how cute. A model of a Queenslander house. Oh, here's another one. Let's have a closer look at this one. Here's another one here. Another example of public art. I do like these. There's the playground. Oh, here's another one of these. Now that definitely has to be a heritage listed building. It is. This is the Heritage Hotel Rockhampton. It was built in 1898. A rendered brick building with iron lace veranda balustrading. That's a bright pink building in amongst the others. Cahill Stores, now the Flamingos nightclub, built in 1889. Now that's an impressive building, Walter Reed Court. And just a quick look back up the street to the other heritage listed building. This is the Fitzroy Rivertime Beacon, the bottom photo showing the Harbour Board building. This middle photo is the Customs House and the top photo is the Post Office building. This building over the road is the Harbour Board building, built in 1898. Designed in the neoclassic revival style. The Walter Reed building was built from 1893 to about 1918. There are two large Walter Reed warehouses which were huge compared to the other structures in the area at the time. Rockhampton was declared as an official port in 1858. It was a major transport and trade centre for central Queensland, making it prosperous for businessmen like Walter Reed. The building is 3-storied and is finished with a cement rendered facade. Let's wander back up this side of Quay Street to have a closer look at the other heritage listed buildings. Who's this guy? Tom Storia. He's entirely imaginative. This statue is an imaginative, anonymous person loaded and ready for a journey. And just over the shoulder from the statue is the Customs House with a side view of the building. Customs House was built in 1898 to 1901 in the classic revival style architecture. Barramundi, but you say it Barramundi? There you go. And the fifth area that is also known as Toledo. Okay. Just on the verge of dark. Now that cool building over there is Rockhampton's Post Office building. Built in 1892 in Victorian classical architecture, this building reflects Rockhampton's status as a major commercial centre in the late 19th century due to the economic impact of the gold mining at nearby Mount Morgan. The building is a 2-storied brick building with sandstone facing. The clock tower was established in 1894. Rockhampton's Courthouse Complex. This is the Supreme Court Building, Block D, and this was built in 1886 to 1887. A reminder that we are in the beef capital of Australia. I'm walking down by the river again. The tide is a lot lower now. Here's an explanation showing how the city deals with the stormwater flow. Follow the yellow brick road? Well, maybe the orange road. I'm almost back at the top of Victoria Parade where I started. That's not much of a view, the trees block the way. I like to keep fit. Outdoor gym machines though are not for me. I prefer the privacy of my own home gym. This walk is quite pleasant, although there is a lot of traffic noise from the bridge and the road. That's Rockhampton. Hope you enjoyed watching. See you in the next video. Now Eromanga is known to be, or is thought to be, or is claimed to be, the furthest town from the ocean. Remember to like and subscribe or join the journey with Sheryl Gray. The destination today is Eromanga, one of Queensland's outback's oil producing regions.
Can you tell me your favourite pet bag?
Up to 300 millimetres are possible around the northeast.
There is no reception in many places, not even FM radio, so we have resorted to AM radio and local stations. On the way to Eromanga, we enter the Baloo Basin, an inland drainage system where rivers and creeks flow into internal lakes rather than the sea, shaping the flat grazing country of southwest Queensland. Quilpie is on the Baloo Basin. Yep, that's me. The furthest in the outback I've ever been. It feels really weird when there's literally not a soul around that hasn't been for kilometres. Ooh, just stood on something really sharp. How cool is that? Eromanga is named from a local Aboriginal word meaning hot and windy plain. The name was used by European geologists using the existing place name to describe the Eromanga Sea and Basin. The name fits the region's geology, as it was once covered by the Eromanga Sea, a vast, shallow inland sea that spread across much of Central Australia during the early to mid-Cretaceous period, around 100 to 120 million years ago. The sea deposited thick layers of sand, silt and clay that formed sedimentary rocks, preserving marine fossils such as, these are really cool words, such as ammonites and plesiosaurs. As the sea retreated, uplift and erosion shapes the land that you see today. Notosaurus Park. Those entry walls are built from Gidgee stone. It's a silcrete which is a remnant of a surface layer of an ancient landscape which was cemented together by silica-rich water. The stone is very hard and was once used by indigenous people for stone tools. The seams of potch opal of no colour and value in the walls are a symbolism to the rich opal mining history in the Eromanga area. The opal around Eromanga is known as boulder opal and is a result of cracks and crevices in ironstone which have been filled with silica-rich waters. If the conditions were right, opal has formed and can display a kaleidoscope of flamboyant colours. Oh, that sounds quite cool. The circular shapes formed with rocks and poles are to link the various spaces together. The poles are a reflection of the oil industry close to Eromanga. The oil, together with natural gas, is found in the Eromanga Basin, a large Jurassic to Cretaceous basin filled with sediments. And just while I think about it, remember to like and subscribe or join the journey with Sheryl Gray. Like and subscribe for regular video updates. Now, with all the dinosaurs around, and you might have already guessed, maybe you knew, but Eromanga is home to the country's most exciting dinosaur discoveries. Got a big blodge on the screen. That's better. Footprints where? Notosaurus. Oops, try the angle there. Notosaurus is, as you can see, is a life-size sculpture of a sauropod and her two babies. The giant mother that I just walked past or behind is 3.5 metres tall and 10 metres long. Over 1 kilometre of aluminium pipe was twisted, bent and shaped to create her and her two smaller babies, Jasper and Corey. Oh, look at these dinosaur footprints. Now, most of these things are closed while we're out this way. It's still good to have a look around though, because there's plenty of plants that explain the history of Eromanga and the dinosaurs. So this here is, I don't know what. The beam pump is a heritage pump jack, showing how crude oil was pumped and used in Eromanga's outback history. There's a bit of info here about the old hall that was built by the Eromanga CWA ladies, who fundraised with events to raise the £400 required to build the original hall. And I think this is where the blacksmith shop must have operated. It opened to serve the Cobb & Co coaches of the era, shoeing horses and repairing stagecoaches. This video was filmed between Christmas and New Year holiday of 2025, so I know this is not going to be open. I am hoping though to see something about the dinosaurs. This boulder is called a concretion and is from 95 millennia old. Winton Formation west of Eromanga, near where Cooper, Australia's largest dinosaur, was found. Excavated in 1980. Titanosaur egg clutches nests and babies. Gigantic titanosaurs like Australotitan cooperensis reproduce by laying eggs, similar to living birds and some modern reptiles. These titanosaur babies were not born as massive creatures, but they grew rapidly to escape predators like meat-eating dinosaurs. They even had an egg tooth to crack the eggshell. The Eromanga Natural History Museum has a great display, I believe, of fossils, megafauna and dinosaur remains in the local Eromanga and Cooper basins. This is also home to the largest dinosaur discovered in Australia, the skeleton of Australotitan cooperensis, named Cooper, He's about 95 to 98 million years old.
And as tall as a bee double. This is an enormous animal. It's Australia's largest dinosaur species, and in fact it's the largest animal to walk outback Queensland that we've ever known.
Dinosaurs first appeared around 230 million years ago. Most of them went extinct 66 million years ago. Emus are modern birds, direct descendants of theropod dinosaurs, with their lineage splitting off about 50 to 65 million years ago. This makes emus living relatives of these prehistoric giants, sometimes called modern dinosaurs. While planning this trip, I discovered Kyabra Lagoon and decided it was worth visiting since we would be nearby. What we found was not quite what we thought we'd find. Maybe it was the time of the year. I'm not likely to be in the outback very often, so I'm making the most of getting out on the middle of the road and standing here. There's even a house way over there. What do people do who live in the outback, apart from being a farmer? This is Kyabra Station, I think, which is the furthest point ever in the outback I've ever been. There's no reception at all. And as much as it feels kind of creepy, kind of weird, because you know there's no other soul around, there's no phone reception. Just to be so far away from anywhere and to say I've done it. Thank goodness for the icebox in the back of the car. Oh, the sand is quite hot. Jeez. Far out. I've worn my sandals because only shoes I've got are light coloured. And I didn't want to make them dirty, but this is actually really cool. Just a few metres up from the road, you just get this view. Yapanya Sandhills, ancient wind-swept dunes formed from sediments left behind after the Eromanga Sea retreated. Yapanya Sandhills, this is only about, only 35 kilometres north from Eromanga, but when I say only, it's not much of a drive, but it's probably just up the road for the outback, right? This place would be absolutely magical just to sit here and sunset. Based in Eromanga, IOR operates Australia's only inland oil refinery there, refining locally produced crude and supplying fuel directly to regional and outback communities. I need to watch this. Lots of these prickly plants are around the place and I keep forgetting. Right. Baldy top. Baldy top. Slipping and tripping hazards. Oh well. Let's give it a go, shall we? The rocks that form Baldy Top are linked to sediments laid down during the time of the Eromanga Sea, a vast shallow inland sea that covered much of inland Queensland and Central Australia during the early to mid-Cretaceous period, which, as I mentioned before, is about 100 to 120 million years ago. As the sea advanced and retreated, it deposited layers of sand, silt and clay. After the sea disappeared, uplift and long-term erosion removed softer sediments, leaving harder rock outcrops like Baldy Top standing above the surrounding plains.
Oh wow. Like I'm not going up there, but that looks quite cool. Breeze up here gives a bit of fresh air, if it's fresh.
Oh, the heat. I wonder how hot it is up here. It feels like about 45 degrees. It's definitely hotter down the side of the rock of Baldy Top. Oh wow. Wow, that's impressive. How cool is that? And that's Quilpie over there. Look at the flies on me. Don't know if you can see those. I don't want to open my mouth too much in case flies fly in. Anyway, flies and all. Check out that backdrop. I think that might went up my nose. Gross. Now there you go. New fashion. Boy, they keep the flies off though. What a great idea this is. Why didn't I think of this before? Baldy Top picnic area. It's also our toilet stop. But it's so hot and so many flies, I can't even imagine having a picnic here. You can see the flies trying to get you and it's like, good job. You can't get anywhere near my face. These are a great idea. Apparently local Indigenous communities and Quilpie Shire have used Baldy Top during NAIDOC week in early July as a gathering place, including traditional smoking ceremonies and community climbs that invite the public to connect with the country. Amy Johnson landing site. Remember the first female pilot who flew from London to Australia? She apparently landed right here. Amy Johnson, the first woman to fly solo from England to Australia. Born in 1903, she went to Sheffield University in 1923. She learnt to fly at the London Aeroplane Club in 1928 to 29. And then she became the first British woman to gain a ground engineer's licence. She made her first solo flight after a little less than 16 hours tuition and achieved her pilot's licence in July 1929. She married the famous British pilot Jim Morrison, who proposed only 8 hours after they met. Wow, that's fast. Needless to say, they divorced a few years later in 1938. In 1940, during World War II, she joined the newly formed Air Transport Auxiliary, whose job was to transport RAF planes around the country. Oh, here we go. On July 5th, 1941, whilst flying an airspeed Oxford to RAF Kidlington near Oxford, she went off course in poor weather. She drowned after bailing out into the Thames estuary. Although she was seen alive in the water, a rescue attempt failed and her body was lost. So the reason she landed here, they were bound for Charleville and were due to arrive in time for an official lunch at turned out she'd lost her way. She circled Quilpie a couple of times and put her plane down on a stony ridge on the north fringe of the township. And that's what you see here. Thank you again for watching. Remember, join the journey, like and subscribe. That does help this channel to grow. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again soon. I am in Mount Morgan, originally a mountain made of ironstone and shale. The site is now a huge open pit. Now Mount Morgan is about 38 kilometres southwest of Rockhampton and is situated in the D Ranges. It is known to be one of the world's richest gold mines in its day, later producing copper and silver. So I've decided to come out here today to, looks like there's a lookout over there, but I wonder if I can get up to that one. Now gold was discovered here in about 1882 and discovered by three brothers, Fred, Tom and Edwin. The mine then opened in 1883 as the Mount Morgan Gold Mining Company. In marvellous Mount Morgan is a not-so-quiet cottage for all us F-ups, if that's your fate. Mad Mount? Mad Mount. Mount Morgan's wild, not just a name, where the roos play footy and the locals claim fame. The pub's got beers older than me, and the blokes spin yarns like true God, I wrestle a tree. Up at the dam, kids bombing the pride, in with pride, while a goanna steals chips from the barbecue side. Busted ass utes, bush tracks, one dodgy sign, but the views from the top are flippin' divine. So come for the gold or just the crack, but don't feed the magpies, 'cause they will attack. In the foreground of the mine is the gold room. The north wing of this building formed part of the chlorination works, constructed in 1884. Behind this is the general office. This building had 3 stages of construction and has served as both general office and accommodation quarters. Moving to the left, we see the main stack. Completed in 1905, this stack was originally constructed using 750,000 bricks. Left of the stack are the mounds of tailings, all that remain of the vast quantity of rock and earth dug from the mine, then discarded after precious ore was removed. Once there were bush, gullies and gently flowing creeks, all favourite haunts for the Mount Morgan kids. About 325 metres deep, which is kind of sad really. It's ruined a hill, a perfectly good hill. It's a little nerve-wracking by car. I'd much rather walk up the hill, I think. Phew, the hill's a bit steep. Now the peak operation of the mine was from the late 1800s to the mid 1900s. I'm not that comfortable driving my car up some of those roads. That road doesn't look so bad. The bit I just walked up was the worst bit. Around 262 tonnes of gold, 37 tonnes of silver and 387,000 tonnes of copper were all extracted from this site. It was once called the richest single hill in the world. It's certainly left a rather large hole in the ground now, hasn't it? The original mine was underground and later converted to open cut mining. Operations continued under various owners until 1981, when the mining finally ceased. Now apparently Mount Morgan was a centre for mining innovation. They introduced cyanide treatment of ore in 1936 and later used froth flotation to extract copper from tailings. So that was originally a small mountain of ironstone and shale containing gold. Now to get down this hill that I wouldn't drive up. Sadly, the mining has left behind acid mine drainage and heavy metal pollution. The open pit lake's vivid colour is caused by iron and copper sulfate minerals. Rehabilitation involves neutralising the acidic water and reprocessing tailings for residual gold. Now taking a walk up Mount Morgan's main street, this once pulsed with the life of a thriving gold rush town. During the late 1800s, it was lined with grand hotels, bustling shops and civic buildings that reflected the wealth drawn from the famous mine. The high point of development in this area was the establishment of the Technical College in 1908, becoming the first state high school in 1912. The Cutter statue in Mount Morgan honours the timber men of the 1880s who cut and hauled massive logs to feed the gold mine's hungry furnaces, a tribute to their strength and grit that built the town's prosperity back in the day. Running the Cutter. The running of the Cutter statue pays tribute to a local tradition that began at the Mount Morgan mine in 1900. Time capsule. Placed in 1982 to be opened in 2082. This 5-metre arbor sculpture stands pride of place as a tribute to Mount Morgan, its incredible history and some of its inspirational residents. Mafeking Bell. This bell was casted in 1900 from pennies donated by Mount Morgan schoolchildren to commemorate the relief of Mafeking. Built in 1890, Mount Morgan's post office remains an important symbol of the town's golden era, a vital hub that would have once connected miners and families to the outside world during the height of the gold rush. This building was built in 1899. The tower on top of the building was used as a lookout during World War II to spot enemy planes. The building is now a private residence. Now, apparently, this place is haunted. No, this isn't the haunted building. It's up the other end of the street. So that was a quick wander up the main street of Mount Morgan. Oh, but it's always nice to find a breeze and some shade. Walking back up Morgan Street, you can't help but notice the colour-painted rocks. This version of Mount Morgan School of Arts was built in 1924 after two fires. The size and scale of the building reflects the town's prosperity during those gold mine years. The Grand Hotel on Mount Morgan was built in 1898. The tower, a decorative roof turret, is mainly ornamental rather than serving any real functional purpose like a lookout or clock tower. Do not swing bridge. 60 persons maximum at any time. Ooh, it's pretty bouncy. So this bridge was made for the miners who walked across it to get to work. With all the health and safety, surely it wouldn't be open if it was unsafe, right? Now look back across it again. It's a long way to Tipperary. It's a long way to Tipperary. Isn't there a song that goes like that? Mount Morgan suspension bridges. The Dee River's meandering course to the centre of Mount Morgan past the mine into the Don River further upstream has provided problems in times of flood. Mount Morgan's settlement pattern was sprawled out on both sides of the river, and this meant that entire settlements were cut off from supplies when the river flooded. In the 1890s, 6 suspension bridges were constructed at strategic locations across the river. Number 1, Upper Dee Suspension Bridge spanned from Burns Parade to River Street but washed away during fierce flooding in 1928. You can see there are still remnants here of its original foundations, marking where the bridge's towers once stood. These stone and concrete bases remind us of the town's late 1800s engineering and transport history, highlighting the importance of river crossings for the area's mining and community development. Now there's a few different versions on how Mount Morgan came to discover gold. One of them is 3 Morgan brothers, Fred, Thomas and Edwin. Another version, the wife's discovery. I think I might like this one. Local folklore says that Mary Morgan, the wife of one of the brothers, she deserves the credit. While washing clothes in the creek, she saw shiny specks in the sand and showed her husband. The brothers investigated, realised it was gold, and followed the creek upstream to its source, the hill that became Mount Morgan. The version gives a woman a starring role in the story, rare in the 1880s. I think this one might be more believable though, don't you? Ooh, gross. Looks like this was an old water tank. The Mount Morgan Railway Station Museum is housed in the town's former railway station, built in 1898. The station was central to transporting ore from the Mount Morgan mine and connecting the town to Rockhampton. Today, the building has been converted into a museum showcasing historical photographs, railway memorabilia, and mining artefacts. Gold makes up only 5/10 millions of the Earth's outer layer. However, incredible quantities of this precious metal has been mined on Queensland's Tropic of Capricorn. Today, what was once a large mountain is now one of the largest artificial holes on Earth. Now, the railway station, this specially designed track allowed rail traverse up and over steep Razorback, giving connection from the busy river port of Rockhampton to the booming mining town. The 2-kilometre section of rack rail operated between 1898 and 1952 and was one of only 2 rail lines of this type in the country. Mount Morgan's railway station was opened in 1898 and continued to operate until 1987. How it worked in operation: when trains left Rockhampton with normal engines, at the base of the range, Morgan Station, they attached a rack locomotive to the front or the rear. The rack engine engaged its cogwheel onto the centre rail and pushed or pulled the train up the slope at about 8 to 10 kilometres per hour. Once over the summit, it disengaged and a normal engine continued to Mount Morgan. Coming down, the rack gear acted as a brake, controlling the descent safely. Locals said the train sounded like it was a growling beast. You could hear the rack engine's grinding echo across the valley. This image shows an old historic water tank. The tank was originally used to service old steam trains. And that is Mount Morgan, once a booming, thriving gold mining town in its day. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time. Remember, like and subscribe. Your subscription really helps the channel. See you next time. Tonight I'm in Brisbane City, and as much as I love the peace and the calm of the countryside, I'm just like a kid in a candy store in the city. The bright lights and the vibrancy of a city that's pumping with life. So what I thought I would do tonight is I'll go walk about in the dark to see how different the city looks after dark. So this building opposite me here, the Treasury building, this was built in 1886. The building took place over several decades as the area around here expanded with shipping, trade and population growth. The building was the centre of government administration and was designed to impress. It sure is impressive, with huge sandstone walls, decorative arches, iron balconies, inspired by European Renaissance architecture. Quite cool, isn't it? Even at night, that impressive building behind me dominates the local CBD area with all its towers and modern buildings. And And here we have Queen Victoria. Now I've seen the statue in the daytime, but I can't remember what that plaque says. 1837 to 1901. Now this gorgeous building is also a heritage listed building. It's the Treasury Hotel. I'm just going to take a little look inside. And just over the road is one of my favourite old buildings in Queensland, in Brisbane I mean, the Commissariat Store. I never seem to get this pronunciation correct. I meant the Commissariat Store. At that time, Brisbane was a remote punishment settlement, surrounded by thick bushland and controlled by soldiers. I'm hoping you can see it, but these walls down here are the original walls built by those convicts. So convicts quarried the stone down there in those walls by hand from nearby cliffs and hauled the heavy blocks themselves, of course, under strict military supervision. One of those men was Patrick Logan, who was the commandant of the Moreton Bay Penal Colony during the late 1820s and became known for his strict discipline. Convicts under Logan's control helped build many of Brisbane's earliest structures, including roads, farms and buildings like the Commissariat Store. Wow, look at that. There's the Skydeck up there. That's quite a cool contrast. Skydeck, which is quite new, over the Commissariat Store, which was built in 1829. I do know that you can get down some steps here to the, I think it's the front side of the store. All the bright lights of the city. There's a sign somewhere here, I'm sure of it. Oh, there it is. So it says here, all goods and provisions shipped in and out of the colony of Queensland were stored in this building. Tools, weapons, clothing and food were all distributed from here, while produce such as wool, maize and timber were stored before being loaded onto ships at Queen's Wharf, usually bound for Sydney. After the closure of the penal settlement in 1842, the building had varied uses as a bond store, police office, immigrant depot, state archives and government stonemason store. What's on this side? The Commissariat Store is one of only a few remaining buildings still standing from the original Moreton Bay penal settlement. Locally quarried stone, hand-cut floorboards and handmade nails were all used to construct the store, but the construction was not without incident, with one of the convicts reportedly murdered by a pickaxe to the head. Jeez. Oh, now look at this. This is cool. What beautiful colours. Wow. And the Commissariat Store over there still looks impressive from over here. I like what they've done with those lights. So that noise above me is the Brisbane motorway. Behind me, of course, is the city's Ferris wheel and the relatively new Neville Bonner Bridge. So what I plan to do is walk up the river a bit more, cross over Kurilpa Bridge and come back to this side of the city over the Neville Bonner Bridge. Now, like some of the convict buildings around Brisbane, first as the transport route carrying cargo and passengers. Oh wow, look at those lights, they've just changed colour. What was I saying? Oh yeah, that's right. The Brisbane River shaping the history of Brisbane. It was a transport route carrying cargo, passengers and supplies into the growing settlement. Oh wow, now there's one of those city cats going by. What a stunning picture that is. The colours, the water, the boats. The river, of course, for anybody who lives around the Brisbane area, has also caused some destruction over the years. The major floods that the river has sometimes, the most major ones being in 1841, 1893, 1974 and 2011. And I'm pretty sure there was another decent flood around 2022, I think. Entire areas of Brisbane disappear underwater. Now apparently there's some flood markers around here somewhere. Queen's Wharf, originally known as King's Wharf, built in 1827. Convicts and military disembarked, provisions unloaded. Brisbane's only landing place in the early 19th century. The wharf dilapidated by 1842, rebuilt in 1843 for a ferry service linking North and South Brisbane. Queen's Wharf built in 1827, entry for immigrants in 1848 until the 1880s. Oh, I didn't realise the camera was so low. The wharf was wrecked and rebuilt several times after major floods, but I still haven't found the markers. I wonder where they are. I think they're just scattered around the city. So now I'm heading towards the Kurilpa Bridge. Hang on, is that how you pronounce it? I was correct, it is Kurilpa Bridge. What's the time? It's 7:20 in the evening, so I feel quite safe walking around this area at this time of the evening. Whoa, that guy was close. What was I just saying? I feel safe. Well, I do really, but I didn't really expect to be knocked over by somebody. River Loop. I have never walked under this before. What I think I will do is I'm going to duck up here and continue the walk to Kurilpa Bridge along the streets. Oh, you get the whiff of car fumes up here. There it is. Kurilpa Bridge opened relatively recently in 2009. It was designed for cyclists and pedestrians only, using a complex cable system known as tensegrity design. Even at night, the bridge almost appears suspended above the water like a glowing web of steel cables. Now the name Kurilpa comes from the local indigenous meaning, place of the rat or the water rat. Ew. Can I get over there? No, I don't think I can. That means I'll have to go back this way and cross over. Kurilpa Bridge. Jeez, that can be fright. Cool, look at that. Gosh, if this were the country with all these lights on, there'd be a heap of mosquitoes and other bugs flying around. I found this plaque here just as I've walked off the Kurilpa Bridge. Kuril Dreaming is a love story about the Billy Bag girl who made dilly bags with the kangaroo marsupial rat as her totem. Oh right, there's the rat relevance. And it's also in Braille. These things look like hoses, garden hoses. Oh, they are. This is quite cool actually. It is, it's a massive garden hose. Look at that. Now, I don't know about you. Ooh, bright light. I'm quite familiar with one of these garden hoses. Now, what's an elephant doing on its head for? This sculpture, called The World Turns, created in 2011 by a New Zealand artist, shows a native water rat, otherwise known as Kuril, overturning a giant elephant. The Kuril gave Kurilpa Point its name and symbolises quiet strength and local First Nations caretakers. Well, I messed that up, didn't I? The plan was to walk along the south bank. I got distracted by that massive garden hose though. On the opposite side of the river is the South Bank Walkway. This area around this part of the river was once full with docks, warehouses and industrial buildings, which were all connected to Brisbane's river trade. Of course, everything changed in 1988, when the World Expo 88 transformed this riverfront here into a thriving, buzzing international expo. Expo 88 became a turning point for Brisbane, transforming the entire city, modernising the city's image and changing the shape of the riverside here. So after the event was finished, the area was turned into a parklands area instead of private development. And not far from this area, in fact right over there, stands the Brisbane Ferris wheel. Gosh, there's a few people just out enjoying the calm evening atmosphere here. That stunning Ferris wheel behind me, Brisbane's Ferris wheel, was opened in 2008 for Queensland's 150th anniversary. It was meant to be temporary, but they decided to make it a permanent fixture and leave it there. Geez, look at those fit young things running. Now somewhere around here should be the Nepalese pagoda. Oh, there it is, right over there. Why is the Nepalese Peace Pagoda at South Bank Parklands? The Nepalese Peace Pagoda was originally commissioned and installed at South Bank for Expo 88. Following its success, it became a coveted item with several international bidders vying to keep it. Wow, that is so cool. Look at that, the Ferris wheel right behind me and the Peace Pagoda overlooking the Brisbane River. Traditional Nepalese woodworkers carved all the detail in these timber panels. The 3-storey high pagoda features over 80 tonnes of hand-carved Nepalese timber. Wow. Right, now to walk over the Neville Bonner Bridge, and I think I might head over to the sky deck. The Neville Bonner Bridge is one of Brisbane's more recent structures built, opened in 2024. The bridge links the South Bank behind me directly to Brisbane's CBD. The Neville Bonner Bridge is named after Neville Bonner, who was the first Aboriginal Australian to serve in Parliament. He became an important figure in Indigenous representation and Australian politics. So while I'm in the city, I thought it would be a good idea to check out the sky deck at night. Now, no laughing at my Kiwi accent, sky deck. I mean, deck. Oh. It helps if I face the right way. I'm not very good at those. Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah, keep your eye.
Now I'm at the top of the sky deck, the sky deck overlooking the city. Wow, 2% remaining. Thank you so much for watching this video. Please remember to like and subscribe, and I'll see you soon in the next one. $0.50 a fare is all it costs to take the train anywhere in Queensland at the moment.
Indeed, Express crossing Fulton through to Barn Hill, stopping only at Petrie and Northgate, and then continues on to Hall City Station.
It's going to be in the early 30s today. Sun hat, sunblock.
This is a Brisbane City and Roma Street train.
Did I mention that the timetable for Gympie North train station is about 2 departures a day, and the first one is at 5:47 a.m. Station is the Glasshouse Mountain station. It kind of leads into I'm hoping to catch through the window of this train. Oh wow, look at that. That's what I've been waiting for. You have to be quick to catch a glimpse because they disappear again behind the trees. But let's keep our eyes peeled because I'm sure we'll have some more opportunity to have a glimpse of those beautiful ancient stone mountains.
Glasshouse Mountain Station.
Look at that. Ancient stone giants scattered across the Sunshine Coast hinterland. Each one a remnant of fire formed millions of years ago when volcanoes erupted across this land. Over 25 million years, the softer rock around them eroded away, leaving only these solid volcanic cores, sharp, steep and full of character. You can see the amount of soil and earth that has eroded over the years. That's a lot of dirt. Nanda.
Central Station, platform right-hand side direction of travel. This train terminates at Roma Street.
Designed in 1873, Roma Street Station is Brisbane's oldest and busiest rail hub. Although you wouldn't think it, with the amount of people that's around right now. Escalator? Stairs. I'll take the escalator. You never know who you're going to run into in this place. Tony T-Rocks. Queensland greats. These guys, I think, have all donated in some way to this park. So now that I've run into Tony from T-Rocks, I'm going to learn about some rocks around Brisbane today.
Well, Sheryl, what we got here, you see this rock all over Brisbane, and it's from the Mount Coot quarry. So what this is the Brisbane shales, which we'll talk a little more about later, that have been cooked underground by the inaugural granites, and they've stopped being shale, now they're a schist. And these lines are quartz that has been put into the schist while it was being cooked by the inaugural granites, and this stuff is all over Brisbane.
Oh wow, that's pretty up there, eh?
Roma Street Parklands in Brisbane is a lush urban oasis with vibrant seasonal flowers and over 250 plant species. You can stroll through the winding paths, enjoy water features and relax amid roses, palms and flowering trees in this peaceful city retreat.
That was just a track running down a hill.
Alright.
And this was a swamp, because the reason Brisbane was built here is because they needed drinkable water, and the water that came off these parklands, not from that hill, because that Colleges Road is a ridge, the water from here down went right down to form Wheat Creek, and Wheat Creek was the dam that Brisbane started with, and the water was good because it was on shale, clean water.
That gave me a fright. Oh. And that moves, I'll jump.
It's good to be jumpy about snakes.
Oh yeah, definitely those.
So if you look at some of the early photographs of Roma Street goods yards, you can see this rock wall where they dug this away. What we've got here is an exposure of the Brisbane shales. So this is part of the Narranlee Fernvale group. That name's a bit weird, but rock formations are named after the places they first find them. So Narran comes from Narangba, Lee comes from Beenleigh, and Fernvale comes from, yes, Fernvale, strangely enough. And what they are, they're a whole group of rocks, but here in Brisbane, these are shales. These were formed between 400 and 350 million years ago at the bottom of a 4-kilometre deep ocean. And they've been upthrusted, and all of Brisbane is on, Brisbane CBD is on this stuff.
And that's that cliff where we just walked past where Tony explained. Look at those trees.
Is a true Ficus macrophylla, which is Moreton Bay tree.
They're quite cool, aren't they?
Oh, they're lovely. There's lots of these around Brisbane.
Banya tree grove.
This is a foreign tree. This is the Bengali one. Look at that. Isn't it beautiful?
It sure is. And it must have dropped 5 degrees. It feels like it's so nice and cool.
And it'll be like this all day.
Males and females, high and dry. Is that what it says? Hang around at what?
Square, and up the hill here, this is Upper Edward Street. And they cut this in as far as they could to make the rail yards. If you look back through Roma Street pictures over the years, you'll see this slowly just get eaten back.
So this is a Kiwi invention?
Sheryl, we've got a big cliff of the Narranlee Fernvale shale here, and you can see it's being held back by this wire mesh to stop rocks from rolling down onto people. But these bolts down here are called rock bolts. Those rock bolts were invented by Kiwis.
There you go. I didn't know that. Good old Kiwi ingenuity.
You've got a strange accent there, Sheryl. Are you from New South Wales?
Well, there's a view of the Roma Street station I came into earlier. Show me some rocks, Tony.
Sheryl, most people walk past these and they don't... Hang on, let's start again. Sheryl, most people walk past these, they don't give them another look. This is Brisbane Tuff. This stuff's probably from Kangaroo Point or even Windsor, and it's been here over 100 years. All the gutters in the early parts of Brisbane were made out of this stone. Most people just walk past this as well. This is called granodiorite. This is like a granite. This came from Camp Mountain out at near Sanford, and these are balls of diorite that formed in the rock when the rock was freezing, and they used all of the granodiorite at Camp Mountain in this building. The quarry closed after this was finished because they ran out. And that is sandstone from Helidon. As you see that all over Queensland.
Yes, I have seen that in my videos. Where's the historic place, the cafe we talked about?
Yep, this is it.
This is in here. Oh, right. Okay.
This is the original cafe from the 1940s.
I'm starving.
Like swastikas, didn't they?
Oh, right. It's interesting. That does look a bit like a swastika, doesn't it? Now I am starving and it's time for coffee. And Tony's going to take me to one of Brisbane's oldest and most loved cafes. Oh wow, this place is cool. Shingle Inn. Established in 1936, Brisbane's Shingle Inn was known for its mock Tudor style and quality cakes. Though the original Edward Street Cafe closed in 2002, its iconic interior was preserved and relocated to City Hall in 2013. I forgot what I was going to say.
You look pretty old talker, right? You ready?
Okay.
We're going to look at the oldest thing you've ever seen in your life. This is older than New Zealand.
Oh wow.
Let's go.
I've been here before, and yes, I did find the book and the history of this place.
Remains of the hat shop that used to be down the front for years and years and years, and the two girls went up there and they refurbish. They will make you a new hat, they'll refurbish your old hats.
So I'm now walking on the oldest thing that I've ever seen.
This granite is called Sabella granite. It's from up near Mount Isa, and it's 1.6 billion with a B years old.
1.6 billion.
Yeah, that's about 1.4 billion years older than New Zealand. Sabella granite. It's called Midnight Rose, they call it. Sold by a company in Townsville called Townsville Granites, installed by Wagners from Toowoomba. Its real claim to fame is this is a flame-ablated surface, so it's nice and sticky. You don't fall over and it looks wet. It's lovely. Really grippy. And it's Australian.
Walking on the oldest thing I've ever seen.
With the oldest thing you've ever seen, did you say? Sorry.
No, I did not say that, did I? On the oldest thing.
Wheat Creek was the waterway for Brisbane in its early days. Came through here. It's been, of course, completely filled in by all sorts of traffic, but you can still see it in some places. So if you notice, this laneway goes down, and that's natural to where Wheat Creek used to be.
There you go, Wheat Creek Culvert.
Built in 1861, Brisbane's Wheat Creek Culvert was a key engineering feat. A preserved section is now displayed at King George Square Station.
Well, these are the new metros, who are possibly, we think they're made out of gold because of how much they cost. But They do, John. There's no question about it. This is this new system where they're so frequent they don't bother printing a timetable.
This service terminates here. All passengers, please disembark.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to catch up with you.
See you, T-Rox. Thanks for that. I think I might walk back to that hat shop and have a chat to those ladies about my hat. King George Square features the Petrie family statue honouring Brisbane's early settlers alongside these bronze kangaroo sculptures. So I've left my hat in for an upgrade. An egg frittata. I need the protein. There you go. My new hat. Thanks, carry on. Now I spotted these statues from over the road. Arthur Hoey Davis. Oh, he was a writer. One of Australia's best known storytellers. Sir Charles Lilly, Premier and Chief Justice of Queensland. Emma Miller, pioneer trade unionist and suffragette. Emma Miller was an early voice for women's and workers' rights in Brisbane, speaking out against social injustice and fighting for the vote for women. Good on you, girl. So here's the part of the Human Factor series, The Trapeze Artist by John Underwood. Caught a shot of myself. That was a bit scary. The temperature where I'm at says it's only 28 degrees, but it feels like about 35. There's something going on over there. I'm making my way back now to the Roma Parklands, where I intend to find some shade, relax, and plan my journey back home. Phew, I'm melting. Looking over Roma Street station tracks, walking to Roma Street Parklands. This large canopy provides a welcome shady area on a hot day. That's the stuff T-Rox showed me. Kiwi invention. Oh, this looks like a good place to have a rest in the shade and a ready-made table. the spray coming over there in the background, but some of that is washing over me and it's so refreshing. Look at this guy. I thought he was a statue. I think he's pretending to be a statue though. This work invites the viewer to consider internal confined space, external space, real space, imagined space, manipulated space, indefinite space. Oh, it's moving. No, it's his mate, or her mate. Righto, it's time to head back to Roma Street train station and get my journey home to Gympie North. And he's still posing. Finally, I've made it back to Gympie North. Thank you for watching. Remember, join the journey and like and subscribe. See you next time. Mooloolah is a small town of about 3,000 people. There are plenty of trains that pass through Mooloolah and Landsborough on the single track. Back in 1932 though, this section of railway line was realigned. And what happened to the old railway tunnel? They placed it on a heritage listing and today it is part of Dulacha Hiking National Park Trail. And before I get stuck in this video, it is Anzac Day today, 2026. Did you get to a dawn parade today? Most of us that are about our age know someone or have known someone or uncles or fathers or grandparents were in the World Wars. My stepfather was not in the Second World War. He tried to join and lied about his age to try and get in, and of course he couldn't. So not long after that, World War II finished and he joined and was part of the Royal Navy for many years. It was quite short though, and his career involved submarines. Lest we forget. So I'm here and I want to walk the tunnel track down through to Landsborough. Tunnel track, I must be on the right track. Oh wow, look at those blue berries. Well, there is blue sky up there now, and I think it has actually stopped raining. Because it's so wet, you can still hear the rain dripping off the leaves. So what I thought I would do this morning is walk through this tunnel, walk onto Landsborough, which is about another 1.5 kilometres I think, grab a coffee and catch the train back. What I didn't think about was it's Anzac Day and everything closes, I think. Oh geez. I just cleaned those last night, getting rid of all the red dust from the rally last weekend. That sign suggests the tunnel track is that way, but I thought I was going this way. I better just check my Google Maps and make sure I'm actually in the right place or moving in the right direction. It looks like it. Tunnel. Ah, it's right there. Built in 1891, this tunnel behind me, the Dulacha Tunnel, the Dulacha Railway Tunnel, is one of only 2 tunnels on the North Coast Line, old narrow gauge railway line. At the time, the building of this tunnel was a major undertaking. It required quite a bit of manual labour. Now it says here, if you're worried about tunnel darkness or want to see the bat colony huddled in the crevices of the tunnel ceiling, bring a torch. I did find this at home and I think I'll use it today. Of course, I hope it works. How does it work? Oh yeah, it works. So this heritage listed tunnel is about 1.5 kilometres south of Malula. Hear the echo? That's weird. This tunnel was built between 1890 and 1891 and it formed a part of the section of the railway between Yandina and Landsborough, which in turn formed part of the North Coast Railway line between Brisbane and Gympie. The construction of Queensland's railways began in about 1864. However, unlike other states around the country, the routes around Queensland were constructed almost individually. Consequently, while a railway line extended from Maryborough to Gympie from about 1881, it was not until later that a line extended from Brisbane all the way to Gympie, and that was in 1891. 1864, 1881, 1891. Did you get all that? Surveys for the railway between Caboolture and Gympie began in 1884, and the terrain made building tunnels difficult. Instead of carving endless tunnels, they decided to build 4 bridges, and only 2 tunnels were built. The bridges were Malula River, Udlo Creek, Petrie Creek, and the South Maroochy River. So when the North Coast Line finally extended all the way to Gympie from Brisbane, it created a direct link between the city and Gympie. This made it so convenient that a return trip between Brisbane and Gympie took about a day.
What also happened in 1891 was the shearers' strike in central Queensland. The shearers' strike was a major industrial conflict in rural Queensland. It began when shearers demanded better pay and conditions. As the strike spread, non-union labour was brought in and police were deployed to maintain order. This railway line was used to bring police and labour to the area. Although the strike failed, it became a turning point in Australian history.
I don't think I need this to walk the tunnel, but it is quite handy though to have a look at the darker spots in here. Apparently I might see some bats. Apparently 2 people can fit in that. Now there are apparently 2 of those, what are they called? Safety bays, that's what they're called. There are apparently 2 of those. I have to admit I'm a bit jumpy. Any noise is making me feel a bit creeped out. And there's the second. Oh! Whew. I knew I was freaking out at something. Those are bats. Okay, let's go back and take a look without freaking out. It's kind of freaky. So it says here that weep holes are located throughout the tunnel and are colonised by small bats, including a large-footed myotis. I wish I could zoom in closer to that. I'd quite like to see exactly what they're doing. It's just a big black hole. And even though I'm zoomed in with the phone, I don't quite think I'll get enough detail. The DJI Tunnel is about 100 metres long, and between the early 1900s up to about 1920 it became a very important part of the line. Although it took 40 years to complete because they were competing with sea shipping options which were cheaper, it eventually gained importance in carrying goods and people around the area. Eventually though, the northern part of the North Coast Line, including this tunnel behind me, became abandoned in 1932. Following the closure of the tunnel, it was used in around 1940 to 1942 for growing mushrooms. During World War II, the need for reliable food production led to cool, shaded and damp areas, like old railway areas or tunnels, being used for mushroom growing, with underused government land often leased for small-scale farming. Well, I know a bit about mushroom farming. My stepfather was a bit of an entrepreneur. One of the few successful ideas he has was a mushroom farm, and at age 15, I was driving a forklift. Check out the safety gear. Now a little bit more about the tunnel. So built through a sandstone ridge, the DJI Tunnel runs in a north-south direction. The northern and southern portals are similar in design, curved of course, approximately 4 metres high and 4 metres wide. And you can see across the top there's a horizontal concrete ridge which is at the top of each facade. Protruding from the cement facade of each portal is a terracotta drainage pipe with a diameter of about 20 centimetres and near the natural rock wall. Oh, I think that might be one there. I might try and zoom into that one. Wonder if I can get across the top of that. I think I might have a look at that. Tunnel bypass. Don't fall, Sheryl. That's not exactly stable, is it? Oh yes, if I hold on to it that way, whoa! I was right. There it is. That is the terracotta pot. Terracotta pipe. Well, that's a different perspective of the DJI trail. Now I wonder if I can get across the other side. Oh, maybe not today. I'm too tall to bend and crawl through all those vines. Apparently on the east side over there lies an old railway line. Oh, that's the old railway line. Look at that. It's not attached though, is it? I think that's what my notes say about part of the old railway line because it is on the east side of the tunnel. So there you go, an old piece of railway line from the late 1800s. It's starting to rain a bit more. Oh look. I might just have to take shelter for a few minutes in here, I think. Damn. I haven't got to Lansbury yet. I'm kind of hanging out for coffee. Was there anything in that wet hole? Well, apparently, shivers. The lower end of my selfie stick touched my leg. Now there's the remains of a wall that once closed off the tunnel. It's about half a metre inside the southern portal. It's that there. These remains of the cement wall once closed off the tunnel. It was likely the wall was built in an attempt to seal the tunnel after it was abandoned in 1932. People behind me. So now to walk onto Lansbury and see if I can find a coffee. Apparently this part of the walk to Lansbury is 1.3 kilometres. Hello. Hello. It's great to see kids out on their bikes. And I can hear a train coming. Now I was clever. I took photo snips of the train timetable last night, and it does say that from Landsborough back to Malula there's an 11:30 AM train. I wonder if I can make that one coming back. It is 11:07. Not sure. Oh, I just managed to pop off the lapel mic somehow with the umbrella. Damn, I've probably lost the magnet now. Bummer. Well, that's a shit, isn't it? There it is. Found it. Gosh, that was lucky. Still got the magnet, but I don't know about the poor lapel mic. Hope it's still working. And it is called a dead cat. Now it looks like a very wet dead cat. I will hope that still works. Oh boy, it's raining. It's flashing green and blue. I sure hope there's still sound. Oh, it's now not flashing. Put that back on. I've just done it again. I think this time I have lost my magnet. Thankfully I have a spare one. Oh, I forgot. I can clip that to my collar. Hopefully that will do the job. Damn it. I lost that magnet though. So it looks like I'm at the end of the tunnel track. So according to this, I'm only a few minutes walk away. Oh, okay, I can see some cars, houses. It must be close to somewhere. Landsborough Railway Station. Oh wow. It still says I've got a 1.6 kilometre walk from where I am. I'm so pleased. I bought my umbrella today. I knew it was going to rain, but this much. I just heard the 11:30 AM train toot. I'm not catching that one, am I? Oh no, don't tell me you can't get through here. Yep. Thankfully, that wasn't blocked off. Continue straight onto Myla. The good thing about the rain in Queensland is if you happen to get wet, you don't get cold. Straight ahead, turn left. Ah, there it is. I can see it over there. And there looks to be a pastry shop in the distance that looks open. A herbal tea and some lunch, and then I'll have to catch the 1 o'clock train because I missed the 11:30 AM train. And I can see the train station right over there, so I won't be missing it. Ah, yes, please, that'd be great. Thank you. I'm now at Landsborough train station. I'll catch a train back to Malula train station, and then I'll walk back to my car. Gosh, from noise to silence, just like that. So I've got about a 45-minute wait till my train at 12:58 PM. And I just read that there's something about a bomb shelter that's here at this train station. A bomb shelter. Right behind me, this concrete structure, this is a bomb shelter. It was built in 1942. So this here was designed to provide shelter at the Landsborough train station for passengers on the train should there be an air raid from Japan. It's not very big. It's about 12 metres long, I think 12.8 metres long, 4 metres wide, and inside the height's roughly 2.5 metres. Wow. A reminder of days gone by and air raid shelters. I wonder if I can get a shot of the top of this bomb shelter. It's kind of odd to imagine that if you were caught in this bomb shelter, you'd of course need some air to breathe. $50 for a train ticket.
The next station is Malula.
Platform on the right hand side in direction North Channel.
Malula Station.
That's a cute little station. Right, now I've got to find my car. I think I parked about 1.3 kilometres away from here. Thank you so much for watching this video. I do hope you enjoyed it. Please remember, if you did, like and subscribe. It is helping this channel to grow. And I'll see you soon in the next one. I just had to ask somebody if I was going the right direction. I'm quite sure that up here and around the corner is my car. Hopefully. Phew, I can see it over there. Today I'm going to share something that I have a special connection to. My Danish connection. Denmark, Danish, and anything related really. Now this framed collection of flags that I've got is from 1992, and they were most of the countries that I visited on a trip that I made to Europe. You can see the biggest flag here is the Danish one, and there is a perfectly good reason for that. It all started back in high school. That was in the early 1980s, and I was learning French, and part of that was to find international pen friends. I got a really interesting reply. Oh wow, Denmark. So I thought for my next video in this challenge is I might go through my storage box where I keep all my Danish things. It's been a few years since I've done this, so this will be really interesting. And before I get stuck into my Danish storage boxes, I do hope you enjoy watching this video. Please remember to like and subscribe because it is helping this channel to grow, and I really appreciate it. And let's start with this one. Now when I travelled to Europe back in the day, one of the things I did was to collect a whole lot of t-shirts. London, Paris, Calgary, Canada, Deutschland, and there we go, the biggest, boldest t-shirt of the lot. So this t-shirt here, it's rather large. That's pretty obvious, right? I like Denmark. And this, which I never wear anymore because I live in Queensland, is a beautiful woolen Danish jersey. Now the cool thing about this is that my friend also has one exactly the same. Because my friend and I got on really, really well, we also decided to do a bit of a crazy thing. We got t-shirts printed with our faces on them. Can you believe it? Don't laugh. And yes, we both have a t-shirt exactly the same as well. So that's the t-shirt collection. And over here is the other box, which is a lot heavier. So first of all comes the top. This is actually a tablecloth. The Danes are very proud of their flag. The flag in their language is called Dannebrog, and I hope I said that right. I did learn Danish for a couple of years. Now the reason this box is so heavy is because I have a lot of books in here, which of course back in those days, it was all paper books. Wow, My Danish lessons, how to pronounce the Danish sounds. The thing about Danish is they have a lot of silent consonants. It's actually quite a hard language to learn. Lection 2, lesson 2, new words. Schooner means to hurry. Skooler, which means to rinse or pour something. Soccer, socks. I formiddag, this morning. Good morning, which is good morning. Good day, hello. Jeg hedder Sheryl. I am Danish. Jeg er dansker. And now I'm going home to Denmark. Nu skal jeg hjem til Denmark. Another Danish flag. You can see I've got some cooking recipes here. I wonder if the Wilgwil Malflöther recipe is in here. Ah, that looks like it. There you go. Red berry soup with cream. Wilgwil Malflöther. One cool thing you do when you're writing or communicating with people overseas is at Christmases and birthdays, of course, you send gifts. So one year, my friend sent me this sign. Skab på din arbejdsplads, bliv hjemme. There you go. It translates to create peace at your workplace, stay home. That's a good example of Danish humour. Caroline's cooking, Caroline's kitchen. And here's a big box of, who remembers cassette tapes? Dansker, Dansker means Danish. Oh, here's another sign. Let's have a look at what that means, shall we? Chuck it into the Google search. That's quite funny. I like this one. The sign translates to, God created the woman beautiful and dumb. No, I don't like that actually. It further explains beautiful so the man can love her, and dumb so she can love him. That's Danish humour for you. Right, what else have we got in here? These cassette tapes. Get that box out. Hannah Boll. Now back in the day, I really liked listening to her music, Danish pop music. Walt Disney, Snevida, Snow White. And of course with the Danish learning, you've got cassette tapes to hear the audio. What else is there? Danish story, Vil Julelampen sker. Oh wow, I actually forgot I had that. Den gamle brooch. Well, that means old brooch. Der varme blod. That means the warm blood. So it's all in Danish. It certainly helped to recognise the written word. My notes. Here's a list of more words, and you can tell I've written beside each one the English meaning. Jeg bestiller is to order, or I order. To visit somebody, if I visit you, jeg besøger. Drink something, well that's pretty easy, jeg drikker. To love somebody, jeg elsker. What else have we got in here? Hjemmet, it's probably pronounced with a T, which means the home. Magazines from back in the day. Wow. What's in this bag, I wonder? These are the original letters that we used to send, which back in the day was airmail, not email, airmail. More cassette tapes. And of course I can't even play them anymore because I don't have a cassette player. And that's a good point. I should probably look at putting those onto a disc of some sort. Airmail. Gosh, I feel ancient. So the very first letter we got, number 1, I'd even labelled it. Hi, my name is, and I won't use your name, I'm 15 and a half years old. Oh wow, we were 15 and a half years old at the time. Jeez. So hello. The whole population of Denmark was 5 million back then. Gosh, I wonder how much it is now. Where's my phone? Population of Denmark today, 6.02 million people in Denmark now, so that's a million since 1990, the 1980s. There you go. And of course the paper was so thin. Number 2, when I got your second letter, this is my Danish friend who at 15 and a half years old spoke fluent English. And of course I've kept Christmas cards. Glædelig jul, Merry Christmas. And this one here, jeg har glemt din fødselsdag. Oh, it says I've forgotten your birthday. Wow. Oh my gosh. I've forgotten about that. It's a very small photo. I don't know if you can see the jersey my friend's niece is wearing. I knitted those jerseys for them. They've got kiwis on them. In fact, I think I've got a photo. Aha, here they are. I knitted those jumpers. They're quite cool, really, aren't they? And at the time, Oorvox, something to do with cleaning out your ears, Haribo. That probably says Moya Clatter. I don't think I need to explain to you what that means. Busamena, the packet says it all. Another Danish flag. It started off with emails, and as technology progressed over the years, remember the facsimile? Fax. So then we used to fax each other, but I would fax her back in full Danish, which would probably take me hours to write, but it was very good practice for learning a language. Ha ha ha. It must have been my 27th birthday. Whew. Do I feel old? I was in Denmark in 1992 and toured Scandinavia in a camper van. Let me show you some photos. Now Denmark, like some European countries, have quite a few castles. Helsingborg Castle, I remember this. Christianborg Slotskirke. It burnt down, oh there we go, just after I'd been there. Massive fire. And here's what Denmark is often known for, especially Copenhagen. Den Lille Havfrue, the Little Mermaid. Beer, Carlsberg. Tivoli Gardens. And there's the photo on those t-shirts I showed you before. Odense. Here's the photo of the jerseys. Check out the tights we were wearing. And Denmark, of course, is known for its Lego, so a trip to Legoland was very much a part of the agenda. And yes, we all took turns driving. Now this page is interesting. Danish royalty. And of course Australia has their own connection now to Danish royalty. And what better way to finish an amazing holiday than to have a street neighbourhood party. So something I've had for a very long time is this map. Now I bought this map when I went to Denmark in 1992. Denmark, of course it's got a Scottish calendar on it right now, so let me just, whoops. But I've been through and around a lot of Denmark now. Copenhagen, Frederikshavn, Roskilde, that was one of the churches in the photo album. There's a bridge across there now, I believe. I'm not sure what it's called. Odense, Kolding, Vejle, Aarhus, Randers, Viborg, Aalborg, Frederikshavn. I am hoping to get back to Denmark again, of course, one day soon. Through my friend, I learned about everything Denmark and Danish, and that shows how culture can travel through friendships. There's almost one thing I forgot to show you. For my trip to Denmark, back in the day, I bought a Danish Viking. It's sterling silver, so quite heavy, and a Danish Viking ship. I do hope you enjoyed watching this video and me sharing my Danish connection. Thank you so much for watching. Please remember to like and subscribe. It is helping this channel to grow. See you next time. Phew, I think I've got 2 more videos to go. Or is it 1? When you take a drive north of Brisbane, you'll pass through this place. Join the journey, like and subscribe. Childers Main Street, Churchill Street, is also the Bruce Highway, carrying constant north-south traffic through the heart of town. Despite this, wide heritage footpaths invite visitors to slow down, with plaques and mosaics set into the pavement, marking important people, buildings and stories. These turn a busy highway into a walkable outdoor history trail. Before Childers became a town, the area was dense subtropical forest, rich in valuable hardwood trees. European settlement began in the 1870s, driven by timber getting and later sugarcane. Timber getters worked from the camps along the Isis River, hauling logs by bullock teams to the river landing at Portside Maryborough, their rough tracks later becoming the town's main roads. Growth of the town was boosted by the railway in 1887, the arrival of the Isis Central Sugar Mill, 1897. The town Childers is named after Hugh Culling Eardley Childers, who lived between 1827 and 1896, a British statesman who served as Secretary of the State for War and Chancellor of the Exchequer. Although Childers never visited Australia, his name was given to the town of Childers in Queensland during the late 19th century. The Childers Fire Brigade was established in 1902 to protect the growing sugar town and its timber buildings. Its role was later highlighted by the 2000 Palace Backpackers Fire, which led to major fire safety reforms across Australia. Insane coffee. That cinema over there was built in 1908, making that around 97 years old. Good morning, how are you? Those tiles on those tables were made from the original bathrooms by a local lady, I believe, who is very good at mosaics. The Federal Hotel was built in 1901 during Childers' sugar boom years and shows the Federation-era style architecture. Designed to convey prosperity and confidence, this prominent corner building with its decorative detail adds a commanding roadside presence. The Grand Hotel was established in 1892. In 1894, the hotel changed hands and the hotel was replaced with a two-storied brick building. This building dominated the street and was the only building to survive the historical fire in 1902, where many other buildings were destroyed. Luke the Spook. He's believed to be a ghost of a man who died after falling from the balcony, after finding himself in debt after a poker game gone wrong. Was he pushed or did he jump? The Childers Courthouse was built in 1902 during the town's growth following the sugar boom. The Childers Post Office was built in 1898 during the town's expansion following the establishment of the Isis Central Sugar Mill, built somewhere between the 1890s and 1910, shows the architecture of the earlier gabled porches with the later symmetrical twin porches, reflecting standard Queensland Post Office designs adapted for regional towns. Childers is awash with history to explore from its main street, the numerous heritage listed buildings throughout town. It's getting a bit bright now. The Paragon Theatre, which we just walked past, the Military Museum, the old pharmacy, which I'm looking forward to seeing when it opens, and the Childers Historical Complex. Descendants of the Kanakis. The Kanakas cut and bundled the burnt cane. The cane was then transported to sugar mills by the steam-driven locomotives. The Kanakas were Melanesian workers brought to Queensland in the 1800s to work on plantations, often under harsh or deceptive conditions. Sugar brought workers from across Australia and overseas. We, the South Sea Australian Islanders, are proud of what our people accomplished. Although their lives had been entirely disrupted, they left us examples of the faith, love, courage and strength. Their culture and oral history have been passed down and is evident among our families today. The artwork in the park tells the history of the Isis Kanaka people. The trees in the park were donated in sincere appreciation of the kindness, generosity and support by the survivors of the Palace Hostel fire June 2000. Now this cairn here was erected by the citizens of the Isis district to mark the 200th anniversary of the discovery of Australia by Captain James Cook. It houses a time capsule here to be opened in the year 2020. Well, that's been and gone. I wonder what they found. Now there's a couple of things of interest in Childers that I'm looking forward to taking a look at. One is the apothecary, which is the pharmacy of course, and the other is the Childers Museum. Now the apothecary opened in 1894 by a guy called Thomas Gaydon. Thomas arrived in 1894 and he established the Gaydon's Pharmacy, which operated from 1894 to 1982. Well, that's quite recent. Thomas was the town chemist, the dentist, the optician, the veterinarian, the anaesthetist, and a photographer. Sorry. You're good. James McPherson, otherwise known as the Wild Scotsman, held up coaches around this area. His hideout was in a series of caves in the hills near Beatty Creek. It's reported that he had a fortune in gold sovereigns there. Although people have searched for this supposed fortune, nothing has ever been found. Yet. Now, old pharmacy museum. See that light coloured square? That's cork. And what they did was soak the cork till it was really, really wet. Press it in and there's the It's amazing. 1906. Oh yeah, it says £60 there it cost in 1906. That's about the same price as a 3-bedroom house was in Childers at the time.
This is the original dispensary.
Tonic. They run a most refreshing and invigorating tonic for the hair. And this is the prescription book, the original prescription book from 1922 and 23. After the chemists wrote up the script in the book, the assistants would then write the customer's name and the alphabetical index in the front of this book. Mr. Gaydon filled in scripts for not just people, but horses and dogs. Look how neat the writing is. Look at these prescription books.
To Biggenden. I don't know whether you know where Biggenden is. It's about 3/4 of an hour drive inland. And he'd book a room at the pub and you could visit him there. If you had a trainee pharmacist, he was sent to the railway. He had to open all 75 drawers, identify what was in each drawer and what it was used for. All just still in there. Yep.
Was applied directly to the mouth for soreness and swelling. There's your food colouring, cochineal.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Mosquito oil. I wonder if that's effective. Doesn't say what it's for though. Repellent. That looks painful. Check out the size of this mortar and pestle. Check out the size of this mortar and pestle.
He's got the forge. Let's just put it in that, yes, let's put it this way.
Name of case and how it happened. Puncture wounds near anus. Sat on an oil can. Burns on fingers on both hands. Christmas tree caught on fire. Struck head on sofa. Was intoxicated. Gunshot wound at the top of the head. Accidentally shot. Badly burnt testicles. Self-medication on itch on testicles with kerosene. Poisoning and emergency treatment. Snake bite. Give plenty of hot, strong tea or coffee. Do not give alcohol. This place is fascinating. Personally myself, I prefer to find a natural remedy first before I go looking for a doctor's prescription. And a few of these names are quite familiar. Absolutely fascinating. Well, apparently, Childers has their own queen. Queen Maria. A Kabi indigenous woman known as the Queen of Childers. She was sometimes known to live behind the courthouse and was well liked by the community. Living in the early 1900s, she became a respected community figure, famous for her incredible horsemanship and independence. She once rode 50 kilometres overnight to Bundaberg rather than take a walk, rather than take the train. Though denied formal rights, Maria maintained her own way of life, leaving a lasting legacy. Today her breastplate and stories are preserved at the Isis District Historical Society, reminding us of her remarkable place in Childers history. Queen Maria is buried in Apple Tree Creek, and her grave is still able to be seen. Colonists gave metal breastplates to some Aboriginal people to recognise seniority and to reward their cooperation. By marking out individuals as negotiators rather than groups of senior people, breastplates undermined shared leadership and collective decision-making in Aboriginal communities. Maria, the Queen of Childers. I read online something about her. She's a Kabi woman, apparently. I thought you might know about her.
There is a Maria. The Historical Society would probably be the best. They've got all the literature on her.
Memorial for the
Backpackers is upstairs, is it?
Yes.
This building was redeveloped following the tragic fire of the 23rd of June 2000, in which 15 backpackers lost their lives. Childers has a sad memory of loss that they continue to honour the memory of. The Palace Backpackers Hostel, which was originally the historic Palace Hotel. In June 2000, a tragic fire at the hostel claimed 15 young travellers' lives, leaving a lasting mark on the community. There is no photography past this point to protect the families. "15 young backpackers lost their lives." Quite sad, really. It's really good, though, that the town Childers continually pays homage to their memory by this wall. I came here in particular looking for information on Childers' Queen, Maria. I was kind of intrigued to find out more about this independent woman in her time. She is recognised, I believe, by Childers and has been given a breast plaque, which I believe this museum has inside. But for the lack of $5 cash, not today. So Maria's full name was Maria Coucher, I think it's called. And I came to the cemetery here because she is buried here. And looking around me, I wasn't exactly expecting to find her graveyard. But here it is. Queen Maria of the Bachala tribe, proclaimed Aboriginal Queen of Childers, died 26th of March 1917. It is interesting to note, though, that the newspapers apparently have a slightly different date. Anyway, she passed March 1917. A remarkable woman. Thank you for watching. Remember, join the journey, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Watch out for the guy behind you.
Today I'm with Walkabout with Rob, and we're at the GC, or more specifically Surfers Paradise. And what better person to spend the time or the day with walking around Surfers Paradise with than with a guy who knows his history.
This is
Thanks,
true.
Rob.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's get on with it. What we're going to be doing today is taking a tour of the main historical sites to show you how, what is it? Where are we? Surfers Paradise. Right here. It's actually a fascinating place, and I think we're going to go that way.
My first international trip ever was Surfers Paradise back in 1988. Now, Surfers Paradise was once a small stretch of sand. It wasn't easy to access. So Surfers Paradise really started to boom in the 1950s after the post-war years, and tourism really started to take off. Improved road access, car ownership and the rise of beach culture made this a desirable holiday destination. The opening of fine dining venues drew exclusive clientele with wealth, glamour and a certain type of class to Surfers Paradise. I'll get to that a little bit later. Now, did you know that Surfers Paradise was once called Elston? So going back a few years, the first people here were the Kambamari peoples. The first European settler was James Beattie. He was a farmer that established an 18-acre property here. What's the building called?
Focus.
Focus, that's right.
Focus, Sheryl.
Focus, yeah. So this building here, which you can see the last three letters of, was back in the 70s the tallest building on the coast. It looks kind of dated now though, naturally. I could do with a good shoulder stretch. Oh, it's slippery. It's good for the shoulders. I thought there might have been a plaque here, but there isn't.
Nothing at all.
No.
Nothing. Put that up to trick me. You become a lot less self-conscious when you're filming with someone else.
Yes, I've noticed that today. I'm a lot better at, not caring what people think. That's I can't remember her name, but anyway, I'll get to that in a bit. The Tog Shop. Nothing here either, but I do have some more information for you on, I think it's Paula. I was right, it was Paula Stafford's bikini shop. As the controversy grew about the briefness of some of Paula's designs, so did her popularity. Paula Stafford was a fashion designer and entrepreneur who played a major role in shaping Surfers Paradise image as a beach and holiday destination. While working on the Gold Coast in the late 1940s, Stafford began wearing these two-pieces, these cut-in-half swimsuits for comfort, and began making the two-piece swimsuits. In 1952, after model wearing her design was ordered off Surfers Paradise Beach by a beach inspector, Stafford staged a protest with models in her bikinis. Paula's business grew to include manufacturing, retail stores and mail order sales across Australia and overseas. She was later inducted into the Queensland Business Hall of Fame. I meant the Queensland Business Leaders Hall of Fame. Oh look, another one. Fan Trail.
Who's this?
Borob Fan Trail.
Oh, right.
Don't know who Borob is.
Or Robbie.
Oh yeah, Borob.
Borob.
Well, there you go.
I'm assuming that's an I on the end and not a like dot.
It's actually an I, Borobi.
Yeah. Actually, I'll take my glasses off.
1963, the age of innocence. In the 60s, there wasn't much awareness of skin cancer or the need for sunscreen. So back to James Beattie, who bought the 80 acres of property on the northern banks of the Nerang River, near what is now called Cavill Avenue. His farm was not successful, and in 1877, the property was sold to a German immigrant, Johann Meyer, who attempted to run a farm and a sugar mill. Funnily enough, Meyer also struggled with the sandy beach for farming, and within 10 years had the land up for sale to focus more on developing tourism. Now, as I touched on before, Surfers Paradise was called Elston. How did Elston get its name? Well, apparently it was the Southport postmaster's wife's hometown in England, Elston, that they got the name from. It's quite cute. Funny pointed nose. Oh, it moved. Jandals, I mean thongs. Now this one I find quite difficult to say with a straight face, thongs, because to me that means, now that's a thong. That's not something I would be doing, not at all. In 1917, a land auction was held to sell subdivided blocks in what was still called Elston as the Surfers Paradise Estate, making this the first known use of the name Surfers Paradise. In 1925, the Jubilee Bridge, which was opened, and that brought a lot more traffic to the area.
And by the way, he paid £40.
Land speculators began buying property around Elston and further south towards Burleigh Heads. Coastal estates were promoted and new hotels were built to accommodate both tourists and investors. So in 1925, British hotelier Jim Cavill, which Rob was just talking about, opened the Surfers Paradise Hotel on the site that would later become the Surfers Paradise Centre, which is behind me, us. At the time, the Surfers Paradise Hotel only had 16 rooms. So alongside the hotel, Cavill established a small zoo. This became the suburb's first major attraction. The hotel quickly drew visitors, and shops and services began appearing nearby. How cute.
Yeah, it is. So
Matey, friends for thousands of tourists and residents of Surfers Paradise for 12 years, showed no distinction to class, colour or creed.
Someone's put little eyes in him, but they're crucifixes. Amongst other things, Matey would help guide drinkers home at night from the pub to their homes. We know that he was a sports store proprietor in Brisbane and also a hairdresser, and his salon was on Edward Street. Oh, in other versions of his story, he swam the English Channel. Probably the most important part, because right across the road there, directly behind me, where it says the Paradise Theatre, that is actually the site of Havel's Surfers Paradise Hotel, which was built in 1925. And if you look at this photo, which is looking back that way towards the Nerang River, just over there in the background you can see Myers' old hotel.
So there's a plaque in the footpath here on the main highway about the Myers Ferry Hotel. Now in 1887 on the site erected the first licensee hotel in what later became Surfers Paradise. Myers Ferry Hotel burned down and of course was rebuilt again 1887. Now the plaque was about Yohan's motel that he built. So in 1880, Yohan started the ferry service across Nerang River to Elston. At first the ferry carried people, horses and carts with a Cobb & Co company coach service, using the ferry to cross the river on their Southport to Tweed route. That looks like fun.
This is the Nerang River, everyone here, and this was the site of Myers Ferry. Johann Myers Ferry. Got some details.
Okay.
All right. The Nerang River was originally known as the Barrow River, and that was named after Sir John Barrow, 1764 to 1848, then the Secretary of the Admiralty. It's been very well thought of. This was the highway to get to Main Beach. The ferry service finished in 1928, and the reason for that is because the Jubilee Bridge was now in operation.
So it was Jim Cavill who campaigned in 1933 to have the town's name finally changed from Elston to Surfers Paradise. It was a name the council considered more marketable. I suppose it does have a better ring, doesn't it? Surfers Paradise? Elston. Yeah, Surfers Paradise.
Channel, man. Thanks very much. Good stuff. Have a good night. You too.
Thank you. This guy over here is a YouTuber. He does like really cool history videos where he like goes to different places of Australia and he talks about the history of them. What's your YouTube?
Walkabout with Rob.
Walkabout with Rob. Yeah. You guys should give him a follow. It's really good. He's doing a video today. Sorry, I know you didn't ask for that, but
thank you very much.
So Surfers Paradise Surf Life Saving Club was established in 1925, which is when the bridge opened to provide a safe place for swimmers.
We are now looking for the Gold Coast's first high-rise, built in 1959 and known as Kinkaboo. It's on Hanlon Street. I'm sure we're very close to it. In fact, that's it right there.
And right next to the Kinkaboo building is some information about a woman who also set the tune for Surfers Paradise in regards to dining, wining and dining. In 1955 on this site, the Hibiscus Room was opened by Margot Kelly, known to patrons as Margot's. It was the first sophisticated restaurant on the Gold Coast and set the standards for fine dining for many years. So when Margot's husband Edward died in 1949, Margot moved to Surfers Paradise here where they had property. And this is when she built the Hibiscus Room here on the coast at Surfers Paradise, creating one of the most popular and long-lasting entertainment venues on the Gold Coast or Surfers Paradise. The Hibiscus Room was known for its formal standards of dress, fine dining and quality service. In 1959, the Kinka building, right here, John D. Booker Syndicate commenced construction of this building. It was Gold Coast's first high-rise building and the pioneer of many high-rise buildings in the area. So high-rise is defined by 9 stories or more. So the Kinka Bull was topped off on the 9th of March 1960. Oh yeah.
Right, Sheryl, we are here on the corner of Appel Street and Allison Street. Just behind us, over that way, somewhere on this corner, this was the site of the first private residence at Surfers Paradise. It was owned by the Honourable John George Appel. John George Appel died here on this, I don't know if he died here, but he drank tainted water from his property and he died a few weeks later.
So now we're off to the Q1 building, which I believe is the tallest apartment building in the Southern Hemisphere.
Just found it.
All right.
Because we're looking at it from the back.
Height 322.5 metres, apartments 526, number of lifts 11. Oh well, I'm here now. I'm gonna have to go up that lift and have a look.
$45.
$45 to go up here. Oh well, you know what, I'm here. I have to do this. Oh well, here goes.
Hello.
These are popping.
Calm down.
My ears are still popping. Look at this. Welcome to paradise. So the Q1 height is 332 metres. I set that down below. Australia's highest external building climb. 298 stairs. Oh yeah. How cool is that?
Round through.
So just up here is apparently where the pink poodle used to be. Pink poodle? The pink poodle. Built in 1967. Although I think it was demolished later, I'll have to check that information. Just around the corner though is the original sign. That would look quite blingy lit up at night, wouldn't it? And there is a plaque here, but it's really hard to see because the sun's shining off it. The famous pink poodle neon sign was the focal point of the original motel complex, erected in 1967 alongside the newly opened motel. That's Surfers Paradise with Walkabout with Rob. It's flipping hot today. It says only about 28 degrees, but it feels like about 35. So Surfers Paradise. High-rise buildings, beach, culture, bikinis. I hope you enjoyed watching. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and see you next time. Hello there. This video is what's called a Twisted Visions Challenge. There's a group of us involved in this challenge, and our topic is do something quintent. Oh my god. Do something quintent. I can't say it. Quintessentially, there it is, Australian. For every letter of the word Australia. The Akubra hat. What makes the Akubra hat so Australian? It came from European felt making. In Australia it meant heat, dust, rain and long days outdoors, and straw hats just didn't last. This did. The wide brim gives real shade from the sun, and the dense felt handles the sun, the rain and the sweat without falling apart. For stockmen, drovers and bushworkers, one hat had to do everything. You can reshape it with steam, wear it in storms, and keep working. The Akubra hat suits the Australian climate and the work, so people just kept choosing it. The ute is Australia's emotional support vehicle. It's meant to carry tools. Somehow, though, it seems to be a status symbol also. A ute works all week, then on the weekend it's towing or driving over something that it probably shouldn't. In a country with long roads, rough tracks and often optimistic plans, that makes sense. Rhubars, large antennas suggests I might need this. Most of the time it's just going to the shops. Utes rule the highway. Always prepared, just in case. Geez, it's hot. And that leads on to the next thing. The sun has always shaped life in Australia. Early starts, long days, and learning when to get out of it. Solar panels turning heat and light into power every day also reduces power bills. This roof does what Australians have always done: adapt to the climate instead of resisting it. Sandals, I mean thongs. Now this one I find quite difficult to say with a straight face, thongs, because to me that means in Australia, thongs aren't fashion, they're default. If you're only going out for a minute, you put thongs on. Whatever you call them, thongs suit the climate. Easy on, easy off, and perfect for heat. If you don't know where your thongs are, you're probably not ready to leave. Now, on a more serious note, the RSL isn't just a club or a place for coffee. It's part of the backbone of Australian communities. Membership fees, the hall itself, the events, they all flow back into local support for veterans, for families, for people doing it tough. Walking in, you feel the history, the quiet respect for service, the plaques, the photos, the stories. They're everywhere, even if you don't notice them at first. And while it's a place to meet mates or grab a coffee, it's also a reminder of contribution, of community, of giving back, and that's what makes RSL uniquely Australian. Following on from my coffee at RSL, the Anzac Memorial here commemorates Australians who served in all conflicts, starting with World War I. The Anzac tradition began with the Gallipoli landings in 1915, where Australian and New Zealand forces fought together. Even in quiet country towns, Australians honour the memory of their locals, their history, and remember those who lost their lives, lest we forget. Oh, that's hot. Yowza. Lamingtons. Lamingtons are one of Australia's most recognised cakes. Sponge, chocolate, coconut, sugary, and everywhere. They are apparently linked to the early 1900s in Queensland, named after a Lord Lamington. Hang on though, I thought these are from New Zealand. What is clear though? Lamingtons are easy to make, easy to share, and perfect for fundraisers, school stores, and afternoon tea. Insects. Australia have humongous insects. They have really huge ants and mosquitoes on steroids, especially if you happen to live by a large dam, which I do. So sitting out at night like this is not usually a luxury, because any minute I'm probably going to get eaten alive, especially since the light's focused on me. Quintessentially Australian, the massive insects that they have. Oh, I'm melting. Air conditioning would be one of the most popular inventions of the 20th century, wouldn't it? It's so hot outside, it's about 35 degrees today. The heat here isn't polite. For most of Australia's history, people lived without air conditioning. Well, air conditioning changed that in the mid-20th century. For me, being Australian, air conditioning is such an important tool in reducing the heat, especially while sleeping. On hot days at home, I am known to wander around in just a bikini and try not to use the air conditioning. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed my version of the Twisted Visions Challenge. Australia, happy Australia Day. Remember, hit that like button, subscribe, and I will see you next time. Got me. I have to admit, I wasn't completely brave to come out here and be dinner for mosquitoes, so I have put some repellent on. Apart from one or two, it seems to be working. Okay, I'm not that brave. I'm going in now. Good morning. We're off to Cottesloe Beach today. We've chosen this beach because it's the closest beach we can get to by train from where we're staying. Cottesloe Beach is in Fremantle, so we look forward to what the day holds. We'll be taking the train to Perth as our first stop, and looks like we have a 7-minute wait. Still busy, eh? Yeah. Could walk down for a few carriages if you want to. This is a quick train ride from Elizabeth Quay to Perth Central. This walkway connects the Perth Underground system to Perth Central Station. Platform 3, here we go. So we want the Fremantle one, which is the blue one. Yeah. Which is what platform? Doesn't tell us. Here we go.
Which was on 7.
Yeah, Fremantle Airport line. Oh, it's the airport line. Here you go. Which is 7. Which is here. Look. Seems to be a lot of information about borders around here. Yeah. Platform 7 minutes. In 2013, this pedestrian tunnel opened, which links Perth Underground and Perth Station. 6, 7.
High Wycombe passengers, platform 8.
This definitely makes it easier to navigate between connections, doesn't it? Oh, it's just It is busier than we expected. Of course it is Boxing Day though.
Station, Lock Street. Doors closing. Next station, Claremont, where this service terminates.
That's a cool looking station.
This is Claremont. This service terminates here.
It's quite a cute little station. This is a really cute train station. It turns out there are 2 train lines out this way. This is the train to Fremantle, which will drop us off in the next couple of stops to Cottesloe. And here we are. We have about a 1.5 kilometre walk now to the beach.
This is supposed to be the best beach in WA. Obviously. See, 800 metres.
800 metres to go. I always like observing the architecture of homes.
Because they said come before 10:30.
Oh yeah, there's the water in the background. Great day for going golf. Cottesloe Beach.
A little bit about the French explorers who were here in 1801. What a beautiful beach, absolutely stunning.
Look at that picture. Oh look, a couple of beach follows.
Let's take a walk up to that point.
So that must be Fremantle.
Now that's a stunning beach view.
So that must be Rottnest. Is that Rottnest over there, is it?
This looks like an interesting spot for a bit of snorkeling. Cottesloe is a top spot for snorkeling because of its protected reef.
Hi Sterling, you can do it! You can do it, you got this! I went one higher, go up, go up!
That little yellow line of buoys you see is a shark net.
Seems to be a theme in my videos, another beach walk. Oh, the water's nice.
Never had my feet in the Indian Ocean before.
Oh, first time our feet have been in the Indian Ocean.
This water is so refreshing.
This looks like a nice little swimming hole.
I know beaches all look the same, but this water is just beautiful.
It's pretty congested.
No, it's still not very busy. Plenty of room to have space. You kind of have to get a little bit clever how you carry things. We are at Cottesloe Beach, looking out at the Indian Ocean, and out there you'll see Rottnest Island.
It's a nice bay there, isn't it?
Let's take those steps and walk back to the main beach area.
Taking up or what?
I cannot get enough of the beautiful blue water beach views.
So this place beats Mount Maunganui any day. However, as they say, it's not better or worse, it's just different.
Look at the ridge on my car.
Mr. Tibbles.
That's a cool mural, portraying North Cottesloe Surf Lifesaving Club, which has been established since 1918. An important part in keeping us safe while in the water.
North Cottesloe Surf Lifesaving Club.
Here's a good seat to admire the view. What's this sculpture?
Just a sculpture purchased by someone called Mark Gray Smith. It's 22 degrees. We are back at the main beach. So what got my attention is there's a frog on the top of that building. Oops.
Going in for a swim soon. That was so refreshing.
What's the time? Oh yeah, 3:05.
It's time to head off back to the train station.
Bye, Cottesloe. It was a pleasant day at Cottesloe Beach. They do suggest to be there before 10:30 AM as it can get quite windy, and they're right. Pleasant swim though. The water's a nice temperature, a little bit cooler than Queensland waters, but very refreshing.
As we are only 4 stops away from Fremantle, we decided to keep going to the end of the line and look around Fremantle.
is North Fremantle. Next station, Fremantle, where this service terminates.
There seems quite a bit to see as we cruise into Fremantle, so I'm going to keep the camera rolling for a bit.
This is Fremantle Station. This service terminates here. This is Fremantle Station. This service terminates here.
Heading up Market Street to the centre, we pass the Fremantle Uniting Church. This is Fremantle. It's a bit noisy in the background with a truck unloading something. We continue up Market Street to find this interesting looking building on the corner. And on the other side of the road is the Flight Club Fremantle, a popular bar and restaurant. It's late afternoon, so the restaurant and bars are getting busy. And Fremantle markets, which we will come back to a bit later. These are colourful planters looking towards the Scots Presbyterian Church. Now, let's have a look at these markets. This market is packed. Oh, those look yummy. Do you need a pair of new sunglasses? Check out the size of those strawberries. Let's try one of these. Geez, he looks scary. Now these are clever creations with Lego, one of Denmark's famous inventions. You can never have enough hats. Wow, that was a busy market. Outside again, walking past this church again, we go around this corner and walk up Norfolk Street. This is the Esplanade Hotel, and this building stands on the site of the first building used for housing convicts transported from Great Britain in 1850. We are now walking up Marine Parade, which has some interesting history. This area is close to the Fremantle West End Heritage Centre. Around the corner is this cute building which is known as the Fremantle Trade Hall. Built in 1888, the gold boom period, it was finished in 1904. And over the road is this cute 1800s Victorian period apartment. This was once a popular drinking spot for the mariners and seafarers. This street that we are walking up is Pakenham Street, and as you can see there are many older buildings here. I think these are known as Freo buildings, and Freo is a nickname for Fremantle. This term refers to buildings located in Fremantle characterised by the historic Victorian and Edwardian architecture. There's certainly some cool old buildings on the street. Historical part of town, I guess. Many Freo buildings are considered heritage listed due to their age and connection to the convict era. There are so many unique buildings up the street and in this area. The pale building on the corner is the Princess Theatre, built in 1912. And this building right in front of us is the Imperial Chambers, a heritage listed building. The National Hotel and Hyams building. A few Māori words here caught my eye. This is quite nice. What a cute B&B.
There's a serpent on its tail.
Yeah. Nothing around him that says what he is. Oh yeah, he's a weird kind of creature. It's quite scary really. Oh, there he is. A modern chimera has come to symbolise an unreal creature of the imagination. It's time to head to Fremantle train station to begin our journey back to the apartment. This carriage has a seating layout that means we all face each other. We thought we might try and find another carriage that had different seating arrangements. This walk to our apartment's becoming quite familiar now. It's actually a food market. Delicious smells. We considered buying something here for dinner, however decided on a salad and other supplies from Woolworths. I'm back here to get some supplies. This is the view from our bedroom window, and it's about, what's the time? It's 8:44 p.m. Today was a pleasant day at Cottesloe Beach. We also added on a trip to Fremantle, making the most of the train travel that we have, and also the line that we took out to Cottesloe. The train line finishes in Fremantle. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again soon. Oh, I'm off to have another sauna too. These are growing on me.
Hidden beside a quiet road near Curra is something the locals call the Scotsman's Grave. No cemetery, no town nearby, just a headstone and a story that has puzzled locals for generations. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, that does help this channel to grow.
This is Albrecht Road, just around the corner from the old Maryborough Highway. About 90 kilometres separated Maryborough from Gympie, and in the 1860s a loaded horse and dray could take 2 to 3 days to make the trip. The old Maryborough Road was the main route to the goldfields, carrying a steady stream of teamsters, miners and supplies heading inland.
Now one day when I was out driving around this area of Gympie, I stumbled across this grave. I find it really fascinating. Now this grave here belonged to a Scottish traveller. Obviously his name was Donald Sutherland. He died 16th of September 1868, aged only 32 years. This gravestone here was erected by his bereaved widow, Flora A. Sutherland, who, with 2 children, mother and brother, are left to mourn their loss. Now he died while travelling on the road and moving through the district back in the day, and it is believed he was travelling towards the Gympie goldfields back in the gold rush era. It appears that they're not certain whether he was a timber cutter, a drover, or maybe a travelling salesperson.
Donald Sutherland was a teamster and carrier supplying the early miners of the Gympie goldfields during this time. In the 1860s, goods were shipped from Brisbane to Maryborough. From there, carriers like Sutherland hauled supplies by dray wagon over rough bush roads to Gympie. It was slow, hard work. Heavy drays loaded with flour, tools and food creaked north along muddy tracks toward Gympie. On the night of 18th September 1868, Sutherland stopped near the 7-mile waterhole, now known as Corella, along the Maryborough Road. Rain had made the ground soft and muddy. Like many teamsters of the time, Sutherland slept beneath his loaded dray for shelter. What happened next became the subject of several different accounts.
Lone graves often existed back in the 1800s. As the roads were rough tracks, transport was slow, and if someone died far from town, the burial often happened where they passed away. So scattered graves, a bit like this one here, are apparently scattered all over Queensland.
One version suggests a tragic accident. During the wet night, the heavy dray may have shifted in the soft ground. If the wagon rolled or slipped, it could have crushed Sutherland while he slept beneath it. Witnesses travelling with him, though, described another possibility. A fellow carrier said the men shared supper and Sutherland appeared well. Later that night he suddenly woke, feeling very ill, and asked for a pony to be saddled so someone could fetch a doctor. As the men helped him towards a nearby shanty for assistance, Sutherland collapsed. Witnesses said he called out that he was dying, and within minutes he had passed away.
Thinking about the pioneers, I guess the things they died of were from a range of things like accidents, of course, disease, which would have been quite common, horse and wagon injuries, and isolation.
Mary Reid, who lived nearby, later told the inquest she heard shouting during the night. She recalled hearing a man calling for help and another voice replying, "I am dying." A medical examination was carried out by Theodore Byrne of Gympie. The post-mortem revealed Sutherland's heart was greatly enlarged and showed clear signs of long-term disease. The official conclusion was that Donald Sutherland died from heart disease. Far from home, beside his dray wagon, on the muddy road to Gympie goldfields, the hard-working carrier died during the night. His story is a reminder of the harsh and uncertain life faced by the early teamsters who kept the goldfields supplied.
That's quite cool, really. This grave here and the memory is a sculpture of sorts, I guess, of the cart that Donald Sutherland would have been driving at the time when he passed away. So during the late 1800s, these quiet bushland roads was actually a busy corridor of travellers, prospectors, drovers, and probably timber cutters. Oh, and here comes a train. That's quite a short train, and a very quiet one, I'd imagine, compared to the ones from back in the day. This lonely grave here, I wonder how many people actually notice, and I wonder how many people drive past and don't realise the significance of Mr. Sutherland. There are a few different stories as to what happened to Donald while he was on this road here between Maryborough and Gympie. And graves like this tells us a story of history that aren't just in museums. Sometimes the story of our history is waiting quietly in the bush there somewhere for us. So that's the grave of poor Donald Sutherland. And a memorial erected by his wife, Flora. Thank you for watching. Remember to hit that like button and that subscribe button, and I will see you again soon. Very soon, the street behind me will be full of all the competitors in the Gympie stage of the ARC. The streets are pretty quiet right now, and each year in the forests and streets surrounding Gympie, a motorsports event comes to life.
I always wondered how they got these looking so perfect and shiny.
On Saturday, it's the first time that the rally has run a special stage, which is in the centre of Gympie CBD. You can see they've been at work today, setting everything up.
From the town centre to the forestry tracks, Gympie becomes a place where precision and teamwork define the outcome.
The Accent Bent Tops Rally Queensland, part of the ARC, the Australian Rally Championships, test drivers and co-drivers across fast forest roads, technical stages and unforgiving conditions.
Hosting the rally, Gympie features stages in Imbil, Armamore, Bruyere, and this year there is a new CBD stage, the SSS special stage, in the city on Saturday morning. Right now it's kind of quiet. There's the racket of the birds, of course, and there are quite a few people around though, naturally, setting up the area for this weekend. Rallying in Australia has had endurance events since the early 1900s. Australia's first motor race was in Sandown in Victoria, 1904. This picture shows Harley Tarrant tearing down the back straight in his Argyle to win the 3-mile race for heavy automobiles. Tarrant's average speed was 26 miles per hour for the 3 miles in a time of 6 minutes and 55 seconds. Held on a Friday night, the street event behind me brings all the rally cars into the town centre so the spectators can have a look themselves. The SSS, the special super, now hang on a minute, I think it's super special. It is. The super special stage of the rally is come to Gympie. The streets get closed off, it's a controlled urban environment with Australian drivers pushing it to the limit right in front of the people. That's quite cool, really. Harry Bates is a multiple-time Australian champion. Competing in a GR Yaris Rally 2, he remains a leading contender in the championship. Coral Taylor, who partners with Bates, is one of the most experienced co-drivers in Australia. Lewis Bates is another strong Australian competitor. Driving a Toyota GR Yaris Rally 2, his co-driver is Anthony McLaughlin. Scott Pedder, a former ARC champion, is partnered with co-driver Glenn McNeil. They drive a Skoda Fabia RS Rally 2. Jackson and his father Damien form a family-based driver and co-driver pairing. The crew are competing in a Skoda rally car, taking on Gympie's fast and technical forestry stages. I wonder what happens if his father has to tell him off for something. Now there's a Kiwi driver that I was looking for in this entry list, and I see he's not here this year. Hayden Padham and his co-driver John Kennard. They won the 2025 Accent Benchtop Rally in Queensland. They took victory in a Hyundai 120N Rally 2. Hayden and John are not racing at this year's Gympie stage because they were selected by Hyundai Motorsport to compete in the 2026 WRC, so their focus is on that rally. So I've come back to Gympie today to have a look at this super special stage, the SSS. It's the first time this has happened in Gympie.
open it up for your delight. Accent Beach Tops. You can fix it up. Let's hear some noise for the top contenders for this rally.
I want to come.
Oh, that sounded good. Earlier today there were drifting demos that were scheduled between the championship rally sessions. Just a few minutes from Memorial Park is the main street of Gympie, which is now filled with classic cars that paraded up the street earlier. Jeez, look at the size of this ute.
I tried to fight, but a pale blue.
Accent Beach Tops Rally Queensland has undergone a few name changes.
It has been known historically as the Warana Rally, Lutwich Shopping Rally, James Hardy Rally and Kema Plastics or Kema Classic Rally. From 2009 to 2016, it was part of the Asia Pacific Rally Championship, which brought global competitors to the region and was sometimes known as the Rally of Queensland.
I'm heading back to my car now. Now I think it's really cool that the Mayor, Glenn Hardwick, really supports this Rally Championship in Gympie. This of course would bring a long-term focus on tourism for the area, which is always good for rural country towns. The forest roads and the natural terrain of the area around Gympie make it an ideal condition for rallies. The rally typically runs over 3 days, and each day having its own distinct role in the competition. Friday acts as an opening phase, reconnaissance. Wheels on Merry on Friday night introduce the competitors and the cars to the public. Saturday is usually the most demanding day, featuring the longest and most technical stages of the rally. The crews complete multiple loops of the stages and return to the service parks for repairs and adjustments. This is often where the rally is decided, as it becomes quite intense during these competition stages.
And Sunday concludes the event with shorter stages often referred to as the final heats. Watching motorsport can be an interesting pastime. So is people watching though.
having experienced rallying from inside the car, I can tell you that precision is incredibly important. As a co-driver, I completely understand the trust that you need to have between driver and co-driver. The pace notes must be clear and exact and delivered at exactly the right moment for every bend, crest, a grade of the turn, giving them an idea of what's coming up. And they have to have complete faith in you, the co-driver. Once I got over my initial panic at hurtling towards a corner flat out, I really enjoyed the intensity of the competition, especially when you could shave a few seconds off your round when repeating it 2 or 3 times in a day. Often at high speed, the role demands focus, attention to detail, and a bit of bravery, I guess. It's a role that demands focus, timing, and complete trust in the notes. These remote locations highlight the true conditions of rallying. It is here, away from the crowds, well, apart from the spectators at the popular events, this is the essence of the sport that is most visible. Thank you so much for watching this video. Please remember to like and subscribe. It is helping this channel to grow. Life with Sheryl Gray, and I'll see you in the next one. Hidden in the heart of Queensland's wide bay is an old mining town, Kilkeven. Out and about with Sheryl Gray. Please remember to like and subscribe, it does help this channel to grow. Welcome to Kilkeven, a town that has more than meets the eye. Kilkeven's story began in the 1800s, before Gympie. While Gympie is famous for the gold rush, Kilkeven is actually recorded as being the first place where gold was discovered in around 1852. Kilkeven takes its name from the 116,000 acre selection which was named by John Daniel McTaggart. He named his property Kilkeven Run in the 1840s after the family farm in Scotland. While the gold rush in nearby Gympie is recognised for its role in Queensland's prosperity, it is a little known fact that Queensland's first gold discovery was made near Kilkeven in 1852. A rush did not follow, as Mr. McTaggart concealed the details. With the later discovery of gold in 1868, by New Zealand fossickers came an influx of people, all hoping to make their fortunes either from gold or from supplying goods to the gold miners. there was a later discovery in 1868 which spurred a gold rush and briefly saw the town renamed Rise and Shine. While Gympie is famous for gold, Kilkevin was actually one of Queensland's first goldfields. Kilkevin was also a significant site for mercury quicksilver mining, with deposits discovered in 1872. The total production from the area up until 1945 represented about 90% of Australia's total mercury production. For that period, mercury was crucial for gold processing via amalgamation. Nearby Mount Clara has one of Queensland's oldest surviving copper mines, built in 1873, and I recently did a video on that. I will leave a link in the video description. Now you might be wondering where I am. Well, maybe you aren't, but anyway, I'm at a place called Mount Clara, and that chimney up there is the Mount Clara smelter. It was built in 1873. Peeking through the fence here at Kilkevin Museum, it's a small local history collection showcasing the region's mining, timber and pioneering past. Kilkevin's streets reflect its small country town charm, wide, quiet roads aligned with historic buildings, weatherboard homes and old shop fronts that hint at the town's gold mine rush and pastoral past. Before these mining rush-ins, Kilkevin was all about big grazing leases, bullock teams and timber getting. Timber cutters once hauled enormous hardwood logs through what is now the main street. This regional map shows Kilkevin's place within the wider Gympie region, highlighting the nearby towns, forests and travel routes that connect the area to the Mary Valley, South Burnett and Kalula coast. I thought that magpie wasn't moving in a hurry. So this is the beginning of the Kilkevin Rail Trail. It runs from Kilkevin to Kingaroy. The South Burnett was recognised as a source of valuable timber and rich agriculture and livestock production. It was mining at Kilkevin that eventually convinced authorities to approve the rail line infrastructure to service this prosperous area. The line was opened in 1886 in December, 18 years after the Kilkevin township started as a gold strike. The distance between Kilkevin to Kingaroy is 88 kilometres. The Kingaroy to Thebine Railway was used for agricultural and commercial freight as well as transporting passengers and was one of the first branch lines built in Queensland. Now I'm not going to walk the whole rail trail today. I think I'd rather mountain bike this, but I'm going to have a look at some old relics up here. Ooh, what was that? I can hear something. It's not long. I wonder what that is. It's not long and slithery, and it's not a bird. It's hustling around underneath the undergrowth. Now, where was I? Kilkevin, or is it Kilkevin, or is it Kilkevian? It's been suggested to me that it's called Kilkevian, which I question because That would suggest there's an I after the V. And there's no I after the V. Is it Kilkevan, Kilkevan, Kilkevian? The name Kilkevan, or Kilkevan, whichever, is named after the Scottish settlers' father's land back in Scotland. Also, there were some maps during the times that had different spelling, so maybe that caused the confusion as to how to pronounce the word. I did a bit of research, and what I think is the E in Kilkevan, Kilkevan, Kilkevian, is probably a vowel interpretation between the Australians and the Scots. How do you say it though? Kilkevan? Kilkevan? Kilkevan. Or Kilkevian. It's not that one. In fact, Kilkevan is closer to Mount Clara than Goomeri is. Not far from Mount Clara, where I was a couple of videos ago. I wonder what that is. Maybe the old platform of the station? So this bridge is McTaggart's Bridge. But when I look at the information, McTaggart's Bridge refers to the Dickerbrim Bridge, which I filmed briefly on a short in another video. Wonder what all those numbers mean. I'm guessing it's measurements, yes. But I wonder if it's loading and other construction things. Oh man. I was expecting a bit more than that. Well, I think it's one of those scenarios where you probably have to be here. It is an old mining town, a museum, a rail trail, and in a minute I will talk to you more about what they're also famous for. Something else Kilkevan's known for is the home of the Great Horse Ride. The Kilkevan Great Horse Ride is one of Queensland's best known recreational horse events, celebrating the region's bush riding heritage with multiple trail routes through forests, farmlands and foothills of the Great Dividing Range. The ride draws hundreds of riders of all ages, everyone from seasoned endurance riders to families and weekend horse enthusiasts. Kilkevan is a key stop on the Bicentennial National Trail, the BNT, Australia's longest non-motorised trail stretching from Cooktown to Victoria, making the town a natural gathering point for long-distance riders. The event showcases Kilkevan's connection to the range and its historic role as a gateway for travellers moving through the South Burnett and Gympie regions. Out and about with Sheryl Gray. Please remember to like and subscribe, it does help this channel to grow. check-in all done, and then we wait. After a 1 hour flight delay, we finally get to board. The joys of travel.
Welcome aboard. If you need a hand with anything, let us know and we'll be right with you.
Just enough leg room. We have arrived and now need to find the train station. The last train is about to leave. We just made it. The airport line, this train we are about to take, is Transperth's newest train line. Have you taken the train from Perth Airport to the city?
Passengers with luggage are asked to use the lift.
Plenty of room for a seat at this time of night.
This service has terminated. All passengers, please leave the train. I say again, this service has terminated. All passengers, please leave the train. This is Perth. Please mind the gap.
Now to find our way out of here.
There's a lift if you want to use the lift.
Thank you. Thanks. Let's try the lift.
Going up.
This walkway takes us around the edge of Forest Place and gives us a preview of Central City Perth. We had a choice to either take an Uber or walk to our accommodation. We chose the walk. Google Maps said it would be about 17 minutes. Pretty Christmas decorations. Yes, at midnight. It looks like quite an impressive building. Oh wow, look at that. That's pretty cool actually. I think this is Murray Street, all these Christmas lights. We get to walk up the street a few times over the next few days. Can you go through there? Been up this lake in ages. must be Mill Street. I'm starting to feel the effects of being up past my bedtime. So that's the car park reception area. That's it. Check-in was easy. They were ready for us. We did make a phone call earlier though to warn them of our late arrival. Thank you very much.
So awesome.
74. Oh, it's this one. Oh, let's see that. 74. Oh. Ah, that bed looks very welcoming. Home for the next 8 days. Good morning. We finally made it to our apartment at about 1 a.m. last night. We have about half a bottle of water on us, so the priority this morning is to go and find some food for breakfast. It looks like there might be a cafe downstairs. Might have to check that out later. Gotta find my way out of here. Well, there we go. There are 2 supermarkets close by. I've decided to go to Coles this time. I'm walking up King Street, and at the end there I need to take a right. And King Street. Breakfast. Unsweetened. I promised you a tour of the apartments earlier, so here it is. We are staying at the Perth Adina Apartments in town, Mounts Bay Road, and it's quite nice here, very clean and fresh. So I'll show you around. Starting with the view from our bedroom window. It's not a big room, but it is a king size bed, so plenty of space. Walking through to wardrobe space. We have wardrobe space through here, room for shoes and other cupboards. Ironing board. And then we walk through to our bathroom, which is a reasonable size. Bathtub is just big enough. The usual toilet, and we've got plenty of cupboard space, hairdryer supplied. Refreshments, shampoo, conditioner, soap supplied, and then we walk through to our kitchen. This is a decent size fridge with a freezer compartment. Cooktop, oven, basic supplies. More cupboards, toaster, microwave, plenty of plugs. Our dining area, more plugs handy for charging GoPros and batteries. And our living area, which looks out over the deck. TV. A small deck area, and our view, our colourful view. With a view to the Perth Convention Exhibition Centre, have a look at that. And this is an office nook that is perfect for a luggage space. I forgot to show you the laundry area, which is tucked in behind the bathroom door. Washing machine and dryer.
So that's the supermarket shopping done. We have decided to come to Perth for Christmas this year, just a short 5-hour flight from one side of the country to the other. So let's go and see what this place has to offer. There is an outdoor pool here that we'll check out later. Oh yeah, there's the pool. A gymnasium and a sauna. They supply the towels. Here's the gym. How about this first? Just the basics, treadmill, bike, some weights. This sauna interesting. And the sauna that I'm going to have to try later. Something for later. There are two historical buildings in Brisbane that's caught my interest on this trip. One of them is the Commissariat House, or the Commissariat Store I should say. Oops, that's not a good start. I meant Commissariat Store. And the other one is, you'll have to stay tuned. This is a new channel, so I really appreciate you watching. Please remember to like and subscribe. It does help this channel to grow. The Commissariat Store wasn't just a warehouse, it was the heart of survival for the area. All goods and provisions shipped in and out of the colony of Queensland were stored in this building. Tools, weapons, clothing and food were all distributed from here, while produce such as wool, maize and timber was stored before being loaded onto ships at Queen's Wharf, usually bound for Sydney. After the closure of the penal settlement in 1842, the building had varied uses as a bond store, police office, immigrant depot, state archives and government stonemason store. It is now the headquarters of the Royal Historical Society of Queensland. I am going the wrong way. The Commissariat Store is important to Brisbane. It is a tangible link with early European settlement.
Most of the buildings were demolished when they wanted to kind of rebrand into a developing economy for Queen Street. They initially settled up at reckless, but the soil and water availability wasn't ideal for the settlement that they wanted to develop.
Commandant Patrick Logan was an uncompromising and highly disciplined leader. Punishments under Logan were harsh. He believed strict control was necessary to maintain order in what was then a brutal and isolated penal settlement. His approach closely reflected military protocol, with rigid discipline and severe consequences seen as essential tools for authority and survival rather than personal cruelty. Commandant Logan was murdered October 1830 by unknown attackers while away on an exploratory trip in the Brisbane River Valley area. In a quiet courtyard just over the road from the commissariat store lies the footprint of the cottage built for the commandants of Moreton Bay. Brick outlines trace the kitchen walls, while grey pavers mark the verandas of the long building. A few commandants lived here with their wives. One was Letitia Ann Logan, Patrick's wife, who was remembered for her kindness and attentiveness. She lived in the cottage until her husband's death. Her story would become one of the most tragic links to this place, and she later returned to Sydney with her family. A small proportion of convicts possessed skills such as shepherding, carpentry, brickmaking, plastering, stonemasonry, baking, cobbling, gunsmithing and grooming. Such skills are regarded as very useful to the development of the settlement. Female prisoners were employed in doing the settlement laundry, needlework, picking crops, husking corn and making cork. The ration for both male and female convicts consisted of mostly maize, which is cornmeal, which the settlement could grow in abundance. The windmill on Wickham Terrace was built by convict labour in 1828 to grind grain. When the heavy wooden sails proved too heavy to be turned by wind power, Commandant Logan installed a treadmill to be used as an additional source of punishment. The treadmill required 25 convicts to function properly and had 24 steps. The average punishment was 160 revolutions. Prisoners had to lift their legs 384 times before their punishment was complete. As a special punishment, 16 convicts worked the treadmill for 14 hours. This punishment seemed to be very effective as no floggings were recorded for at least 4 months after completion of the treadmill. Now this hat here, that one, is the type of hat that convicts wore. The two sides drop down to cover the ears. Which is not really ideal sun protection, is it? Later on, convicts were issued proper sun hats to protect them from the harsh climate. The broad brims were practical for outdoor labour, and also they reinforced uniformity and control within the settlement. Oh. Idiot. The most common form of punishment was the wearing of those heavy leg irons, linked by a 60 centimetre chain. A piece of string could be passed through a ring in the centre of the chain, then attached to the convict's belt to keep the irons from dragging on the ground while walking. Leg irons were worn for the duration of punishment, including at night and while marching to and from work. These are really heavy. 200 kilos. Now these leg irons were found in various sites nearby during building demolition. The leg irons were found in 1880 in the bush in present-day Tarragindi. They were opened by an escapee, probably by hammering them with a heavy rock so they could be slipped off a leg. Now this would encourage you to conform to strict punishment, wouldn't it? If you were resisting reform, the leg irons, the straitjacket, isolation, you'd probably give in after a while, wouldn't you? It's probably easier to conform than to resist. Female convict clothing was plain and practical, designed to enforce modesty and social order. Women assigned as first class, those recently arrived and those sentenced for minimal crimes, wore drab serge petticoats and jackets. Second class women on good behaviour had to wear blue gurra petticoats and jackets and a calico cap. The women of the third class, the lowest criminals, were set apart in striped linen wool blend jackets and coats. Official attempts to enforce uniform dress amongst convict women were aimed at maintaining morality rather than controlling criminal behaviour. Colonial authorities wished to promote social stability and marriage among transportees, and so encouraged a modest domestic behaviour in women prisoners. This display symbolises how marriage was promoted as a tool of social control and reform in the penal colony. The mural highlights how marriage was less about romance and more about shaping acceptable colonial life. I almost forgot my bag. It's one of only 2 convict constructed structures still left in the city. Its walls are among the last visible traces of the colony's harsh beginnings. The brick wall at the side of the building is all totally original, built by convicts using locally made bricks. The metal bolts still embedded in the wall are believed to have been used to secure fixtures or storage fittings, a reminder of the building's original working purpose during the penal settlement. The commissariat store is only about $10, and as part of that you can get a free guided tour. Now, something pointed out on the tour that I just had is the stone wall, but also the mortar used. Now, those white flecks are lime made from crushed beach shells. Lime mortar made from burnt and crushed shells mixed with sand, a traditional early 19th century lime mortar. The bottom 2 floors of the Commissariat Store Museum were built first between 1829 and 1830 using convict labour. The top floor was added later in 1841 to 1842 after the settlement opened to free colonists. And apparently these windows are all original as well. Now, the bars you would think kept convicts in the building, but they were designed to keep the convicts out of the building. The masonry combines local Brisbane tuff and sandstone, creating thick, durable walls suited to storage and subtropical climates. Now, these walls here are still the original walls. I do think, though, that the mortar is probably a repair job or upgrade. Much of the stonework was repaired and the original lime mortar was replaced in places with a harder cement-rich mortar to strengthen the walls. Now, the front of the store, as you can see, looks a lot smarter than the side of the building. Now, the idea for that was presentation. The convicts, the military, the first impression that they wanted to make when people walked into that front door was this impressive entrance. G.R. Georgius Rex, Latin for King George. It refers to King George IV, who was the reigning British monarch when the Commissariat store was built.
I quite like the different colours in these blocks. There are shades of pink, one of my favourite colours, and orange and grey. These walls are quite impressive. I'm about 5'9", and I'm guessing that's about 3 times my height. And all still the original rock construction. The 2 lower levels of this building are constructed by convicts, and that's made of Brisbane tuff. Some say you can still see the chisel marks in the stones. Convicts shape these blocks all by hand. It's about a 20-minute walk from the commissariat store to the other oldest building in Queensland, in Brisbane I mean. So this is the other oldest surviving convict building in Brisbane. This is quite cool. It's another hot and sticky day in Brisbane. Feels like about 40 degrees. Apparently that windmill behind me is the oldest surviving structure in Brisbane.
It's the oldest surviving structure in Queensland. Good if I could see it.
Actually no, it's the oldest surviving structure in Queensland. Built in 1828. The Moreton Bay Penal Settlement was initially established at Redcliffe in 1824 and moved to Brisbane River around 1825. The event was also the catalyst for the often violent displacement of the local Indigenous population. The man-powered treadmill that we just saw at the Commissariat Store Museum began grinding at the end of October 1828, and by early December the windmill was also in operation. The milling machinery was coarsely constructed, however, and in continual need of repair. Originally the tower was meant to grind grain for the settlement, but Brisbane winds weren't strong enough to turn the sails. So authorities installed a giant treadmill and forced convicts to walk on it for hours at a time. It wasn't just labour, it was punishment. Did you know that the term treadmill originated from its early use as a device for punishment, requiring individuals to walk continuously on a large wheel, hence treadmill. It could also be called the tread wheel, stepping wheel, or treads. By the 1840s, the mill itself stopped working, but the tower stayed useful and it became a signal station sending semaphore messages about the incoming ships on the river. A time bar was added at the top so the whole town could see their watches every day at 1 p.m. For decades, the tower helped Brisbane keep time and stay connected. In 1841, 2 Aboriginal men were publicly executed from one of its upper windows, believed to be the colony's first legal public execution. The old windmill is built from local Brisbane tuff, volcanic rock, and sandstone with convict-made brickwork forming the main tower, all covered in a protective rendering that mimics larger stone blocks. The circular tower sits on a base of thick tuff and uses English bond brick for much of its height, with sandstone used in sections showcasing materials from the early penal settlement. The commissariat store, I did it again. I meant the commissariat store. And the old windmill. Two of Brisbane's and probably Queensland's oldest structures. I really do hope you enjoyed watching. Please remember to like and subscribe. See you next time. Kilkevin, home of the Great Horse Ride, and I'm here today to witness the 40th anniversary of the Great Horse Ride. This guy here, Fabian Webb, is responsible for Kilkevin's Great Horse Ride. And this beautiful horse that he's riding was his daughter's horse, Smokey. And Dan Davey, who crafted the statue, was a world champion blacksmith. The Great Horse Ride began with a simple and powerful idea of bringing people together. His vision turned a local gathering into a lasting tradition. What started as a small, modest event with a small group of riders quickly gained momentum. In 1986, gosh, that's going back a while, this local guy here, Fabian, a local grazier and councillor, promoted recreational riding along the National Trail which runs from Cooktown to Victoria. Fabian's vision was to get people of all ages and riding ability from all walks of life to get involved with a recreational ride through the scenic country around Kilkevin. As a passionate horseman, he launched the ride to celebrate local bush heritage inspired by the development of the National Trail. Life with Sheryl Gray. Please remember to like and subscribe, it is helping this channel to grow. It turns out that Fabian Webb and his brothers also started the Gympie Music Muster. Kilkevin is one of the few towns actually situated on the National Trail, and this was the inspiration for establishing the annual Kilkevin Horse Ride in 1986. In the rising hills of Kilkevin, the sound of hooves has echoed for a few decades. The Kilkevin Great Horse Ride is an annual multi-day trail ride that brings riders from across Australia. This small town here, Kilkevin, dates back to the 1840s, when pastoralists first moved into the region, and then by the 1860s, Kilkevin had a gold rush discovery which turned the town into a more lively, active area. Do you notice that I can now say the name correctly? Kilkevin, not Kilkevin or Kilkevian. Kilkevan, Kilkevin, Kilkevin, or Kilkevian. It's not that one. Although the gold boom faded, Kilkevin settled into a quieter rhythm, preserving its heritage and especially with the Kilkevin Great Horse Ride. And here's Kilkevin's memorial dedicated to the men and women who served in the Boer War, the World War I, World War II, the Korean, Malaysian and Vietnam campaigns. "40 years since the first ride began." 40 years. It doesn't seem that long ago, really, does it? 1986. What were you doing in 1986? Here's a little bit of information about Kilkevin's heritage. Kilkevin takes its name from the 116,000 acre selection which was named by John Daniel McTaggart after the family estate in Scotland. While Gympie nearby is recognised as the first gold rush town, Kilkevin actually discovered gold before Gympie. The discovery was made in 1852, but a rush did not follow because McTaggart, the owner, concealed the details.
Some riders who took part in the Great Horse Ride in their early years no doubt now watch their children and grandchildren complete the ride. Now it's Saturday morning and it's about, actually what is the time? It's 9 o'clock and there are some markets starting at 10 o'clock which I'm going to have a look at, and at 4 o'clock today these streets will be full with horses. The horses on the ride start at Widgie and go through farmland through to Kilkeven. So they are due to arrive sometime this afternoon and get ready for the Great Horse Parade. Kilkeven, and this year, today, it's the 40th anniversary of the Great Horse Ride. Can I have a flat white, please? We're in for another hot day. It's only 23 degrees right now. It feels like about 30. Just outside of Kilkeven is the Equestrian Centre, which is where all the participants of the Great Horse Ride this year are camping tonight. I was speaking to a few people around the campsite here, and I believe there's a few small loop rides on today which they are returning from soon. Got nothing to eat. As gold and pastoral industries grew in the late 1800s, these horse-drawn coaches carried mail, passengers and supplies linking Kilkeven to larger centres like Gympie. This looks like the horses that they will be using to head off the Cobb & Co coach. The arrival of Cobb & Co services brought reliability and communication to an otherwise isolated district, helping the town develop. 5 horses were used to handle the rough, unsealed roads, typically arranged as 2 wheelers, 2 leaders and a cock horse, otherwise known as an odd horse. Horse teams were swapped every 20 to 25 kilometres to keep a strong, steady pace across rural routes. I think this event gets up to 1,000 horses, or is that people? Oh look, the Cobb & Co coach has just been saddled up by the look of it. In 1988, the Queensland opening of the National Trail was incorporated into the ride, and the legendary late R.M. Williams was involved in this ride. Reginald was an Australian bushman and entrepreneur who rose from being a swagman to a millionaire. He was born at Ballally North near Jamestown in the mid-north of South Australia, 200 kilometres north of Adelaide CBD, into a pioneering settler family working and training horses. Williams had many adventures in the Australian outback as a bushman and became known for creating the Australian style of bushwear clothing and footwear, recognised now worldwide, and the company that now bears his name. Now a little bit more about the ride. It's about a 30 kilometre stretch which starts at Widgie and also covers various other trails. It is meant for experienced riders and horses, taking them through bushland and creek crossings to the township for a final parade. And back in the day, I have been known to do a bit of horse riding myself. In about 20 minutes, the horses will be marching up this main street.
Your final notice, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you're here while the road is closed and the parade goes ahead. Well, Council Mayor of So keep it, it's in the flying cocoa. So keep it, horse ride, well done.
Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this video. Please remember to like and subscribe. Life with Sheryl Gray, and I'll see you in the next one.
And the people who look after us, ladies and gentlemen, the SES. Give them big applause, please.
I'm standing at a place called the Otamaitai Pa Historic Reserve. Please remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Now in the background there you'll see Mount Maunganui, which is sadly now more famous than it was for the recent landslips.
People trapped after a massive landslide at a campground on New Zealand's North Island. 2 people are dead and 6 are still missing after a slip crashed into a popular holiday spot at Mount Maunganui yesterday morning.
I'm standing at a place called the Otamaitai Pa Historic Reserve. Otamaitai means the place of sleeping tides. The carved posts that greet you here represent the tauhanga, the high priest Kinanui and his sons, who lived at the Otamaitai and other fortified pa in the Tauranga district in the 16th century. Much of what occurred during the early historic period in Tauranga revolved around Otamaitai Pa and its chief Tupaia. It was here that the chiefs rejected the treaty. Oh my God! Okay, that the chiefs rejected the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840. By the 1830s, missionaries and British officials sought greater control. Concerned about lawlessness and unregulated settlement, Britain's presence grew steadily. The Treaty of Waitangi in 1840 was signed to establish British governance while protecting Māori authority. Different understandings of sovereignty soon caused friction as settler numbers increased. Māori was largely excluded from the new political system, deepening resentment. Conflict over land and sovereignty weakened many Māori communities. This period marked a shift in power towards the colonial government. When Europeans first arrived in the Tauranga district in the 1820s and 30s, Otamaitai was a strongly fortified pa with many inhabitants. By the 1860s, the Waikato tribes had formed an alliance, the King Movement, to protect their land from the government. Tauranga tribes lent support to their Waikato allies. This led to the military operation in Tauranga in January 1864 and the battles of Pokihinahina, Gate Pa April 1864 and Te Ranga in June 1864. So Otamaitai lay within the 15,000 acres of land that was confiscated by the government after the battles. So this historic reserve here preserves the easternmost part of the Otamaitai Pa, which retains its original ditches and banks. It is interesting here to note the European settlers attempted to squash out the Māori language known as Te Reo Māori. Māori still outnumbered settlers, and Te Reo was widely spoken.
Apparently, some early missionaries even promoted literacy in Māori. As settler political control strengthened, the balance shifted. Around 1867, the Native Schools Act was introduced. This is a key turning point. The goal was assimilation into European society. When Europeans first arrived in the Tauranga district in the 1820s and 30s, Otamaita was a strongly fortified pa with many inhabitants. So this carved entrance here represents 7 ancestors of the Tauranga people. I'm going to have to read the plaque for this because I have to focus on pronouncing these names. Tani Nuri Airangi, the greater son of the sky father who separated Rangi Nui and Papa Tuanuku, thus creating the heavens above and the earth below. His actions created light and darkness. He's also known by several other names. Tani Mahuta, now that I've heard of, god of the forest. Rongma Tane, god of peace. Puhi Ariki, chosen one. He's the eldest brother of Tangaroa, Tāwhirimatia, Tūmata Uenga and Rua Moko. There are many Māori goddesses: Papa Tuanuku, Mahuika, Hinimawa, Hene Pokohurangi, Hine Ahuoni, Arohirohi, Hine Nue Te Pou, Dame Whina Cooper, Miri Te Tai Mangakahia, Te Puya Herangi, Te Rangi Te Poera, Kini Te Kiri Karamu, Dame Te Atai Rangi Kahu, Dame Kiri Te Kanawa, the pa. Following the earlier journeys of their ancestors Maui and Kupe, the Takitimi Waka arrived in Tauranga in the 14th century. Other waka from the Great Migration also called at Tauranga en route to their final destinations. When the Anglican missionaries sailed into the Tauranga harbour in 1826, they considered Otamaito to be the capital of Tauranga. This impressive locality was hotly contested by Ngā Tirangi, by Nai Tirangi, blah 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 blah, Nai Tarangi, Ngāti Ranganui. When the missionaries and traders arrived in the early 19th century, there's too many Maori names there, look at that. Otamaito was threatened by the musket-armed Ngāpuhi from the Bay of Islands in 1820, and then again in 1832. The 1832 siege was New Zealand's largest artillery battle, with more artillery fired than in the bombardment of the Gate Pa, which was 32 years later. So Otamaito Pa's location offered easy access to resources including fresh water, abundant kaimoana and fertile gardening soils. The beach was also an ideal landing place for the waka. Nowhere have I seen such a great number of fine canoes. When Europeans arrived, Tauranga tangata were already well used to trading with other parts of New Zealand. Most of Tauranga's produce was destined for the Bay of Islands, where it was in demand for visiting whaling ships. In time, Māori bought and built their own vessels in order to carry their goods to the market in the growing town of Auckland. By the mid-1800s, the foreshore in front of the Otamaito Pa was a hub of European activity. Tapu Tatoki. That tree behind me is the Tapu Tatoki, which is said to be about 300 years old. Until the late 19th century, the tree was used as a marker for fishing canoes to guide their return from the ocean through the harbour entrance. Māori fishermen also used Māori fishermen also used Karawa Island and the place where Thompson's Track crosses the Kaimai Ranges to find their position.
A meeting held beneath the Tatoki tree on 22nd of September 1845 brought an end to 10 years of warfare between some hapu of Tauranga and Rotorua and Makatu. A large stone for Mayo was placed on the spot, over which the chiefs made their peace by each placing a foot on it, shaking hands, pressing noses and smoking the pipe of peace. So this here, Fairview Farm, was the social centre of Otamoto from the 1880s. The Mathesons held dances in the large front room of their house, built on the highest part of the pa here. This concrete foundation here, these two pillar points here, that is obviously these two here, and over here is the right hand side of the house, where you can see there was obviously a couple of posts and the steps. So reminders of the past were found all over the property here. Alistair was keen to discover more about the Māori history of the pa, and when he moved off the property in 2004, he asked that the old family home be demolished and an archaeological excavation take place. The site turned out to be very complex, with many layers of history preserved beneath the house. Archaeologists found pieces of clay pipe, a cartridge, cufflinks, and a copper trade coin in New Plymouth in 1866. So I'm guessing these white gates here was once the driveway of that property. Well, there was once a canoe in there, a waka. So the Te Awanui waka has been removed from its shelter to undergo conservation treatment. So the Te Awanui was carved from a 300-year-old kauri tree in 1973. The waka measures 46 feet in length, and Te Awanui is the original name of the Tauranga harbour. Taumata Kahawai. This is the old name for the extensive part at the northern tip of the Te Papa Peninsula. The joining of two waters, a traditional way of representing the relationship between the spiritual and secular worlds. Two figures joined feet to feet, as on this carving, is used here to portray the merging of two cultures, which became partners at the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi in February 1840. The treaty partnership was undermined by lawmakers for many years. The Crown unreservedly apologises for not having honoured its obligations to the hapu of Ngāti Ranganui under the Treaty of Waitangi, and profoundly regrets its failure to appropriately acknowledge the mana and rangatiratanga of Ngāti Ranganui for many generations. The Monmouth Redoubt. This redoubt was erected in 1864 by British troops, including the 43rd Monmouth Light Infantry, after whom it was named. During these troubled times, all European women and children in the settlement were accommodated at the mission station with a view to their protection by the military, and had to sleep every night fully dressed and with emergency rations of biscuits and a bottle of water within reach, and that it was impossible to restrain the natives. The women and children must take immediate shelter and spent the remainder of the night on the floor of the soldiers' block house, which stood where this memorial is erected. So this is the outside of those Monmouth walls. And that is the Tauranga Bridge. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of Tauranga's history. Please remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you next time. It's only taken me about 23 years to come and visit this place, the Elms Mission House. Please remember, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This historic Tauranga post office was built in 1906. The first post office here was destroyed by fire in 1902. The site originally belonged to the Church Missionary Society, and during the New Zealand Wars it was used as a hospital. Welcome to the former Te Papa Mission Station. In the 1830s, Māori and missionary met on the site to share the skills and knowledge brought from England. Until the mid-1860s, it was necessary to live off the land as much as possible. The nearest shops were in Auckland, which were more than a day's sea voyage away. So Reverend Brown purchased this property here, 30 acres around the mission station, in 1838. The purchase money did not exceed £20. Construction of the mission house here began in 1843 to replace this Raupo hut, in which the Brown family lived since 1838. Kauri logs were rafted down from Mercury Bay for the main structures and joinery. The logs were sawn on site over two large pits on the front lawn. The house was finally completed in 1847 at a total cost of £300. The house was renamed the Elms after Brown's second wife, Christina, purchased it from the Church Missionary Society in 1873. Woman of the Elms. The woman of the mission station in the mid-1800s showed great fortitude and adaptability. Charlotte Brown, Mary Stack and Anne Wilson bore heavy responsibilities. So the library here was completed in 1839, so it's one of the oldest surviving mission buildings on the property.
So this is the oldest library in New Zealand. In And this is where he would have written his sermons. He would have met with the British military and the Maori chiefs from the villages all around the harbour.
So this centre here served as a centre for faith, education and cultural exchange between the Māori and the European, playing a central role in early Tauranga community. Charlotte Brown ran one of Tauranga's first schools at the Elms, teaching reading, writing and Christian lessons to Māori children and adults. Māori from the surrounding area visited freely, engaging in lessons, cultural exchanges and discussions, making the mission here an important hub for learning and connection. During the New Zealand Wars, the Elms served as a refuge and hospital for wounded soldiers after the Battle of Gate Pa in 1864. The house witnessed the tensions of colonial expansion, but remained a place where local and Māori missionaries interacted. Today, the Elms is recognised as one of the oldest European buildings in New Zealand, with original timber, joinery and domestic features still intact. So this cairn here marks the site of the rush huts, which was the first house built on the site. It was used from 1838 to 1847 by Reverend Brown and his family. And when on the completion of the mission house, it was demolished. These Victorian-style gardens once supplied food and medicinal plants, and now, of course, provides a peaceful space for visitors. And it is a beautiful space. Now, apparently the Elms, which is named after the elm tree, the elm tree is not a native New Zealand tree. It's brought out from England as the settlers here wanted to make the place feel more like their home in England, of course. Hiya. This plaque traces the family lineage from the Browns through the generations, beginning with the Reverend Alfred Brown, his daughter Celia, the Reverend's second wife Christina, his first wife sadly died, and continues to Christina's sister Euphemia, Euphemia's daughter Edith, Christina's niece. Euphemia's daughter Alice became a life tenant. Edith never married, so her nephew Duff became a life tenant from 1949. Apparently Duff, the last on the timeline here, realised when he aged that if we didn't preserve this area here, it would end up as commercial offices or apartments. And that, I believe, is when he worked on providing a trust, which is now still operating, to keep this place here and preserved. Daily life at the Elms, Te Papa, in the 1830s revolved around the Church Missionary Society, working alongside local Māori communities. Much of the time was spent running the mission school, translating scripture, teaching, reading and writing, and learning te reo Māori. Pua whaka ko tahitanga, meaning the post of unity, stands as a symbol of remembrance and reconciliation. It acknowledges the conflict and loss during the Tauranga campaign of 1864, while representing the coming together of Māori and Pakeha and understanding shared history. Alfred and Charlotte Brown forged a long-lasting relationship with their Tauranga tangata, driven by their concern for the spiritual and material well-being of their flock. It's only taken me 23 years. I'm originally from New Zealand, and I lived in Tauranga for 23 years before coming to live in Australia. Finally, I've made the effort to come and have a look at this place.
These carvings honour Charlotte and Alfred Brown, key members of the mission families in the 1830s who helped run the household, support the school and build connections with local Māori. These carvings sit alongside Māori poa, showing how European and Māori histories come together at this site.
The bell and belfry. Reverend Brown arranged to buy a bronze bell from its London maker for its use at the Matamata mission station. Oh, this tree here is the memorial kauri for Alice Maxwell, who passed away 24th of July 1949. She lived here at the Elms for 62 years. Her nephews Grant and Duff planted these two kauri trees, one each side of the gate, in her memory. So there's one there. And the other one, you can see a wheelbarrow in here, which is Duff's wheelbarrow here. Duff is the last Maxwell in the lineage of the Elms here, and he was responsible for planting all the trees on the library lawn, as well as the memorial kauri near the chapel. Now there's a cemetery around here somewhere, so I'm going to go and have a look at this. Now this place has an interesting history. It's from the Waikato. In 1968, John Menzies and his sister Mavis, that was my grandmother's name, from Otrahonga, donated this house, whare, to Duff Maxwell, the last inheritor and owner of the Elms. The walls are made from totara slabs, the outer offcuts from large milled trees. And the Pahutakawa tree looks stunning in summer and at Christmas time.
The Pahutakawa tree in Tauranga, often called New Zealand's Christmas tree, bursts with red flowers each summer. Its name, Pahutakawa, means dark, tangled tree,
reflecting its gnarled branches and Māori connections to ancestors. So this here, even though we're about to leave the Elms Mission House area, was originally the entrance. Before any roads existed,